Yushang saw Yi Futian quickly moving away in a single boat. He stepped into the lake, chasing it quickly with unimaginable speed. At the same time, there was a suffocating pressure permeating Qingzhou Lake. Whether it was Feng Ruhai or other tourists, they all felt that bone-piercing, biting coldness. The atmosphere was gone in an instant. What a terrible aura! It was directed at Futian. On a ship, General Qin looked worriedly in the direction of Yi Futian, and Qin Yi, who was next to him, was the same. But under the aura of such a different level, they only felt their own powerlessness, unable to help in any way. The next moment, suffocating rules of pressure swept through Qingzhou Lake. Everyone felt it because this pressure was too great to ignore. Many figures crossed the void with a speed that was faster than the eyes could follow. Close the lake. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave quickly. A voice was heard throughout Qingzhou Lake, and in all directions of Qingzhou Lake, there were cultivators in the void. In only a short moment, different figures had taken different positions above the lake. Like gods, they stood tall in the sky. Any one of them was so strong that they were breathtaking. The person who spoke was Sword Demon. He had also come to Qingzhou City. Not only him, but many had also come to Qingzhou City today, including many elite figures. The Glass Saint knew that Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King had gone to the upper worlds, and so the Holy Ji Palace also knew of it. Yi Futian stopped, and the small boat floated in the center of Qingzhou Lake. His spiritual power permeated throughout the vast Qingzhou Lake. A terrible rules force enveloped the endless space, covering Qingzhou Lake. Time and space seemed to stand completely still. Even the fireworks in the sky were stopped at the moment. The beautiful picture actually stood fixed in the air, as if time had stopped flowing. Countless people were watching this scene in shock. They seemed to be able to hear the sound of their own hearts beating. What a terrible ability this was, to be able to make time and space stand still. They felt that they could not move. It was as everything had stopped. Was this really a power that could be released by a human? Suddenly, an extreme chill bloomed, and where Yi Futian was, the lake slowly iced up little by little, turning into an ice sculpture. This icy force spread toward Yi Futian, and in the moment following, Yi Futian could clearly feel a terrible intent of murder from the bottom of the lake, which had been hidden very well until just now. PSSST. There was no loud sound, just a very subtle sound that came from the bottom of the lake. The water was split in two, and a blade of light that could cut through the void came from the lake. It was faster than light. When the sword came out, everything in the world seemed to have been cut by it. Before the sword even arrived, the sword will had already opened a gap in the space, annihilating everything. Yi Futian's body flew high into the sky, and the space underneath his feet gave birth to a more powerful space freezing rules force that stopped everything. Even though this sword could cut through the space, it was still being slowed down. In that instant, Yushang walked toward the blade of light, the axe in his hand directly smashing out. Another crack appeared in Qingzhou Lake, right down from the middle, and the water of the lake roared as it was being pushed on both sides. The blade of light was split open by the axe, and the battle axe of judgment continued to strike down, opening up the lake. With a crisp sound, blood spurted out and stained the lake red. Someone who was in the lake was chopped in two. Great reward always attracted those who were willing, not to mention those who were top assassins of the upper worlds. They were themselves also extremely prideful, so that even though they had heard of Yi Futian's brilliant battle record, they still came. However, the first assassin who made a move was immediately chopped by Yushang's axe. Yi Futian descended, and suddenly there was a storm of destruction surrounding him. Thousands of sword wills mangled and ran towards him in a murderous frenzy. But at this time, there was another who whisked out, approaching with incredible speed from the void. It was Qin Zhuang. He appeared right in front of a swordsman and unsheathed his sword. The clash between the two instantly gave birth to terribly destructive power, dispersing toward Qingzhou Lake. Several cultivators were shocked, for the sword will itself was enough to kill them. Sword wills came at those who were in the lake, but at this time a terrible spiritual will descended. Whenever the sword will was threatening their lives, the powerful telekinesis power descended and destroyed it. A number of cultivators appeared, and several rushed toward Yifutian, but they saw that among those who visited the lake at this time, many cultivators now stepped out. Judging from their aura, they were all top-level sages whose powers were astounding. Loud booming sounds rumbled. In front of Yifutian was a figure that quickly expanded and enlarged, turning into a huge golden giant ape. With a loud roar that shook the world, many boats were toppled over, and some even fell into the water. The lake roiled and roared like the end of days. As they looked toward the immense body of the golden ape, the shock in their hearts was boundless. A cultivator came forward and collided directly with the golden ape. The lake was rolling and howling. The people at Qingzhou Lake felt a little numb. Today was the last day of the year and countless people came to the lake to celebrate. Suddenly there were great figures all around, standing like demon gods. It was something that far exceeded their imagination. It seemed that they were here to kill Yifutian. Yifutian's body landed back on the lake. He looked calmly at the battles that exploded around him. If it weren't for the arrival of these assassins today, he would not have known that so many people from the Holy Ji Palace had come to Qingzhou City, as they had not bothered him before. A glance at the battles revealed that a strong rule power shrouded the entire battlefield. These killers were not weaklings. Even at Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong's level, the opponents were not afraid of front confrontation. Yu Shang, clean it up, Yifutian said, and Yu Shang nodded in acknowledgement, then walked out to join the battles that were all around them. Suddenly, there was a fog upon Qingzhou Lake. The fog was so dense that everyone's line of sight became blurred and it was hard to see. A boat rushed toward Yifutian, and a middle-aged man came from the sky. In the next moment, there were many shadows appearing in the fog around Yifutian. Those shadows were all of one person, but they seemed to be everywhere. Yifutian stretched his hand and waved. A terrible storm immediately swept out and annihilated those illusory shadows. However, he felt that these shadows seemed to have been branded in his mind everywhere at the same time and could not be expelled. Spiritual illusion, Yifutian said to himself and branded the picture into the spiritual will so that it could not be erased. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like golden lightning blooming. An extremely powerful and destructive spiritual power shot out and collided with that invisible force. The power seemed to be able to break the other's spiritual power, a disconnect with the outside world, and lowered the perception of heaven and earth. Naturally, its full strength could not be exerted, and even more terribly, the reaction time slowed down considerably. Those illusions all drifted toward Yifutian, who simply glanced at them with indifference. He still floated quietly upon the lake, without moving. A strong sense of danger came to him, and he knew that the killer move lay within the shadows that could not be erased, and the other would use them to approach him undetected. Being approached by a powerful killer was naturally a very dangerous matter. However, Yifutian seemed not to feel the danger. In his hand, the halberd of time and space appeared. Before Wu Ming arrived, the halberd of time and space in Yifutian's hands had already slowly moved in front of him. Many of the illusions of Wu Ming had a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. So he thought he could hit him? A horrible storm was born. It was suffocating. The halberd of time and space pierced straight ahead as if it were piercing into the void. In the next moment, Yifutian took a step forward and his body disappeared right where he was. Space rules, moving in an instant, crossed the void in one step. The devastating storm stabbed at one of the figures, and the look on that figure suddenly turned in great horror. The halberd of time and space had already struck out, and at the moment of Yifutian's arrival, it exploded with perfect timing. Boom! The storm of destruction bloomed, and the body of Wu Ming became illusory in the storm, and his eyes revealed extreme fear. With his strength of cultivators who were below St. Plain, there were few that couldn't be killed by him. But today, why was he being killed in one blow without having released his own true strength? Space shredding, space shifting, space freezing. Yifutian seemed to have comprehended them all. Just how had he known his true location? Wu Ming did not understand. However, he did not need to understand. Yifutian's eyes were completely calm when Wu Ming's body exploded and disappeared, pulverized into nothingness. He put away the halberd of time and space. The surrounding illusion disappeared, and Yi Fuqian once again landed on the lake, surveying the battles that were around him. This was hunting with an obvious outcome. These assassins thought that they were here to hunt and kill another, but they were, in turn, hunted by the people of the Holy Ji Palace. As powerful as the palace was strong, even if they were cultivators from the upper worlds, top assassins right under the Saint Plane, how could they win? It didn't take long for the battlefield to quiet down. As suddenly as it came, it quickly ended. Yi Fuqian stepped onto a simple boat in the lake and headed back. On Qingzhou Lake, many gazes fell on Yi Fuqian, and their hearts were extremely turbulent. Were all these cultivators here for Yi Fuqian? Please, Palace Lord, please return to the palace. A voice was heard and resounded above the land. Yi Fuqian stopped and looked up at Sword Demon. Palace Lord, please return to the palace. Another voice spoke. It was Qin Zhuang. On Qingzhou Lake, except for this, it was completely silent. Please, Palace Lord, please return to the palace. In the void, another figure appeared in the sky, just like a god, and it was Dozhan. Across the sky, above Qingzhou Lake, there were over 100 cultivators equals. Among them, there were those that Yi Fuqian was familiar with and some with whom he was not so familiar, but they were all cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. At this time, these figures all kneeled on one knee, and their eyes looked down at Yi Fuqian below. They said loudly, Palace Lord, please return to the palace. Palace Lord, please return to the palace. All these voices sounded throughout heaven and earth. It was as if all of Qingzhou City, at this moment, was reduced to this thunderous voice. Yi Fuqian looked at them, and as he turned his head, he saw the people who came toward him. It was the village chief, the master, and the masteress. Fuqian, go back, Hua Fenglu whispered. He knew that Yi Fuqian had stayed not only because of Jiu but also because of him and Nandu Wenin. On Qingzhou Lake, the white-haired youth looked at Hua Fenglu. Then he kneeled on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin. He then got up and looked up into the void, saying, Back to the palace. As he finished speaking, his body went straight into the sky. Spring year 10018 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. Yi Fuqian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, had returned. Things became rather unsettling throughout the 9 states in an instant, and it was especially dire for the 6 holy lands that participated in the attempted raising of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt restless about the news. The saint of the Hall of Holy Light was probably the only one capable of suppressing the Holy Ji Palace. The remaining 5, even Shihua Sacred Mountain, which had 3 saints in their ranks, were probably incapable of going up against the Holy Ji Palace. Presently, there were 4 saints in the Holy Ji Palace. Yaya's powers were unknown, but Saint Jiang was ranked 12th on the saint ranking, capable of easily overpowering Saint Shihua. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had 2 saints, and they were somewhat weaker. The saints of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean were even less powerful than the 2 in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. That was how things were with Saint Plane figures. As for the sages, there was Yi Fuqian. No holy lands throughout the entire 9 states could say that they were capable of overpowering the Holy Ji Palace. Many spies from the 6 holy lands gathered in Zhongzhou City, keeping a close eye on the movements of the Holy Ji Palace. The 6 holy lands would make preparations as soon as anything funny from the Holy Ji Palace was detected. However, nothing happened after Yi Fuqian returned to the Holy Ji Palace. It was as if he had never returned in the first place. Things were as quiet as a still lake. There were no cases of mobilizing grand armies to take out the other 6 as imagined by all throughout the 9 states. The Holy Ji Palace was already rebuilt and looked even grander and more magnificent than it had been before. Towering palaces stood proudly within the Holy Land's vicinity. About a year had passed since the great battle had taken place at the palace. The Holy Ji Palace was gradually restored in many ways. While there had been many people lost in that great battle, all the other key figures, with the exception of the palace lord's wife, were still around. They had grown considerably since that great battle. War, as well as life and death situations, were the best form of baptism that a cultivator could receive. No one doubted the fact that the Holy Ji Palace would get increasingly powerful in the coming days. Yi Futian and all the people closest to him were still growing after all. Furthermore, they had taken quite a number of divine implements from the sacred war. Yi Futian settled down and began training in isolation after he returned. To him, the most important thing had always been training. He did not mobilize his forces to take out Xihua Sacred Mountain or the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty right away. The 6 Holy Lands would receive news of his return as soon as he returned, which would only make act on guard against him. If he were to mobilize his forces and strike them at such a juncture, he would probably end up achieving little to nothing. Time passed, and it had been over half a year since his return. Autumn had a bleak feeling to it. A figure clad in white was seen sitting at a palace within the Holy Sage Pavilion. Mystical aura seemed to be in the air around him. It seemed as if one would also be shrouded in the aura as soon as they got near, sensing the mighty power of rules and be rendered under its control. Light footsteps were heard as 2 figures were seen standing not far away behind Yi Futian. They were a man and a woman. Both of them were of exceptional bearing. The man was handsome while the woman beautiful. They did not disturb Yi Futian and simply stood there, waiting without making a sound. Some time passed and the wind blew. Yi Futian opened his eyes and stood up. "The medicines are ready. You can begin testing with them now," Su Chehan said, while facing Yi Futian's back. He then thought as he looked at Yi Futian's silhouette that it was truly no longer possible for him to kill Yi Futian. But then again, he had no intentions of killing Yi Futian. Or rather, he held some feelings of gratitude for him. If it had not been for Yi Futian, Su Chehan probably still would not understand his teacher's good intentions as well as Little Butterfly's thoughts. "How are you Shang and the Condor doing?" Yi Futian turned around and asked Su Chehan. "Both of them are doing fine. The medicines that Yu Shang is using were not of lesser strength compared to what you've tested with, but his physical body is incredibly strong. As for the Condor, we've been finding out ways to boost his constitution," Su Chehan replied. "Let's go have a look then," Yi Futian said. Su Chehan and Little Butterfly both nodded. They took the lead and came before the medicine pool area, a place that was built as soon as Saint Jiang announced his intention to join the Holy Ji Palace's ranks. Yi Futian had built a herb palace for Saint Jiang as soon as he returned. Saint Jiang was naturally granted with the position of a Saint Elder of the Holy Ji Palace, enjoying a privileged status. Yi Futian had no reason to afford anything other than the highest form of respect for a mighty one who was ranked 12th on the saint ranking, who was willing to join the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Even though the herb palace consisted only of 3 members, it was a place all on its own. However, the medicine pools were already built while Yi Futian was still in Qingzhou City, and furthermore, the pools were inside the Holy Sage Pavilion. As such, the herb palace was actually found within the vicinity of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian voiced his intentions to find another place to get the herb palace built, but was quickly shot down by Saint Jiang as the latter deemed it too much of a hassle to move again. Furthermore, the herb palace had only 3 members and they were not taking up much space in the first place. The place was mainly set up for growing herbs after all. They came to a pool and saw terrifying currents swirling within, like boundless lightning was flashing. A huge demonic beast was sitting in the pool, and it was none other than the black-winged condor. However, his black feathers were gleaming with a tinge of golden shimmer, every single feather looking as sharp as blades. Its eyes spoke of tremendous ferocity, like the eyes of demons. Its huge, sharp talons looked stout and powerful, shining with a golden sheen as well. A common black-winged condor seemed to have been imbued with the power of the rock. The herbs that the bird is using are all overseen by teacher. Other than herbs serving to temper its physical body and its spiritual powers, there is also the blood of precious demonic beasts, the blood of the rock, as well as the blood of the golden dragon mixed within the herbs. Pills that are meant to help with demonic beast advancement are also used. Furthermore, due to possessing development on par with yours due to sharing a mental connection with you, its current powers are probably unmatched by any below the Saint Plane, Little Butterfly elaborated. "Thank you for the hard work," Yi Futian said. It was not only him who was testing medicine in the herb palace. Yushang, the bird, Joga, Wuchen, and all others were joining the ranks of medical testing, becoming the first batch of testers within the Holy Ji Palace. It went without saying that they would not be tested using the most extreme herbs as Yifutian had. Their individual conditions would be taken into consideration and strengthened accordingly. The pace of such strengthening was to be decided with the eventual results from Yifutian's sessions. Yifutian was the first who succeeded. Saint Jiang needed to observe the final results of medical testing from him. "Let's go then," Yifutian said, then walked to the pool prepped for him. His training was at mid-level archmage plane at the moment. The herbs used for testing had never been watered down even once, and they had been something that Saint Jiang had prepared a long time ago. Yifutian walked into the pool, and a thundering rumble was soon heard from within the pool, sounding very terrifying. Yifutian went through a whole new round of medical testing within the next 81 days. Terrifying flashes of lightning were seen raging within the medicine pool area after the 81 days were over. Many looked in Yifutian's direction and saw destructive powers appearing above the area, like thundering calamity of the great path out to destroy everything as they were cast downwards. Many shuddered after sensing how terrifying said power was. Some power at work indeed. The noises disappeared after a while, and a silhouette was seen shooting up to the sky. Terrifying lightning raged about the air around him like beams of calamity. His silver hair billowed, and every single strand felt like blades. "It's a success." The people of the Holy Ji Palace naturally knew what Yifutian had been doing for the past several months. Saint Jiang looked at Yifutian's silhouette from a tower and felt that there was finally one who succeeded. The medical testing processes were incredibly perilous. His final goal was to free all cultivators in the world from the looming danger of divine calamities, so he definitely had no intention of seeing anyone dying during the medical testing processes. The endeavors would have been utterly meaningless otherwise. As such, he needed to prove two matters. One, someone needed to be able to reach the goal limit that he had set, and two, it was to see if said someone who succeeded would have been able to ignore divine calamities as expected. Only by being able to prove those two matters that he would have been able to keep working in that direction, enabling the tester to keep breaking their personal limits and reaching the standard he set. At present, it was to see how far Yifutian had come. Yifutian's eyes opened slightly while he was in the air and gave several orders. Within that instant, a demonic beast was circling above the place within the summer state where the Yu clan mighty ones were, which then was heard saying, "Yifutian of the Holy Ji Palace would like to invite Senior Moon Saint to lead the army into Xihua Sacred Mountain." "Done." The Moon Saint replied with a single word and mobilized the forces of the Yu clan. At the very same moment, the Glass Saint and the mighty ones of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were within a dilapidated palace within a small city in the eastern state. There was a demonic beast flying from far away at that moment, circling high above. The Glass Saint took a look at that demonic beast and knew right away that it belonged to Yifutian. She sent word to the Holy Ji Palace after he returned, telling him of her whereabouts, and then a demonic beast found a way to her. "Let's go. We're heading to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty." The demonic beast uttered in human speech with a tinge of coldness in its voice, sounding like Yifutian's own voice. The Glass Saint's hair billowed and her eyes were on the demonic beast. She then shut her eyes and felt mystical tranquility in her mind. So this day is finally here. Hopefully Zhou Jiming will end up dead today. Yifutian opened his eyes wide within the Holy Ji Palace. His body hovered high in the air within the palace as he said with a brimming voice, "I'd like Saint Jiang and Teacher to lead an army of sages to Xihua Sacred Mountain." "Will do," Saint Jiang said plainly. At that moment, fighting spirit was sensed from every single person within the Holy Ji Palace. It's payback time, huh? They had all been waiting for that day to come for a very long time. One figure after another took to the air. The army was gathered and ready to head towards Xihua Sacred Mountain. Yifutian flashed and appeared somewhere else. Yaya and the village chief were seen standing there, looking up at Yifutian. "How about a trip to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty?" Yifutian said to Yaya. Yaya's clear eyes gazed on the silver-haired figure in the air and nodded lightly. That was her reply. She quickly took to the air and the village chief followed right behind her. "Swordsman of the Holy Ji Palace, Assemble, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice. Sword will that reached the skies was felt in an instant. One swordsman after another took to the air and gathered around. Qin Zhuang, the sword demon, Su Shang, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke, and other swordsmen of the Holy Ji Palace were all there. Let's go. We're heading to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Yi Futian then uttered. The regal, magnificent royal place stood tall in the holy capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Sunlight shone on the ancient buildings, casting holy, golden glimmer throughout the place. The place was vast, regal, and solemn. The palace of the Sacred King stood tall above the steps. That was where the Zhou Sacred King, sovereign of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, trained. There were seraglios at the back of that palace. Things were getting rather exciting on the bed within the lapis lazuli palace. The Sacred King was inside the palace, and a white jade-like body was coiled around him like a water snake. Her alluring appearance, supple skin, and a pair of enticing eyes made her a fine specimen that few women could compare with. Few like her existed throughout the entire eastern state, yet she was seen giving her all to serve the figure on the bed. "Am I not pretty?" a light, enticing voice said. The Sacred King looked at her calmly, and his hands caressed her supple skin, as if he would have been able to squeeze the life out of her. "So you want another go then?" the Sacred King said plainly. "It would be my honor, your majesty." Her eyes were foxy and alluring. "Well then, I shall indulge you one last time," the Sacred King said plainly, and C looked puzzled. The king then turned around, looking at C as if he was looking at the glass saint. C ceased thinking as she descended into pleasurable frenzy with the Sacred King. The Sacred King walked out of the bedchambers after a while. C remained lying quietly on the bed. A thin blanket covered her body. Her beautiful eyes were shut forever, and she would never awaken from her slumber again. The Sacred King came to the steps leading to the palace. He stood at the top of the steps and gazed upon the Sacred King Palace. Magnificent buildings stood tall within the vast vicinity of the royal palace, looking regal and solemn. The place had once been the most powerful seat in the entire eastern state. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had once ruled all over the eastern state. Zhou Jiming gained renown at a young age and displayed unparalleled talents, getting titled as Crown Prince very young. He had an ambition of bringing a renaissance to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, uniting the entire eastern state under one rule again. He was born as a leading figure of the 9 states. He was bold and unrestrained. No one was able to stand in his way if he intended to get something done. No one was able to escape if he intended to kill them. However, there was a woman that he intended to get his hands on, and he had never gotten her. Furthermore, the Sacred Dynasty suffered considerably due to that woman. His father perished, and his own path to sainthood had once been blocked by that woman. He met obstacles for the first time at the hands of the glass saint, letting him know that he, Zhou Jiming, had things that he was unable to get done and women that he was unable to get his hands on. As such, the glass saint became an obsession of his. He then encountered yet another person, Yi Futian, a sage who had once been little more than an ant before him and who dared to defy his wishes. That sage even ordered to kill the mighty ones of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty right before him. The Sacred King once thought that the ant of a person would have been plunged into regret for his life so long as the Sacred King gave the order. The Sacred War broke out, and the Sacred King's forces went out to destroy the Holy Ji Palace. However, the first battle of the Sacred War failed. They lost. The first loss suffered by the Sacred Dynasty led to the string of events that followed. The Holy Ji Palace grew in power in the following Sacred War battles. The sage, who had been like an ant before him, someone that he would have never even batted an eye for, came to become a threat to him and a threat to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. All of that sounded pathetically laughable, yet it was how things truly went. 2 figures were seen at the Sacred King's side. They were none other than the other saint of the Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Yanwang, and brother of the Sacred King, Zhou Mian. The 3 were currently the most powerful figures to be found in the Sacred Dynasty, both in terms of status and actual combat prowess. Yi Futian brought only the swordsmen of the Holy Ji Palace then? The Sacred King asked. Indeed. Zhou Yanwang nodded and continued. All the others went to Xihua Sacred Mountain. The forces of the Holy Ji Palace did not bother to cover their tracks. So he's trying to take on the sages of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty all on his own then? The Sacred King said coldly. It had been a year since the last battle and Yi Futian had grown stronger. However, the palace lord remained just as unrestrained and boisterous, bringing only the swordsmen of the Holy Ji Palace to attack the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It is extremely possible that the girl named Yaya is a reincarnation of the Sword Saint of the Void. Would you like to avoid them for the moment, Sacred King? Zhou Mian advised. Both the Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang still had the option to flee. The Sacred King did not reply to Zhou Mian's words. His eyes remained looking forward. There are many holy lands throughout the 9 states and there are many saints as well. The saints of the Holy Ji Palace could flee, the Glass Saint could flee, but not me, Zhou Jiming. Intense pride and arrogance were seen within the Sacred King's eyes as he continued. I'm the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Everyone within the Sacred Dynasty can flee, but not me, Zhou Jiming. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty stood tall in the Eastern State for many years and had once reigned supreme throughout the Eastern State. The Glass Saint was able to disband the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and flee, but it was not an option for him. A disbanded sacred dynasty could have no longer been called a sacred dynasty after all. Yi Futian came for the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty that day. If he were to run, the Zhou Sacred King would be rendered a pathetic loser. There were only 2 saints coming for him at the moment. There was no way that he, the Sacred King fighting with the home advantage, could have just run without a fight. Relay my orders. All personnel of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are to head to their stations and prepare for battle, the Sacred King said in a powerful voice, which resounded throughout the entire royal palace. Countless shook violently upon hearing his orders. So the battle is on then? Many thought. You all have only one mission in the upcoming battle, and that is to kill Yi Futian. The Sacred King said coldly, with intense killing intent burning in his eyes. If the assassins were unable to get the job done, then the people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would be the ones to end him. If they proved incapable of doing so, then the Sacred King himself would finish the job. Even if he happened to fail, then there were still Zhouya, Zhouyu, and the others who had begun their journey of leaving the 9 states. They were to leave the 9 states, the lands under the rule of Emperor Xia. If the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were to perish, then Zhouya and the others would kill Yi Futian by borrowing the powers of others from Emperor Li's realm. Yi Futian needed to die regardless of the cost. Yi Futian should have felt proud for being able to make Zhou Jiming make such decisions. The wind blew and the golden robes on the Sacred King billowed. The golden dragon's image on the robe looked as if it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, looking overbearing and unrestrained, just like how the Sacred King was at the moment. Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace was able to face the allied forces of 7 holy lands and stand his ground. He would have ended up dead if he had lost. If Zhou Jiming were to run, it would have made him the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, someone beneath Yi Futian. He wanted to see if Yi Futian would be able to leave the royal palace of the Sacred Dynasty alive. Get into formation. I shall see if the return of the Sword Saint of the Void will be able to break the great matrix of the Sacred Dynasty. The Sacred King said with a cold, aloof voice. One figure after another flashed about within the royal palace, taking their stations and preparing for a fight. All sages were getting ready to fight. The aura of the sheer number of people getting ready for battle shot to the sky. The battle over a year ago had him sending only the elite Golden Phoenix battle matrix due to being harassed by the ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. As a result, he suffered the least losses among the participating forces, and he still possessed extremely powerful armies under his command. Will Yi Futian be able to kill them all with just a bunch of swordsmen? A sword flew by above the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's holy capital, drawing streaks that emanated terrifying sword will in the air. The speed of the sword was incredibly fast as they zipped by in the air, heading all the way into the holy capital. Countless watched with their hearts racing. Who is here? The sword seemed to be heading towards the royal palace. Yaya, the village chief, Yi Futian, Qin Zhuang, and others stood on the sword as it zipped past the air. Fierce winds beat on their bodies, rustling their clothes and making them sound as if they were howling. Yifutian kept his eyes forward. A group of people appeared from another direction, the glass saints with her group of mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple. Yifutian and the glass saint exchanged looks and turned their eyes forward again, heading straight for their shared destination. They arrived the royal palace shortly, with their eyes on the very ancient royal palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Extremely dazzling golden screens of light shrouded the space at the moment, turning into an incredibly huge shadow of the phoenix. It was none other than the great matrix of the sacred dynasty. The sacred king stood before the hall of the royal palace, looking up at them. Glass saint. The sacred king looked at the glass saint with cold eyes. She had actually come for his head with Yifutian. Zhou Jiming. The glass saint's hair billowed and the love destroyer appeared in her hand. The sword was as cold as frost as it emanated strong killing intent. Yaya moved forward and appeared above the matrix with the village chief right behind her. The sacred king looked at Yaya and thought that all the ruckus now started with that one order that he gave all those years ago, to kill the girl's parents. Yaya, too, looked at the sacred king. Her eyes were filled with cold killing intent as well. Her eyes then turned extremely demonic. It was as if a bloody sword appeared in the air and swept up the place with thick sword will. A storm of sword aura whipped up with Yaya at the center. She looked up at the sky for a bit. There seemed to be a bloody sword within her blood-colored eyes. A bloody eye appeared in the sky. Boundless sword will from their surroundings coursed rapidly within that instant, gathering around her body and growing in strength. A sword diagram appeared in the air, devouring sword aura from all directions. The storm grew increasingly intense, sweeping about the place as it headed straight for the holy capital. Some people far away felt the swords in their hands ringing before shooting skyward. The sword matrix of the void, huh? The sacred king shot a cold look at Yaya. She actually came to be able to use the sword matrix of the void. Broom! A huge rumble was heard in the air. The sacred king took control of the great matrix and a humongous pair of golden wings shot out, splitting the air before them and headed straight for Yaya. Yaya's hair billowed as she continued to gain altitude. Storms of greater magnitude were whipped up. An enormous matrix diagram of the void appeared above the holy capital. The incoming wings were torn to shreds right away. Yaya stayed floating in the air and stood before the sword diagram. It was as if she had turned into the eye of the sword herself, merging with the sword diagram. Her eyes turned blood red. Towering light of the sword pulsed and boundless aura swept about the place. Kill! Yaya uttered a word coldly. The sword diagram in the air turned into a single sword as soon as she finished. She swooped down. The sword that tore through the space before it clashed with the matrix below. Countless cracks appeared on the matrix that protected the sacred dynasty within an instant. It crumbled altogether soon after. The glass saint and the village chief stepped forward at the same time. The glass saint walked towards the sacred king while the village chief walked towards Zhou Yanwang. Yifutian walked forward. Qin Zhuang, Yi Wuchen, and the others followed right behind him, entering the royal palace of the sacred dynasty. They were not moving at high speeds as they simply took one step after another forward. The sacred king stood unflinchingly. He took a look and wondered if that was the sword matrix of the void. Even if Yaya was still incapable of bringing the complete matrix to bear, its powers remained undeniably frightening. One hit was all it took to break the great matrix that had been protecting the great Zhou sacred dynasty for over 1,000 years. Zhou Jiming. A voice was heard. The sacred king lowered his head and looked at Yifutian, who was walking into the royal palace. The young sage had no fear as he walked straight into the midst of the mighty ones waiting to fight him, as if none of the mighty ones of the sacred dynasty existed. There shall no longer be a great Zhou sacred dynasty in the 9 states from this day forth. The halberd of time and space appeared in his hand, as he stepped into the midst of the army of mighty ones ready to take him on. Yifutian stepped into the air, and the halberd of time and space devoured all the brilliant light. With every step, an invisible airflow swept through the palace. A great wind rose up around him, and the faint sound of it whistling through the air could be heard. His white hair blew in the wind as the dangerous airflow filled the sky. At this moment, the space around him was completely still and silent. Outside the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace, a group of figures in the air watched the airflow inside and their hearts were troubled. Today, Yi Futian had led the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace on an attack against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. There were 3 saints and a group of sword cultivators. With such a small group, they had broken through to the inner palace. The young woman had summoned the sword matrix of all heavens and had destroyed the matrix of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace with a single sword. This was truly the craziest thing to happen in the history of the 9 states. This palace had once controlled the vast eastern state. And now, the barren state, which had once been so weak that anyone could bully it, had been able to break into this holy palace with so few people under Yi Futian's leadership. Even 8 years ago, no one would have believed it to be possible. "Set up the matrix," came a voice. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's 2 great figures of the sage ranking, Zhou Mian and Niegai, led the army to form a matrix. They surrounded Yi Futian in an arc. At the front was the Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix, led by Zhou Mian, the most powerful battle matrix of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Today, they had gathered all the noble-blooded cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty into this matrix in order to kill Yi Futian. But somehow, Yi Futian still continued forward. Every single one of the battle matrices felt a strong sense of threat from him. This one man seemed like he could cut his way through an entire army. Perhaps it was because the shock they had felt from Yi Futian's last couple battles was too strong. It left an unshakable image in their minds. Outside of those on the Saint Plain, he had no rivals in the 9 states. He could destroy an army all on his own. On that day at the palace, imperial brilliance had shone upon him, and many cultivators had turned to ash. But this time, Yi Futian did not release that kind of power, so they still had a chance to kill him. Yi Futian advanced towards the Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix, and everyone's life spirit bloomed. Their golden phoenixes cried out as their endless power melded together, giving birth to a single golden bird that covered the skies. It screamed at Yi Futian, and a terrible airflow swept out towards him, turning into a destructive golden flame that glowed with sharp golden light. But Yi Futian seemed not to feel it. He continued forward, as the swordsmen behind him just watched. They had no intention of getting involved. It seemed like Yi Futian could handle this battle on his own. They had just come for the hunt. They would let none of them escape. The violent attack swept out towards Yi Futian, who was standing by himself. Suddenly, a destructive force appeared in the air above him, and cracking sounds rang out into the distance as apocalyptic golden thunder crashed. The world around him was transformed into a purgatory of destruction. The violent airflow shot towards him but was swallowed up by the destructive force. Yi Futian rose up slowly, higher and higher, just like a god. The destructive storm swept out, covering the sky, seeming to want to cover the entirety of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace. Every bit of destructive light in the storm contained within it the power to tear through space. Within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, countless people looked up at Yi Futian where he floated in the sky like a god. The Great Zhou Sacred King was also watching, but he did not immediately attack. When he sensed Yi Futian's power, a strong desire to kill flashed in his eyes. Yi Futian stepped forward and turned into a dazzling golden beam of light. He flashed through the sky towards the matrix where Zhou Mian was. He thrust the halberd of time and space forward and a blinding radiance ran through the air, swallowing up all the light. Zhou Mian moved, and the Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix released a powerful aura. Its huge wings trembled as the huge phoenix gathered together the power of all the nobles of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty into a single attack. It turned into a devastating divine phoenix and rushed towards Yi Futian. Countless golden figures appeared in the sky and streamed towards Yi Futian. But he ignored them all and pierced through the golden phoenix. The halberd of time and space swallowed up all the light. His arms shook as the halberd shot forward. The halberd of time and space brought nothingness. Everything turned into nothingness. A dull sound rose up from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Palace rose up, and a terrible glow shot out. The halberd of time and space collided with the golden phoenix, and all the people below could see was a radiant glimmer. Boom! There was a sound that shook the heavens and the earth as the golden phoenix battle matrix shattered and the cultivators within flew in different directions, spitting up blood. A single attack from his halberd had destroyed the golden phoenix battle matrix. Outside the palace, people could faintly see the destructive light. They trembled as the halberd descended and the golden phoenix battle matrix was destroyed. Their hearts seemed to want to jump out of their chests. Was this the legendary Yi Futian from the Barren State? White hair and white clothes, and with a single thrust of the halberd could shock gods and ghosts. Besides the saints, who could match him? He was, without a doubt, the most powerful figure in the 9 states below the saint level. The destructive light swept out from Yi Futian, swallowing up every bolt of lightning in the sky. A group of figures fell down to the earth, their spiritual will having collapsed. At that moment, everyone knew true despair. The destructive light enveloped Zhou Mian. It raged across his body, making him tremble. Yi Futian floated over towards him, and the halberd of time and space devoured the destructive light. Zhou Mian looked at the white-haired figure before him, and there was endless sorrow in his eyes. Was it possible that there was someone this powerful in the world? Yi Futian was not even a saint. He was nothing more than a mid-level sage. He had not even released as much power as he had last time, so how could he be this strong? In front of this kind of power, even a sage of the sages and saints ranking was like an ant. Even if the number 1 figure on the sage ranking appeared before him, he would be killed in a single blow. There was a look in Yi Futian's eyes. It was as if he was indifferent to life. Zhou Mian could clearly feel that in those eyes he was already a dead man. And not only him, the halberd of space and time thrust forward, and Zhou Mian, the brother of the great Zhou sacred king, was pierced through. This all-powerful sage was killed as helplessly as an ant up there in the sky, bringing an end to his glorious life. He had once led an army to attack the Holy Ji Palace, and in that battle had threatened to destroy it. But in the end they had retreated. If he had a chance to do it again, he would have destroyed it, no matter the cost. He would have destroyed the palace instead of giving them a chance to breathe. Yi Futian pulled the halberd of time and space out, and Zhou Mian's body fell from the sky. He did not look at it, but instead looked to the great Zhou sacred king and said, "Zhou Jiming, do you know how many people are in the great Zhou sacred dynasty?" The great Zhou sacred king looked at the white-haired youth. His eyes looked the same as they had that day outside of Nether Sword Mound. The difference was that back then, Yi Futian had not dared to look at him so arrogantly and stubbornly, or else he would have launched a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace. But now, Yi Futian had invaded the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace, stood in front of him, and killed someone from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He would not let him kill a second person. "Attack!" The great Zhou sacred king yelled coldly. Niegai and the other great Zhou sacred dynasty cultivators attacked. In an instant, terrible storms swept across the sky. There were swords with the ability to kill anything, and great fists that broke through the air. A storm of rule power raged all around, and all of it rushed towards Yi Futian. This terrible storm seemed to want to swallow Yi Futian up and kill him. Some of these attacks were aimed at his flesh, and some sought to destroy his spiritual will. Everything was in chaos. But Yi Futian stood in the air above the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace, and the destructive light still shone around him. He let the endless attacks fall upon him. They enveloped him, but he seemed to not even see them. The destructive light blocked the devastating storm. It smashed into his body and into his spiritual will, but the white-robed figure still stood there calmly, letting all the destructive power fall upon him. He still stood there, unmoving. The storm dispersed, and his white hair flowed in the wind, dancing like a forest of sharp blades. He gripped the halberd of time and space tightly and swept his gaze over everyone. At that moment, the people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty truly knew what it was to despair. How could he be so strong? A mid-level sage was strong enough to ignore the attacks of all the other sages. Could the outcome of this battle be in any doubt? He could destroy everyone in the great Zhou sacred dynasty by himself. No wonder he had brought so few people. Qin Zhuang and the others flashed over and got in position, blocking off all avenues of retreat. They had not come to fight, but to kill. Yi Futian moved, stepping forward and ignoring the spatial distance between him and Ye Gai. He descended in front of him, thrusting the halberd of time and space forward. Ye Gai had no power to resist, and it thrust through his forehead. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Sage-level cultivators were like ants before him. The great Zhou sacred king closed his eyes, wishing to completely destroy him. Yi Futian's strength made him realize that there was no chance of anyone under the saint level killing him. No chance at all. So only he and Zhou Yanwang could do it. He did not order a retreat. This was the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace. Where could they retreat to? He would fight to the death here today, and so would the others. "Attack!" yelled Yi Futian. He moved forward, transforming into a golden beam of light. Everywhere he passed, crashing sounds rang out as bodies fell from the sky. The great Zhou sacred king did not order a retreat, but that did not mean that everyone from the great Zhou sacred dynasty would die here today. Many of them were not nobles of the dynasty, and no noble blood flowed through their veins. In this hopeless situation, if they continued to fight, they would surely die. Some of them began backing away. They had no more stomach for the fight. If saints were on one level and sages on another, then Yi Futian was on his own level. There was no one below them who could challenge this sage. Qin Zhuang and the others in the sword matrix turned into bolts of lightning. The sword matrix swallowed up all the blades of light and surrounded the area. A cultivator who tried to retreat was blocked by a sword. The swordsmen from the Holy Ji Palace moved as one, hunting down those who tried to escape. Yi Futian slowly rose up in the air, and a terrible destructive light appeared behind him. It swept out like a storm of destruction, covering the entire area. Boom! A sage was hit by the light and his spiritual will collapsed. He died there in the air, and his body fell to the earth. Boom! Another powerful spirit elementalist's spiritual will was able to resist the light, but his body was crushed to pieces. Blood flew from him as his body fell to the ground. Boom! 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 The devastating light destroyed everything it touched. It was like the end of days. Countless cultivators died at Yi Futian's hands. Everyone's hearts beat wildly as they watched with despair as Yi Futian rose higher and higher. He stood high in the sky like a god. The violent destructive power behind him was the life spirit that he had felt when he had tried St. Zhang's medicine. Forged of rule power, the life spirit bloomed, giving birth to the light of catastrophe of the great path and destroying everything. It seemed that no one could block its attacks. Zhou Jiming glanced at Yi Futian. Up in the air, an image of a huge divine phoenix appeared. It covered the sky and contained immense power within it. As people watched this scene from far away, their hearts beat wildly. They felt that even though they were outside the palace, their safety still could not be guaranteed. If a sacred war broke out, what would it be like? A long rumbling sound rang out as the golden divine phoenix rushed towards Glass Saint, and it seemed to cover the entire area. Glass Saint looked coldly at the great Zhou sacred king. Time and space froze. In an instant, the vast and mighty palace became a giant ice sculpture. Glass Saint held Love Destroyer, and her long hair danced in the wind. She slashed with her sword, and it cut through the sky, leaving long gashes in it. The light that glimmered from the sword could not be captured by the naked eye. Elsewhere, Zhou Yanwang's flames reached into the sky, covering it. He raised his hand and what appeared to be a sun will appeared in it. He pressed it down against the village chief, and the sun will began to spin, turning into a circle of destructive power. Below them, many buildings in the palace caught fire. A huge sword diagram appeared in front of the village chief. There was the sound of a slashing sword, and countless sword wills gathered together. The sword diagram grew larger and larger until, in the end, a giant sword came out of its scabbard. It flew out of the sword diagram. It slashed into the sun wheel. The four great saintly beings collided at the same time. In the instant that they touched their opponent, a destructive light curtain swept across the sky. It seemed as if everything would soon turn to ash. Yaya still floated in the sky. Her long hair flew wildly. She inclined her head slightly, and the sword will of all heavens gathered together again. A powerful storm appeared around her, but she was moving a little slower than the first time she had acted, and she seemed to have used a lot of her strength. After all, her strength had recovered to its previous levels. She had used her power to spur on the sword Saint of the Void, and with that one use she had used up most of it. So if she wanted to try and do it again, it would be an almost unbearable burden for her. But she still persisted. She looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and saw that there was still murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes. Yaya's parents had died at his command. Seeming to sense Yaya's attitude, the great Zhou Sacred King stepped into the sky and turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed towards her. Before he reached her, his fist lashed out, and suddenly the giant phoenix struck down. The space around them seemed to be riddled with holes. Whoosh! Sword chi whistled through the air as Yaya rose up into the sky. The great Zhou Sacred King once again turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed up into the sky. If he could kill Yaya and leave only the village chief and Glass Saint opposing him, they would have no chance to kill him. When she saw what he was doing, Glass Saint's expression turned extremely cold. The sky seemed to freeze, and the great Zhou Sacred King turned into an ice sculpture. She held her sword in both hands, and suddenly Love Destroyer flashed upwards against the flow of chi. Love Destroyer shot up as fast as possible, and the one sword turned into 7. They surrounded the great Zhou Sacred King. Whenever he tried to attack Yaya, one of the swords would strike at him. The sword of light stretched out, cutting through the 7 emotions. The great Zhou Sacred King felt that he could not control his own emotions, and his face twisted as the 7 swords transformed into real Love Destroyers. A voice appeared in Glass Saint's mind. Glass, I've finally taken a concubine. She is a living embodiment of you. Every time I look at her, it's like looking at you. But I have just killed her. Soon you will go into the Lapis Lazuli Palace to take her place. It was the great Zhou Sacred King's mind. He was trying to influence her. Cut him. Glass Saint refused to listen, and she spat this out in a cold voice as if she had not heard anything. Thousands of Love Destroyer sword wills shrieked around the great Zhou Sacred King. His soul was under attack, as his 7 emotions and 6 desires were forcefully pierced. The countless sword wills were like a terrible storm of sword chi. They wrapped around the great Zhou Sacred King. His face grew more and more distorted. He knew that the kinds of attacks that Glass Saint had studied were spirit elemental attacks. The blood seethed in his veins as he continued into the sky. A terrible golden storm bloomed, accompanied by a loud scream. The great Zhou Sacred King turned into a golden phoenix and flew right into the storm of sword chi. Endless swords smashed against his giant form, but he seemed not to feel them. The phoenix's huge eyes were filled with incomparable arrogance. The sky burned as the phoenix's golden flame wrapped around Glass Saint. The phoenix that the great Zhou Sacred King had turned into rushed out. Glass Saint swept her gaze over its massive form. She did not dodge but brought Love Destroyer back to its original position. In the next instant, she charged into the great Zhou Sacred King. At that moment, it seemed that she herself had turned into a sword, full of murderous intent. The 2 incredibly radiant beams of light collided and then separated, and the cultivators outside could not even tell what was happening. They were too fast, faster than the imagination. They were just 2 beams of light. The divine phoenix turned back into the great Zhou Sacred King. His whole body was trembling slightly. His spiritual will was extremely unstable. He could clearly feel cracks appearing in it. Below them, the village chief's sword pressed down on Zhou Yanwang. That was a one-sided battle. Zhou Yanwang was clearly weaker than the village chief. There was the sound of another collision. Zhou Yanwang was knocked back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a scar from the sword across his body. He looked down at the battlefield below him. Yi Futian, Qin Zhuang, and the others were still engaged in a violent slaughter as they hunted down the cultivators from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. He looked up to where Glass Saint and the great Zhou Sacred King were fighting and at Yaya or the Sword Saint of the Void. The terrible storm of destruction above him and the massive sword diagram were about to get involved in the fight once again. He never would have thought that such a terrible battle would befall the mighty Great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was a battle that they had no chance of winning. Attack! A voice appeared in his mind. Zhou Yanwang moved without any hesitation. This time he did not attack the village chief but Yi Futian. "Look out!" yelled the village chief. He turned into a heaven-piercing sword and shot towards Zhou Yanwang. But Zhou Yanwang seemed not to notice him as he continued towards Yi Futian. The sword crossed through the void. There was a loud noise as it pierced through Zhou Yanwang. But he seemed not to feel it. He lifted his hand to strike, wanting to bury Yi Futian right then and there. If he was doomed to die, then he would die and take Yi Futian with him. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Yanwang, who was bearing down upon him. He did dodge but moved forward, flying upwards. He roared, and the heavens and the earth shook. An endless stream of light appeared, flowing backward. He thrust the halberd of time and space forward towards Zhou Yanwang. Boom! A devastating storm raged in the as Yi Futian was thrown to the ground. Stones flew into the sky as a great hall collapsed. The village chief arrived at where Zhou Yanwang was. He slashed down with the sword and cut through Zhou Yanwang's head from top to bottom. Zhou Yanwang's body trembled. He stared straight downward. And not only him, but the great Zhou sacred king was also looking downward. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. They appeared all around with terrible auras. They stared coldly at Zhou Yanwang. They were all wearing the same color robes, marking them as 9 states guards. But Zhou Yanwang no longer cared. A noise came from the ruins below, and suddenly a white-haired figure shot up into the sky. He swept his gaze coolly across Zhou Yanwang. How can this be? Zhou Yanwang stared at the unharmed Yi Futian. His heart sank and his eyes looked hollow. He wanted to trade his life for Yi Futian's, but even as a saint he could not kill him. He stood up once again. Boom! There was a loud noise as the village chief smashed Zhou Yanwang's body to pieces. At that moment, the great Zhou sacred king up in the sky was all alone. It seemed that, in the whole world, he was the only one left fighting. Great Zhou sacred king, please die. Yi Futian looked up at the great Zhou sacred king up in the air. He had asked him to die. The sacred king took one look at the broken palaces. The force that had once reigned supreme throughout the eastern state was reduced to ruins on that day. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was going to be destroyed during his reign. Regardless if he were to remain alive or ended up dead, the great Zhou sacred dynasty was no more. He took one look at Yi Futian and turned to look at the glass saint, who was shining in brilliant light all over her. His body turned golden and towering light burst from his body. The weather changed and the entire world seemed to have been turned golden, burning in flames. The sacred king seemed to be burning as well. There seemed to be beams shooting down from above, raining down on the sacred king's body. A huge golden phoenix was seen hanging high above the air, looking down at the living beings below. Boundless aura reigned on the sacred king as his form grew increasingly enormous. He wore an incredibly dazzling robe of the golden phoenix, and the phoenix images on the robe looked alive. His life spirit circled above him before charging downward, descending before the sacred king and transformed into a dazzling sword, swallowing the might of the great path around him. The flash of the sword was hot and intense, shining the space all over them and pulsing with towering light. That scene made everyone far away, be it within or outside the royal palace, look at the sky. The scene at the sacred king's palace was simply too stunning. Arg! A voice was heard screaming in agony below. My king! Some others howled in pain. There were still many who were below the sage plane in the royal palace of the sacred dynasty. The rules of the sacred war stated that Yi Futian was not allowed to do anything to them. Yet, at that moment, the sky turned extremely scorching and the bodies of many, who were being rained on by the light emanating from the sacred king, burned right away and were reduced to dust within seconds. Back off, Yi Futian said to Qin Zhuang and the others. They were also troubled by what the sacred king did and left the battlefield. The sacred king had gone insane. Shrieks continued to be heard from below, and many continued to die by the might of the divine path. It was not something that sages had an easy time resisting, and it was, without doubt, more excruciating for the nobles. One palace after another burned. The palaces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty turned into a sea of golden flames. The sacred king continued to stand high in the air. 2 beams of golden, divine flames burned in his eyes. His golden phoenix robe billowed in the wind. The sacred king had truly become one who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 states. He was truly the great Zhou sacred king at that moment. Terrifying flames lashed out at the glass saint as an extremely huge divine phoenix pounced on the glass saint. However, an area of icy lapis lazuli formed with the glass saint at the center. Golden and silver light clashed and the scene looked stunning. The enormous golden phoenix continued to flap its wings. Boundless golden feathers lashed out at the glass saint's direction. The terrifying golden feathers turned into devastating storms, drowning the glass saint where she stood. The sacred king no longer bothered with her. He took 1 step to the air and headed straight for Xianxia. The sword diagram in the air turned increasing huge, summoning boundless sword will and endless rules of the sword fell from above, descending onto the sword diagram. The sacred king had to stop Xianxia. Boom! A sword shot by, yet it was not Xianxia's sword. It was the glass saint's love destroyer. She charged straight into the storm and zipped about in the golden currents. The love destroyer split into 9 swords, spinning as they moved forward, conjuring a terrifying vortex. Everything in the vortex's path was all turned to shreds. The sacred king took 1 look at the glass saint below. The sword that appeared before him shot out right after. The 9 swords were imbued with thousands of sword will and transformed into a screen of swords, clashing the sacred king's sword in an instant. Extremely terrifying aura swept through the place. A huge light screen of the divine phoenix appeared before the 9 swords. That sword had been a manifestation of the sacred king's life spirit. The divine phoenix blocked the towering sword wills, yet there were countless cuts on the phoenix's body. It was pierced by the sword aura as they rang as if they were howling as they attacked. However, the glass saint was having a hard time as well. A screen of lapis lazuli swords appeared before her, yet the power brought by the sacred king's sword was able to penetrate it right away. The golden flames wrapped the love destroyer and began to devour it as if the flames intended to just melt it down. The sword screen was turned golden as well. Rainbow light shimmered behind the glass saint, with every single beam seemingly becoming a part of her being and fused within the love destroyer. The sacred king's face was twisted. The rainbow light penetrated his defenses and headed straight for his spiritual will as if intending to break his divine path. Break! The sacred king's eyes continued to burn with golden flames. The great phoenix soared before him continued forward, tearing the love destroyer apart bit by bit. At the same time, the sword that was conjured from his life spirit was shattering as well. Terrifying currents washed all over the place and blood continued to ooze from the sacred king's mouth. The glass saint looked pale as well. The love destroyer was a sword that she had been keeping and maintaining with her spiritual will for many years. It was more than a conventional divine implement, and at the moment it was being destroyed. The sacred king's face looked increasingly disgusted. His eyes were fixed on the glass saint. If he was unable to have her, then no one could have her. Devastating golden flaming storm continued to rage at the glass saint's body. The sacred king shouted, "Kill!" The storm devoured everything. Yet at the same time he had a huge sense of crisis welling within him. The village chief attacked from behind. His sword pierced the sacred king's body, going right through his heart. The sacred king's heart continued to beat instead of being destroyed in an instant. It was a testament to his sheer strength. Boom! The sacred king's long hair billowed. His body seemed to have burned completely. Devastating currents tore everything around them apart. The village chief's body seemed to be burning as he retreated right away. "Go to hell, all of you!" The sacred king roared, causing just about everything in the world to burn. Yifutian was caught as well. He clenched the halberd of time and the space around him seemed to have ground to a halt, yet he continued to feel the devastating power invading him. The mighty ones among the 9 state guards were attacked as well. The sacred king had gone totally insane. He stood high in the air, intending to destroy everything around him. An enormous sword diagram came into being in the air. Xianxia took one step and fused within it. She took a look below and, with one step, caused a beam to shoot from the sword diagram. A beam of sword flash appeared in the air, shooting below. Countless looked up and saw a straight beam of sword flash in the air. The howling sacred king quieted down all of a sudden, and a flash of the sword was seen from his body shortly after. A beam of sword will out to tear everything apart penetrated his body, making it so that he was to crumble at any given moment. His eyes had only reclaimed their usual composure and poise. He took one look at the glass saint, then at Xianxia and finally Yifutian. He finally closed his eyes with a solemn expression and remained standing tall in the air. He, Zhou Jiming, had to stand tall and proud overlooking the heavens and earth, even in death. His life had been full of extravagance in his actions. He did what he wanted and threw his weight around wherever he went. He eventually died a pitiful death, yet in his final moments, he asked himself if he regretted any of what he did. The answer was no. He had to get the woman he wanted, he had to wipe the one he deemed had to be killed, off the face of the world. No ant-like sage was allowed to go against his wishes. If time were to rewind and he was sent back there all those years ago, he would have still done what he did. However, he would have done it all in a more decisive and brutal manner, not letting the glass saint leave his side and not letting Yifutian live till that very day. If anyone were to ask him what went wrong, his answer would have been that someone has had more luck than he did. As for hatred, his answer was clear. He did not hate any of them. Be it the glass saint, Xianxia, or Yifutian, all of them had their reasons to kill him. Winner takes all, nothing for the losers. It would have been the same if he were to end up as the winner. He did not regret and he did not hate. The sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's silhouette crumbled and disintegrated into dust as a beam of intense, hot glimmer burst out of his body, leaving no trace behind. Yaya's body dropped limply and was caught by the village chief. The royal palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was still burning. The flames shot to the sky as if they were to mark the end of the sacred dynasty's glorious history. Every single mighty one from the sacred dynasty perished in that battle. What was even more baffling was that there were actually more from the sacred dynasty who died because of the actions of the sacred king. Many came to ask what was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty actually like in the end. The glass looked at the sacred king disappear entirely and her mind was calm, without a single ripple. It was as if she had been hollow all the while, and no thoughts crossed her mind. She closed her eyes and let her blood-stained body fall as well. Yifutian took one look at her and extended his hand. A force lifted her up. He walked towards the glass saint and picked her up. He looked at her face and was unable to place what he was feeling at the moment. The number 1 beauty of the eastern state, glass saint of the lapis lazuli holy temple, was indeed very pitiful. Mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple flashed and came towards the glass saint. Yifutian handed her over to them and said, "Send her to the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Jiang will attend to her injuries when he returns." "Yes, Palace Lord Yi." The people of the lapis lazuli holy temple bowed and nodded, a tinge of fear and respect seen in their eyes. Yifutian took one look at the palace buildings burning below and said, "Let's go." The extreme west of the 9 states was sparsely populated and the people there were generally of weaker training. There were many common folk there as well. That was the border of the 9 states after all, so prosperity and liveliness were not descriptions that applied. There was a small city at the border and with the city there was a small restaurant. A group of people was in that restaurant. They were dressed plainly and wore conical hats. However, their faces revealed their exceptional bearing. The likes of Zhouya and Zhou Yu were all there. All of them were descendants of the sacred king. All of them clenched their fists as they looked at the broken jade scroll on the table. Their father, the sacred king, had perished. It was not only the sacred king, as even their mother perished in the battle. Father really is brutal indeed. The very reason why they stayed as long as they did was that they still had hope. not believing that the Holy Ji Palace would truly be able to wipe out the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. However, with the demise of their father, everything was set. As long as Yi Fuqian lived, then their goal would be to kill him. "Let's go," one of them said, and everyone stood up and went outside. They did not even bother using divine implements due to wanting to maintain secrecy. They simply ran all the way instead. They appeared at the walls of a small city, looking at the vast, desolate desert before them. It was said that the lands next to the 9 states were Emperor Li's realm. Unlike the 9 states, both the upper and lower worlds of Emperor Li's realm was directly ruled by the Dali dynasty. The lower worlds were ruled by people of the Dali dynasty as well. All of those fugitives had one secret in their hand, which would have sufficed in getting them access to the upper worlds of the Dali dynasty. "Let's go." The figures took to the air, and their eyes looked determined. All of them fumed with extreme murderous intent. Not far away from where they stood, there was a figure covered in a cloak in the desert, looking extremely dangerous. No one had been aware of his presence before. That made Zhouya and the rest of the party stop. They put up their guard as they looked at him, saying, "Who are you?" They all had a bad feeling about this. "Do you people really think that you can go against Emperor Xia's orders just like that?" That figure took his cloak off and looked at them with a pair of pitch-black eyes. Everyone in the party felt like they had been thrown into purgatory. If you were willing to hide within the 9 states, you might have been able to survive. His voice sounded like the Reapers. That man then turned into a blitzing mirage, leaving behind dead bodies on the sands shortly after. Many at the holy capital of the Great Zhou dynasty of the eastern state looked at the royal palace burning in golden flames after Yi Fuqian and the others left. All of them were speechless. "The Great Zhou sacred dynasty is no more," someone said, making everyone around shudder. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty, one of the 3 holy lands of the eastern state, perished just like that. Furthermore, its demise was brought by just a handful of people. Both the sacred king and Zhou Yanwang had perished in battle. "What happened to the others of the Holy Ji Palace?" someone asked. Saint Jiang declared that he would join the Holy Ji Palace in that battle about a year ago. Furthermore, Dozhan of the Holy Ji Palace had also become a saint. The 2 of them were not present in an endeavor as impactful as wiping the Great Zhou sacred dynasty off, and many were puzzled as to what that meant. Not only that, but the army of sages of the Holy Ji Palace was nowhere to be seen as well. The only other possibility that came to their minds was none other than Xihua Sacred Mountain, the other holy land that was located in the eastern state as well. If the Holy Ji Palace wanted revenge, then they would have definitely picked the 2 located in the eastern state at the same time. It would have made coordination easy, and if one side finished battle, they could then quickly join the battles on the other side. They did not guess wrong. At that moment, in Huatian City, where Xihua Sacred Mountain was located, countless gathered at the foot of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Looking at the mountain before them in awe, a great army arrived outside Xihua Sacred Mountain. A raging pressure washed all over the Holy Land as the troops came right outside their gates. A terrifying lineup surrounded the entire mountain. There were mighty ones found standing guard in every single direction. Saint Jiang and Dozhan were standing above the 3,000 steps of Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, they did not give the order to attack. They simply waited for the fighting at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to end. The Holy Ji Palace's forces were split 2 ways at that time, with the blatant intention of intercepting the 2 holy lands at the very same time. But then again, they did not need to move immediately. They believed Yi Fuqian would be able to take care of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty before coming to join them at the mountain. They would have been able to gobble up the entire mountain after that. But of course, if the ones in Xihua Sacred Mountain were to make a move first, they would have had no fear as well. They had the entire mountain surrounded, which meant that they were ready to fight at any given moment. While the saints on their side were incapable of taking on the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, the sages on their side were more than capable of overpowering those from Xihua Sacred Mountain. The black-winged condor circled near Saint Jiang and Dozhan. The bird chirped and said, "The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is no more. Both the Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang have perished." Saint Jiang listened with a calm expression and was hardly fettered. With the Sword Saint of the Void and the village chief taking the lead, as well as having the Glass Saint serving as a reinforcement, it was hardly surprising that Zhou Jiming was dead. As for the sages, there was not even a need to doubt anything. Yi Futian had finished his third round of medical testing, and it was now complete. He had truly been rendered invincible under Saint Plane. No one under the Saint Plane throughout the entire 9 states could take him on. Dozhan shuddered all of a sudden. His state of mind was different from Saint Zhang's. He was born in the barren state and was the lord of the Battle Sage Palace. He had been training in the Holy Ji Palace all the time and had experienced the time where everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was looking forward to a saint emerging from their ranks. The Holy Ji Palace came to the point of being able to have their forces splitting up and taking on 2 of the most powerful forces to be found in the eastern state. He heard that his student had taken a group and wiped out the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Both of their saints were dead, so one could have only imagined what Dozhan felt like at the moment. Everything in the past 10 years seemed like a dream. But then again, he did not spend a long time being dazed. He was, after all, a saint. His state of mind was stable and he would not have been rocked too hard. It was not only them who had gotten the news. At the peak of Xihua Sacred Mountain, 3 figures were seen standing together, looking at Saint Jiang and Dozhan, who were far away. A group of mighty ones stood behind them, and all of them were elites of the Holy Land. Other than that, there was also a beautiful woman who was none other than Zhou Zi. She had been married to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Zhou Zi was shivering all over at the moment, as she came beside Saint Xihua and the others. Dead. Saint Xihua's voice was cold. They were all waiting for the news from the Sacred Dynasty. He heard very bad news from the mouth of a demonic beast a moment ago, and he was simply waiting for Zhou Zi to confirm it. "My father is dead," Zhou Zi replied. Her eyes were reddened as she looked at the army of the Holy Ji Palace far away. Her eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "I will kill Yi Futian." Zhou Zi's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Her suffering had all been brought on by Yi Futian after all. "You?" Saint Xihua turned his eyes around and took a look at Zhou Zi. "Well, go kill him then," Saint Xihua said coldly. "Kill Yi Futian? Who among us doesn't want to kill Yi Futian? But you really think you're fit to do so, Zhou Zi?" Zhou Zi's eyes were frozen as she looked up at Saint Xihua, finding his eyes filled with contempt. His eyes were filled with so much pride. It was as if he was looking at an ant, filled with indifference. She felt a chill run down her spine. It was an alien feeling. While Zhou Zi was stubborn due to her birth, she was not actually stupid. Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had a marriage alliance. Saint Xihua had been kind to her due to both holy lands being allies, but that was the past. Her husband, Lu Zong, had died, and her father, the Sacred King, died as well. Zhou Zi was now a mere sage and she was nothing in Saint Xihua's eyes. "Saint." Zhou Zi lowered her head under the saint's gaze. One look made her feel immense pressure, a pressure which she was unable to shoulder. Saint Xihua would have never gazed at her like that before. "So Zhou Jiming is really dead then? What a piece of trash." Saint Xihua's voice was cold. The pressure upon them was immense as 2 of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty saints were dead. The Holy Ji Palace had 4 saints, and with the addition of the Glass Saint, the enemy consisted of 5 saints. One could only imagine what was going through Saint Xihua's mind in such a situation. "Saint, my father died in battle. How could you say such things?" Zhou Zi's eyes got more red. She looked at Saint Xihua with rather cold eyes. She knew that she was nothing before Saint Xihua, but having suffered the death of both her husband and her father, the blow was simply too heavy for her to stay reasonable. Slap! A crisp sound was heard and Zhou Zi's body was sent flying. It was not from Saint Xihua as he could not have cared less. An elder behind him slapped Zhou Zi by flinging his sleeve instead. "You're too much, Zhou Zi," the elder said plainly with cold eyes. Blood was seen at the corner of Zhou Zi's mouth. Her face was ashen as she sat on the ground. Tears were seen all over her face. She naturally recognized that elder. It was an elder from Xihua Sacred Mountain. When Lu Zong was still alive, he had been all smiles and polite. There was no way he would have treated her like that back then. She wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth with her white sleeve. Zhou Zi glared at the elder and said, "If my husband and father were still alive, they would have had your head." She paid no heed to consequences. She suffered one such humiliation as soon as her father died. As a princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, her status had been of unparalleled privilege, so one could have only imagined how much of a shock that was to her. The elder frowned and heard Saint Xihua said, "This is getting noisy. I'll take her away at once." The elder bowed and walked towards Zhou Zi. He burst with the power of rules and let the pressure wash over Zhou Zi. "How dare you touch me?" Zhou Zi's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. However, the elder could not have cared less. He picked her up by the collar and took her away. Arg! Zhou Zi's mind felt as if it was about to shatter from the humiliation she suffered. However, no one paid any heed to the scene. No one spoke up on her behalf. She was showered with nothing but coldness. Zhou Zi laughed loudly without care all of a sudden. "Saint Xihua, for better or worse, I'm the wife of your personal student, a princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. My husband is gone and my father is dead. You shall die a horrible death for treating me like that. You're indeed too much." The elder took one look at her and pressed his hand on her chest. A devastating power raged all over her body and blood spewed from her mouth. But she no longer cared. "Did you really think that Lu Zong liked you? You of all people?" The elder squatted down and whispered in Zhou Zi's ear. He then took a look at her and said coldly, "If it had not been for your status as the princess of the sacred dynasty, you would have died many times over. Both Lu Zong and the sacred king are dead and you are still unable to see the state of things clearly. You actually dared to talk back to Saint Xihua. You've been living too comfortably indeed," the elder thought. "Kill me then," Zhou Zi said in a low voice. "If you want to die, get off the mountain." The elder continued to haul her away. Zhou Zi was like the walking dead. She was thrown off the mountain soon enough by that elder. She never dreamed of the day where she, the high and mighty princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, would have met such an end. If her father was still alive, given his overbearing temperament, he would have come all the way to Xihua sacred mountain for her. Zhou Zi got up and straightened herself up. She flashed and made her way outside the mountain. She saw the army of the Holy Ji Palace from afar, and she walked in their direction. The people of the Holy Ji Palace looked at her walking with cold eyes. The one who stood at the very front of the army was Yusheng. He stood guard in that direction and led an army. Zhou Zi naturally recognized Yusheng. She knew him from the Chess Saint Villa 8 years ago. Yusheng and Yi Futian appeared in the Chess Saint Villa back then, breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. However, no one paid any heed to small fries like him and Yi Futian back then. Lu Zong, the student tutored by all three saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, was there after all. She, like the others, paid no heed to either Yi Futian and Yusheng. Her eyes had been on Lu Zong, but when she came to think about it, she had probably been prejudiced right from the start, acknowledging Lu Zong's exceptional qualities but never looking at Yi Futian and Yusheng properly. She found them repulsive despite both of them being extremely exceptional, not willing to acknowledge them. Her husband, Lu Zong, had died in battle while everyone throughout the 9 states came to know Yi Futian's name. While Yusheng was not as renowned as Yi Futian, he stood there nonetheless, standing guard in a corner like a god. Those contemptuous eyes were filled with overbearing might. She had to acknowledge it despite not wanting to do so. She had to acknowledge the party led by Yi Futian, appearing in the Chess Saint Villa all those years ago, had been exceptional beings and they changed the power balance of the 9 states. They wiped out the great Zhou sacred dynasty as they wrote a legend that belonged to them. "Kill me?" Zhou Zi looked at Yusheng and said. Yusheng's cold eyes took one look at her and he did nothing. He simply said, "Kill her." A spear flew right at her as soon as he finished, piercing her heart right there and then. She looked before her intently but was unable to even determine who was it who had killed her. Yusheng did not bother to do it personally. She smirked and felt that she was pathetic. Her body dropped lifelessly to the ground soon enough. Up on the holy mountain, Saint Xihua looked at the holy land that had been passed down for many years and sighed in his heart. I wanted to let Xihua Sacred Mountain reach the peak of all Eastern State before leaving to cultivate. Now it seems that this wish will never be fulfilled. Saint Xihua whispered as if talking to himself. Senior brother has worked hard for the foundation of Xihua Sacred Mountain for many years and single-handedly made Xihua Sacred Mountain an unofficial #1 holy place in the Eastern State. Lu Zong's talent was outstanding, and he had the potential to be the one to unify the Eastern State. But what men plan, the heavens must bless. Yi Futian of the Barren State caused today's situation. It is not your fault. Besides Saint Xihua, a tall and massive man said. This person was the #2 saint of the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the junior brother of Saint Xihua, Mad Saint. This moniker came from his fighting style, as he was the fighting madman of Xihua Sacred Mountain. The two brothers had laid the foundation for Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, no one had thought that things could have changed so fast. The Holy Ji Palace of Barren State had risen at an unstoppable speed, even growing in chaos, facing annihilation more than once. But today it stood firmly atop all the lands in the 9 states. During the time Yi Futian returned to Qingzhou City, all the saints dared not to invade the Holy Ji Palace. The returning Sword Saint of the Void and Saint Jiang were all great threats. Under the circumstances of Saint Ji being under house arrest, none of them had enough confidence to act. Saint Xihua looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. They grew up on Xihua Sacred Mountain and had deep feelings for this sacred mountain. All they had wanted was to let Xihua Sacred Mountain stand on the top of 9 states with a firm foundation, which they could pass down from generation to generation. After all, in the world of cultivation, they all knew that once you were weak, it was easy to be replaced or destroyed. If you didn't move forward, you would disappear in the torrent of history. And now, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was just such a fitting example. And now, it seemed it was Xihua Sacred Mountain's time. No one could stop the march of time. Suddenly, he remembered the 9-state forum that year. Who then, among all the holy lands of 9 states, would look at Yi Futian from the Barren State? After 9-state forum, after Yushang took first place, their attention was somewhat aroused. But those from the Noble Plain could never affect the overall situation of 9 states. And then, at the Nether Sword Mound, because of what he and Lu Zong wanted to do, they caused a direct confrontation with Yi Futian that was doomed to be irreconcilable. Therefore, they had wanted to make the Holy Ji Palace disappear for good. But at that time, they thought that the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was enough. They never expected that the outcome of the First Sacred War would cause everything that happened later. It's hard to let go, Saint Xihua whispered. Master, do what is wise, the Rain Saint said, to which Saint Xihua gently nodded. Now that they were at an absolute disadvantage, the Moon Saint might come over and join in the fight, but under such circumstances, even the saint from the Hall of Holy Light may not be of much use. Especially now that Saint Ji was under house arrest and the Hall of Holy Light itself was well protected by natural barriers, there was not much chance that anyone there would want to venture out. If they insisted on staying to battle, they would face the same consequences as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The Great Zhou Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang were an example that ought to be hearkened. That was the reason for him to reprimand the Great Zhou Sacred King as an idiot who did not know when to leave the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty behind before it was too late. But it was all for the best, and they were reminded early to have time to make a decision. Since a decision was made, Saint Xihua hesitated no more. He levitated slowly, and a faint pressure shrouded all of Xihua Sacred Mountain. In front of all the palaces of the Sacred Mountain, the army stood solemnly, fully taking advantage of its geographical location, waiting to launch the matrix, preparing for war. Feeling the pressure, they all looked up above the void and saw Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua looked at the Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong had died in battle, along with the other 2 sages who also died in the same battle. In the previous battle, Xihua Sacred Mountain had suffered great losses, and many hopefuls from the next generation were killed. Although today's Xihua Sacred Mountain had many powerful sages, in fact, they could no longer support Xihua Sacred Mountain as a holy land. Our Xihua Sacred Mountain has stood in the Eastern State for many years and has produced many generations of cultivators. Many of you have been cultivating at Xihua Sacred Mountain for many years to reach your achievements today. Now, Xihua Sacred Mountain is at the crossroad of life and death, but saints cannot touch you at all. Mad Saint, Rain Saint, and I will leave so that other saints will not make a move against you, not even in successive waves of attacks. Xihua Sacred Mountain is now relying on you to protect it. Saint Xihua spoke clearly and sounded tragic, but everyone who was listening closely understood the hidden meaning. Saint Xihua and the three saints were ready to abandon Xihua Sacred Mountain. Suddenly, many people were pale and they did not look well. Even the Lord of Xihua Sacred Mountain had given up. At one point, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State faced the same situation as you. That was the reason why the Holy Ji Palace is where it is today. I am hoping that our disciples of Xihua Sacred Mountain can do the same, Saint Xihua continued. Originally, the saints of the Holy Ji Palace did not dare to return precisely because they wished to avoid the ire of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. But even when Saint Xihua said this, the hearts of many cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain were still shaken. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, always guarded the palace with the resolve to live and die with the palace. If the palace lived, so would he, and if the palace perished, then he would too. What do you have that can be compared to that? When Dozhan heard that Saint Xihua was ready to run, he could not help but make this sarcastic comment. Even at this time, Saint Xihua still wanted to incentivize the disciples of Xihua Sacred Mountain to fight to the death, not hesitating to sacrifice the lives of everyone at Xihua Sacred Mountain just to inflict deaths and injuries of those at the Holy Ji Palace. It was extremely despicable. Clearly, Saint Xihua himself realized that the truth of the matter was that he could no longer keep Xihua Sacred Mountain safe and it was irreversible. Therefore, he decided that it was better to sacrifice the disciples of Xihua Sacred Mountain in exchange for an epic battle. To him, the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain were like chess pieces. Dozhan's voice sounded throughout Xihua Sacred Mountain. The hearts of many were stirred up, and there was no longer any motivation to fight. If it was indeed like Dozhan stated, when the Holy Ji Palace was the one retreating back then, the person who really decided the life or death of the palace was not them, but Yi Futian. Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, had always fought side by side with the palace. In contrast, the words of Saint Xihua appeared particularly hypocritical. Xihua Sacred Mountain has the help of the Matrix. It's enough to allow our disciples of Xihua Sacred Mountain to have the power to battle. If you choose to listen to the lies of these people from the Holy Ji Palace, you are responsible for the outcome. Saint Xihua snorted and continued, "This battle is controlled by you, and your destiny is in your own hands." When he finished, Saint Xihua rose up, and beside him, the Mad Saint and the Rain Saint followed suit, standing on either side of him. Their eyes glanced at Saint Jiang and Dozhan, ready to leave. When you announced to join the sacred war, what posture you had, but now you are no better than a dog that has no master, abandoning Xihua Sacred Mountain. How worthy you are. Yushang looked up at Saint Xihua who was above the firmament. His voice was extremely cold. Saint Xihua was rebuked by a youngster, but he looked indifferently at Yushang. After you and Yi Futian became saints, remember not to walk around where you don't belong, Saint Xihua said coldly, and then the three flashed away in retreat. Saint Jiang and Dozhan did not give chase. They had three saints. While Saint Xihua and Mad Saint were of the same realm as Saint Jiang, and although they ranked behind Saint Jiang clearly, the two of them could not have stopped the retreat of all three of them. If you knew that they would be sanctified sooner or later, where are you going? Saint Jiang asked casually. They would not be able to walk out of Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia would not tolerate betrayal. In this case, Yi Futian would grow to the point where he could kill him. Saint Xihua snorted, and the three saints left in the air. Outside of the sacred mountain, countless cultivators of Huatian City, who had witnessed this scene, only felt a sense of sarcasm. Saint Xihua, the master of Xihua Sacred Mountain, had, in fact, abandoned the sacred mountain and fled. Looking at the sacred mountain that was still standing in the sky, everyone in Huatian City understood one thing: the era that belonged to Xihua Sacred Mountain was over. The three saints had left. Xihua Sacred Mountain effectively had no leader, not even someone who could command the rest. At the moment, there were whispers among the cultivators. Their hearts were scattered. Even among cultivators, how many of them were not afraid of death? Now, even the Lord of the Sacred Mountain had escaped. It could be seen that the ending of Xihua Sacred Mountain had been determined, and how could there still be the will to fight? Their convictions had collapsed. Xihua Mountain was in a sad atmosphere. Just then, a person stepped out and said to Saint Jiang and Dozhan, "Revered elders, the sacred war was initiated by Saint Xihua. We were just following orders. Now that Saint Xihua has abandoned Xihua Sacred Mountain is in name only, and we are willing to surrender." As he finished speaking, many figures levitated and looked at the sacred mountain, saying, "We would also like to surrender." "Not accepted." An indifferent and blunt voice interrupted the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Everyone looked at Yushang, who was on the outset of the holy mountain. His body, like a demon god. His cold eyes swept to those who belonged to Xihua Sacred Mountain. When they were strong, they had wanted to exterminate the Holy Ji Palace. How many disciples had perished in that battle, including Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian and him had also faced the crisis of life and death. Now it was their turn to be under siege, and they wanted to surrender? Countless people of the Xihua Sacred Mountain looked ashen. Was battling the only way? An elder looked at everyone from Xihua Sacred Mountain and sighed. "If they want to fight, then with the support of our matrix, let them pay." Although their hope was gone, he was a sage after all. The state of mind was still stable. Since the situation was already desperate, then it would be a fight to the death. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is now just a memory, its palace smoldering in ashes. Yi Futian and the cultivators of the Yu clan are on their way here. "Who are you going to make pay for all this?" Dozhan said coldly, and his words extinguished any motivation the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain had. Had the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty indeed been exterminated? Yi Futian was not here, so he must have gone to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Now he would invade Xihua Sacred Mountain, along with the cultivators of the Yu clan. Fight to the death? With what? It was only waiting for death to come. Fight our way out. However, many people can still escape, some said desperately, not prepared to employ the matrix any longer. Instead of waiting to die, it was far better to fight their way out, which, at the very least, offered a chance of survival. Xihua Sacred Mountain was shrouded in a mood of desperation. Saint Xihua had abandoned the sacred mountain and escaped. They were now surrounded by the Holy Ji Palace. They were truly at a dead end. Many people levitated skyward. What the man said was right. There were only two choices before them. They could wait for the other side to launch the attack and hope that, with the power of the Matrix, they may slaughter more people on the other side. The second choice was to fight their way out before Yi Futian arrived with powerful reinforcements. But the ending would remain the same. They would all perish on Xihua Sacred Mountain. Obviously, the second choice offered a little more chance to survive. To them, it was meaningless to kill anyone from the Holy Ji Palace for any reason. All the forces now gathered to form the Matrix. Even if they were prepared to flee, they had to do their utmost to increase their chances. Otherwise, like a plate of sand, they would all die with no possibility of survival. As if the movement upon Xihua Sacred Mountain had been detected, a great pressure descended from heaven and a demonic air permeated into the space. Immense demonic beasts guarded the sky above, preventing them from breaking through. Not only that, but the other four sides of Xihua Sacred Mountain surrounded. They continued to climb upward and appeared on the side in the sky. In case those from Xihua Sacred Mountain chose to escape from the top, they could instantly form a circle and cut them off. In these four directions, right in front were the cultivators led by Yushang. The battle at the Holy Ji Palace had left them dreading the power of Yushang, making this route incredibly dangerous. The other three routes were Yuan Hong's heavenly battle matrix, guarding one direction, with cultivators who were even more expert at martial arts. After experiencing many sacred battles, Yuan Hong's strength exceeded what it was in the past, and his fighting ability was getting stronger by leaps and bounds. It was enough to rank among the sages on the sage and saint ranking of 9 states. Besides Yuan Hong, there was also the battle matrix headed by Yun Shang of the Ice Temple, which was good at control. With them assisting the great offensive of the heavenly battle matrix, it was unstoppable. Sword Saint was also guarding one direction with a group of cultivators, such as Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, and others. Now the cultivation of Sword Saint was closer to a top-level sage. Aided by the strength of the demonic blade, his power was even more astounding. Coupled with the support of Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi, he was well-equipped to guard this position. The last direction was defended by Yang Xiao and Gu Donglu, who were both on the sage ranking and possessed equally amazing strength. Those who had experienced the battle at the Holy Ji Palace knew how Lu Zong died. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli of Jixia Holy Palace White Palace manned Yang Zhao's battle matrix, killing Lu Zong. Now Gu Donglu was already a mid-level sage, whose ability also caused people of Xihua Sacred Mountain to feel uncertain. For major directions seemed to have been completely locked down. Which direction was the weakest? In those days, there were not many people who could really represent the Holy Ji Palace. Qin Zhuang and the 9 were the most well-known. Now, even those who were of the lower planes at the Holy Ji Palace had risen, like Yu Shang and Gu Donglu. They were now able to stand in their own power and call the shots on their own. Even in the absence of Yi Futian and Qin Zhuang, they could still suppress Xihua Sacred Mountain in their own right. In less than 10 years' time, since the last 9 states forum, situations had been turned upside down. Back then, in all the holy lands of the 9 states, no one cared much about the cultivators from the barren states. Matrix, prepare for battle, someone said. Suddenly, on the top of Xihua Sacred Mountain, its mighty army gathered together to form a battle matrix. A tyrannical pressure swept through the sacred mountain. Far away, the cultivators in Huatian City, who witnessed this scene, felt incredible fear in their hearts. Xihua Sacred Mountain was surrounded and forced deeper into an impossible situation. "Follow me!" The cultivator called out loudly and clearly, and as his voice fell, he embarked in one direction. It was the location right in front of them where Yushang was. They had chosen to escape from the front and had concentrated all their forces into this one position, hoping for an opportunity that would allow them to open up a gap in a short time. Their purpose was not to battle but to fight their way out. Naturally, the best choice was to gather all their power to direct at Yushang. For Yushang, although he was strong, it was only because he was massive. The army started and a suffocating power coursed in the direction of Yushang and his party, and all the cultivators from the 3 major directions also stepped forward and headed over. Yushang's eyes coldly swept toward the mighty army. His eyes turned into demonic eyes with a blood-red glow, and mighty demonic power came out. The dark golden demonic light darkened the sky, with the demonic power covering the sky. His body increased in size, turning into a demon god. Wherever his eyes passed, they struck fear into the hearts of the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain. They were a pair of terrible demon eyes. The bat leaks of judgment appeared in his hand, and the magic that poured into it made the axe to release a dark magical light, as if it was now incarnated into a demonic bat leaks. Yushang, after being demonized, had an aura that was closer to a top-level sage. Behind Yushang, there suddenly appeared many statues of demon gods, and it was the 108 demon gods who stood proudly in the universe, surveying all living creatures. Upon the body of Yushang was a layer of dark gold armor, like the armor of the demon god. Immense and boundless demon wings appeared and flapped in the void. What was taking place before their eyes was so radiant and beautiful that it was terrifying. The cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain regretted to have chosen to try and get past Yushang's defense. Dozhan glanced at Yushang. After breaking through the sage plane, Yushang had become more powerful, tapping directly into the secret arts to motivate the strongest of all demonic magic and further integrated the technique of Buddhism into demonic magic, thus releasing the strongest fighting form. This was intended to entrap every single person of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Presumably, that first battle had not only infuriated Yifutian, but also Yushang. Dozhan looked again at the battle matrix behind Yushang. At the center of the battle matrix was Huang Jioge. At this time, He had gathered the power of everyone to allow his own power to climb to the epitome of the sage. The magnificent Renhuang will bloomed out, its golden brilliance soaring to the sky in unspeakable radiance. The Renhuang bow that had melted into the life spirit of the imperial implement now pulled back the bowstring. Suddenly, with his body as the center, there were thousands of shadows of the arrows that released a power that could penetrate everything. It locked onto all the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Was it not the same with Huang Zhouge? What was the reason for the 7 Holy Lands to join forces together to invade the Holy Ji Palace? The inheritance of Renhuang. Yi Fuqian once claimed that if he could not protect Huang Zhouge, he was not qualified to protect the Holy Ji Palace. Such reasoning had carried with it an incredible price. Once at the Renhuang ruins and once at the battle in the Holy Ji place was enough for him to entrust his life to Yi Fuqian. Boom! Like a demon god, Yusheng took a single step and the demonic wings flashed, descending in front of the crowd that was rushing at him. Using his own power, he had cut through in the midst of the army of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Kill! The cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain let out a roar. Suddenly, countless launched their attacks at Yusheng. The pressure seemed to be able to kill everything. Even the people of the Holy Ji Palace felt fear in their hearts, concerned for Yusheng. But Yusheng seemed to not have felt it at all. The bat-leaks of judgment came down from the sky and opened heaven and earth with a fissure. The giant mountains that had been smashed forward were shattered and pulverized from the middle, and the bat-leaks of judgment was unstoppable. As it chopped from the sky, there was a dark demonic light of magic. In an instant, the battle matrix in front of him collapsed, and countless cultivators were split open by the axe. Blood stained the sky, but there were still countless attacks coming from the side and blasting on his demon godlike body. With all 108 illusions of demon gods protecting him with their magnificent demonic power, Yusheng did not budge at all. The bat-leaks of judgment in his hand struck down. As the axe fell, another straight, dark magical light appeared, widening the scope of its attack further this time. The cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain condensed the strongest of their defensive power, but the battle matrix was still insanely collapsing. One strong man charged. None could stop him. Go! The great army now tried to flee in different directions. However, many people felt that they were being locked down, and in the next moment, the Renhuang Bao shot out brilliant arrows, slashing through the sky. Pest! The golden arrow pierced through a head, which replayed itself again and again in many places, and they were all sages. The cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain had lost any will to remain in the battle matrix and continue fighting. Now, they were looking for any opening for an escape, and regardless of the cost, they were trying to break out in all directions. They knew they could ill afford the time, as the other 3 forces would soon be upon them. After Yusheng struck one more time with the axe, he levitated. Above the firmament, the power of destruction gathered into a demonic halberd. Its power seemed to be without end. Kill! Yusheng shouted. The endless demonic halberd fell from the sky, intending to completely close off this space, but there were still individuals rushing out, attempting to escape. One of the top-level sages moved with insanely fast speed. It was someone who was an expert at the rules of the wind. It was like a hurricane, but at this moment, the same hurricane swept through. He looked up and saw a huge condor coming at him. Although it was technically a condor, it was more terrifying than the rock. Its sharp claws and wings were shining with the luster of black gold. This top sage had set off a terrible hurricane storm, and it attacked the black-winged condor. However, the eyes of the black-winged condor were full of scorn. Its sharp claws came down, penetrating the hurricane storm, and the void seemed to be on the verge of being split in two. With a loud bang, the body of that cultivator was pulled apart, and the sharp claws of the black-winged condor tossed it out. With a flash of its wings, it continued to hunt cultivators in the other directions. This short time was enough for the cultivators to join the fight from the other 3 positions. The Sword of Swords Saints struck from the rear, while the infinite ruler of Yuan Hong slammed down from the sky. They were also surrounded by the halo of the 9 characters. The characters fell down from the sky and annihilated everything. They still had a number of cultivators guarding the other 3 major positions to prevent sneaky attacks from these 3 positions. There were indeed many in Xihua Sacred Mountain who had such thoughts. After seeing the army had launched its offensive, they were waiting for an opportunity to escape. But when they saw that all 3 positions were heavily guarded, they looked at the slaughter on the battlefield. It was clearly a one-sided massacre. The cultivators at Xihua Sacred Mountain were all just focused on escaping. There was no strong intent to fight this war. In addition, they had already lost several top fighters before, so it was impossible for them to stop the Holy Ji Palace in its prime. Their only thought was to escape, but the Holy Ji Palace seemed to not want any of them to slip through their fingers. Outside Xihua Sacred Mountain, some of the cultivators in Huatian City observed the battlefield from a distance, and when they saw that no one had escaped, there were great emotions in their hearts. This sacred mountain, the holy land of Eastern State, would soon be a thing of history. The fight at Xihua Sacred Mountain was already over when Yi Futian and the Moon Saint got there. The people of the Holy Ji Palace were cleaning up the battlefield, picking up any leftovers and searching for any treasures in Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, they found that the divine implements and palace library had been almost emptied. It was apparent that Saint Xihua transported items away. He had long prepared to escape the place, and it had not been something he just decided on a whim. At that moment, Yi Futian, Yushang, the Moon Saint, Saint Jiang, and many others were at the highest peak of Xihua Sacred Mountain, casting their gaze down on many of the shuddering nobles and people of lower training. Saint Xihua and the others probably won't dare to stay behind in the 9 states any longer, the Moon Saint said coldly. He abandoned Xihua Sacred Mountain and left the Holy Land to its devices, escaping alone. He really was apathetic and heartless. But then again, it was not something unfathomable. When someone had reached a level as high as Saint Xihua, they would not want to die in battle alongside the Holy Land. Xihua Sacred Mountain was not the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and Saint Xihua was not Zhou Jiming. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was a sovereign, and the lineage was passed down through blood. Zhou Jiming was overbearing and ruthless, making it unthinkable for him to run like a loser. He would have rather died standing, perishing within the royal palace of the Sacred Dynasty. According to Yi Futian, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had been burned down by the Sacred King himself. Everyone from the Sacred Dynasty died. He was indeed ruthless, even at the very end. Yi Futian took one look at the sky, wondering if Saint Xihua had made for the upper worlds. Is there a possibility of that he had left Emperor Xia's realm? He asked. Impossible. The Moon Saint shook his head and continued. Emperor Xia reigned all over the 9 states, and the masters of holy lands were all extensions of his power. If it had been the old times, it would have been possible for Saint Xihua to venture outside and train. But given the times, leaving Emperor Xia's realm would be tantamount to walking to his own death. Yi Futian knew well about the times that the Moon Saint mentioned. Emperor Xia would have sent people to monitor things in the 9 states. All who had participated in that sacred war in the Holy Ji Palace would be put under surveillance. The Sacred Dynasty was razed, and there were only some nobles left in Xihua Sacred Mountain, posing little threat to the victors. Saint Xia had gathered the saints and intimidated them into putting lockdowns on news regarding that battle. The saints would not have dared spread the news as they feared for their own lives. Even if someone from Xihua Sacred Mountain actually learned about news regarding that battle, the level of their training meant that there would be no way for them to make it out of the 9 states alive. We'll deal with the Hall of Holy Light and the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean next, Yi Futian said with a low voice. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take the Hall of Holy Light out, the Moon Saint said. Why would that be? Yi Futian asked. The Hall of Holy Light possessed the grand matrix of holy light protection, absorbing the essence of powers of the heaven and the earth and boundless power of light, encasing the entire Hall of Holy Light within. With Saint Ji taking the helm, there was no way we would have been able to break the place, even with the saints collaborating to do so, unless the Sword Saint of the Void returned to what he had once been, the Moon Saint said. Yi Futian was silent for a bit. While Yaya had broken into Saint Plain, invoking the powers of the Sword Matrix of the Void would cost a lot of energy. She had almost exhausted her powers by breaking the grand matrix of the sacred dynasty. If the one at the Hall of Holy Light proved to be more powerful, then not even Yaya would be able to break it. But then again, St. Ji was put under house arrest for 10 years, which meant that he would not be able to pose a threat to the Holy Ji Palace for the time being as well. I'll take a team with me to the Hall of Holy Light of the Qi State and sit right outside. We'll take down any sages who dare step outside, Yusheng said. While his aura had been diminished, he was not all that spent and damaged from that battle. While he would not be able to continue doing great battles, he was anything but weak at the moment. He became able to resist recoil of demonization powers better after growing stronger after all. We're in no hurry, Yifutian said. While the Hall of Holy Light was protected by a grand matrix, the fact that they had become a rat in a hole remained, robbing them of any ability to cause any further trouble. However, Yifutian still felt incomplete deep down for not being able to kill Saint Shihua and Saint Ji right away. Saint Ji and Saint Shihua were both the masterminds and root cause for the formation of the alliance of the Seven Holy Lands against the Holy Ji Palace after all. One silhouette after another flashed and returned behind Yifutian. Palace Lord, we're done cleaning up, the sword demon said. Well then, Yifutian nodded and said, let's head back. He stepped forward as soon as he finished. We're going home, one voice after another said. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace took to the air right away and gathered around. The village chief summoned huge swords and the grand army stepped onto them, streaking through the skies as they left. Many from Shihua Sacred Mountain had their knees on the ground crying after the ones from the Holy Ji Palace left. Shihua Sacred Mountain was no more. One figure after another stepped forward from Huatian City into Shihua Sacred Mountain. They were just as sentimental and exasperated. 3 holy lands stood tall in the eastern state once. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had disbanded. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was razed. And the Shihua Sacred Mountain was no more as well. But then again, those people's minds were filled with greed as well. The place had once been somewhere they had wanted to step into. What the ones from the Holy Ji Palace deemed worthless still meant something to common mages. Furthermore, with Shihua Sacred Mountain reigning over Huatian City for so many years, there would have definitely been many people and forces oppressed and bullied by Shihua Sacred Mountain. With Saint Shihua currently on the run, Shihua Sacred Mountain abandoned, and the sages dead. Any of sage plane training would have been able to do whatever they pleased with the place. It was only natural that many felt their hands itchy in such a situation. Many mighty ones flashed and charged right inside the mountain to keep pillaging the place. Furthermore, more and more people showed up from Huatian City, turning the place chaotic, and there were many from Shihua Sacred Mountain ended up dead in the chaos. It seemed ironic that Shihua Sacred Mountain, which had been grand and imposing in its heyday, ended up in such tragedy. The news of the demise of both Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty of the eastern states spread throughout the 9 states like wildfire. The news caused intense shock. Many were exasperated. No one had expected that the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State would be able to take out Jisheng Cliffs, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and finally Shihua Sacred Mountain. If it had not been for the Hall of Holy Light being protected by Holy Light, Yifutian would have probably sent forces to wipe them out long ago as well. As for the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean, Yifutian had no plans to go there. That was because he found from the surveillance of the demonic beasts of the sea that all 3 of the holy lands disbanded after he took down the 2 at the eastern state. All of the mighty ones from the 3 holy lands scattered throughout the Endless Ocean, and locating them one by one would have been immensely difficult. Out of the 7 holy lands, 3 were razed and 3 disbanded, with the last one shutting its gates to the outside world. That was the outcome of the sacred war that had been the talk of the 9 states all those years ago. Many claimed that the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states should be rearranged. It was especially so in the case of the sage ranking. Given so many had lost their lives in the war, Yifutian should have been ranked first on the sage ranking, for none under the saints were able to beat him. It was also said that he was, at the moment, only a mid-level archmage instead of an upper-level one. Yifutian, who had shaken the 9 states all over, was, at the moment, found sitting in a quiet corner of the Holy Sage Pavilion, playing a tune. The tune was a winding one with tinges of sadness in it. With so many of his enemies still alive, raising both the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain meant little to him. Furthermore, even if he had ended up killing all of his enemies, there was still no way Jieyu could be resurrected. Lulan Shui listened at the side quietly and did not disturb Yifutian. She was able to hear the faint sadness in the tune. Though it had been over a year since his return to the Holy Ji Palace, he was still unable to put the part of his past behind him. Lulan Shui saw them both being together for over a dozen years right until the end of the war. Those years had been the best years of their lives. While both of them jested a lot when they talked, the bond between the two of them was something that only they could understand. Hua Jieyu's death was a huge blow to Yifutian, and Lulan Shui probably knew that better than everyone else. Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xinger came to her side and listened to Yifutian play quietly, without any words to say. The tune finally stopped after some time. Yifutian then looked up and smiled. Second sister, Sister Xinger. You're still very good at playing the guqin, I see, just like how it was back in the cottage, Beitang Xinger quipped. While she was already in her 30s, she still looked as pure and flawless as she had been. Her clear eyes had a simple, rustic feel to them. With the brothers and sisters at the cottage being the ones to take care of things, she had been the one with the least troubles. She was carefree and there had been no need to care about anything going on outside. While her talents were not superb, she had only needed to dedicate herself to her training. The state of mind is now different though, Yifutian said. He missed those years. Don't get too caught up with wild thoughts. Zhuge Mingyue then glared at him and said, Yu Sheng brought a group of people with him and left the Holy Ji Palace. He's probably heading to the Hall of Holy Light. Yifutian was dumbfounded for a bit before replying gently, Let him be. Yu Sheng's current level of training was such that no one would have been able to move him but saints. Saint Ji and the others would not have wanted to exchange lives with Yu Sheng unless the situation had been really dire. If it had been Yifutian standing outside their gates instead, there was a possibility that they might have done so. The glass saint is awake, Zhuge Mingyue said. Yifutian was unfettered upon hearing that, with little changes in his expressions seen. Well, this number one beauty of the eastern state sure is beautiful indeed. She trained for many, many years and yet still looks like a maiden. If I were to become a saint, I wonder if I will grow younger. Zhuge Mingyue chuckled and continued. So, now that the glass saint is already in the Holy Ji Palace, how about you go take her in, little brother? We'll have yet another saint in the Holy Ji Palace then. Yifutian wore a bitter smirk. You've something against old people? Zhuge Mingyue continued. Well, Lulan served you for years, and you can take her as your concubine, you know. There are a good number of pretty girls in the Holy Ji Palace who have a thing for you, like Mu Jiqiu. I'm sure she likes you too. Lulan Shui, who was behind Yifutian, shuddered slightly and looked up at Zhuge Mingyue. Second sister. Yifutian turned to look at Zhuge Mingyue and found her second sister's eyes staring at him as well. It's been more than a year. When do you plan to move on? Your hair has gone all gray and you still behave like that all the time. How would Jieyu feel if she were to see you like this? Second sister, I understand. Yifutian sighed. However, there was no way he could have simply let go of their relationship, which had seen more than a dozen years. Zhuge Mingyue softened up after seeing Yifutian's expression, sighing deep down as well. She was having a hard time as well. She had been the one who brought Jieyu to the Zhuge family back then, and they had spent a lot of time together. To her, Hua Jieyu was her sister-in-law and someone like her own sister at the same time. A group of mighty ones came from above. Yifutian frowned and looked, seeing a group of people dropping from the sky. The one who took the lead was none other than Xia Qingyuan. Have you no manners, princess? Yifutian said coldly. That was where Yifutian's bedchambers were, and only those he deemed the closest to him were allowed to visit directly. Even though Xia Qingyuan was a princess, she still needed to get someone to send word instead of simply barging into the place. Xia Qingyuan was not the sovereign of Emperor Xia's realm yet. Xia Qingyuan took one look at him after seeing his cold eyes. This bastard is still as cocky as ever. Doesn't he know that he just returned from the gates of death? I have some matters to discuss with you. Xia Qingyun dropped to the ground and turned her eyes at everyone else, saying, Leave us be. Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xing'er took one look at Xia Qingyuan before turning around and leaving. Lulan Shui left as well. Xia Qingyuan's men stood guard outside. Yi Futian did not stand up. If Xia Qingyuan had sent someone to send word, he would have greeted her standing up. Yet he saw no reason to be polite, given how rude Xia Qingyuan was. You are really making yourself at home indeed, princess, Yi Futian said plainly. He, the master of the place, had not even said anything before Xia Qingyuan dismissed his guests like she owned the place. Xia Qingyuan did not reply. While her contact with Yi Futian had been limited, she had gotten used to Yi Futian's attitude. He was a man with extreme pride just like her. However, he was indeed qualified to be so prideful. Xia Qingyuan walked before Yi Futian and sat down, saying, Do you not want to know why Saint Ji dared to exchange lives with you? Yi Futian looked up, his eyes very sharp. Jieyu perished in that battle where the 7 holy lands had the Holy Ji Palace surrounded. However, if it had not been for the 9 mysterious mighty ones appearing at the end of the battle and Saint Ji making a move against him, Jieyu would not have died. He would not even have needed to reveal his imperial will to win that sacred war. No one knew why a saint had wanted to exchange lives with him. If Saint Ji had been cornered and there was no way he could have came out alive, then it would have made sense that he chose to die with Yi Futian. That was how things went with Zhou Yanwang. However, that was not the case with Saint Ji. His move went against human nature. Yi Futian knew that there probably were people of the upper worlds involved. Yi Futian kept his eyes on Xia Qingyuan, waiting for her to continue. Saint Ji had a son who was of noble plain training, one who was born between Saint Ji and one of his concubines. He did not die in the battle when the Holy Ji Palace raised Jisheng Cliffs. Both mother and son were gone, Xia Qingyuan said. Who? Yi Futian asked. No one in Emperor Xia's realm has the gall to pull something like that. Do you know who found the imperial mausoleum in the first place? Xia Qingyuan asked. People from Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian answered coldly. Be it my father or Emperor Li, they have forces that answered only to them, and their descendants would have nurtured their own people. That 9 mysterious mighty ones were the people of Li Yao, the prince of Emperor Li's realm. Xia Qingyuan then continued. Li Yao found Saint Ji and promised to take his son to Emperor Li's realm for further training. Saint Ji had no way out of it, so he did what he did as he had nothing to lose. Li Yao is the one responsible for your wife's death. Emperor Li's realm, Li Yao. Yi Futian looked unusually calm, yet the names were etched deep into his bone. It was no wonder why that fight had been such a fanfare, with all 9 of them being people at the pinnacle of the sage plane and armed with a set of divine implements. It would not be a surprise if they had been descendants of Renhuang as well. Those divine implements meant little to people like Li Yao. While Yi Futian's current powers enabled him to claim to be invincible among the sages, there was no way he could have been able to kill Li Yao. It was not just him. Even if Xia Qingyuan wanted Li Yao dead, it would be incredibly difficult as well. Her opponent would have been the son of Renhuang after all, which meant that he was of similar status to Xia Qingyuan. Do you feel exhilarated? Having destroyed the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Xihua sacred mountain consecutively, then forcing the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean to disband? Xia Qingyuan continued to ask while looking at him. What do you mean by that? Yi Futian asked, looking at Xia Qingyuan. The saints of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean made a request to the upper worlds, offering compensation and suing for peace, apologizing for what they did in the sacred war, Xia Qingyuan said. The 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean balked. It was apparent that they were frightened after seeing what happened with the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and Xihua sacred mountain. They had no choice but to disband. Yet their lineages for ages would not be wiped with just one order to disband. Furthermore, judging from Emperor Xia's attitude, he probably had high hopes for Yi Futian, which led him to place a lockdown on the news. As such, even though they were saints, they were incapable of getting out of Emperor Xia's realm, and they would have had to face retaliation from Yi Futian sooner or later. It would have been a better option to sue for peace instead of thinking of ways to kill Yi Futian. The risk with the former was just too great. It would have ended with their deaths instead of Yi Futian's after all. There was another way to deal with such predicaments, and that was to attach themselves to other greater powers of the upper worlds. Still, it remained to be seen if those forces dared to take on Yi Futian, who seemed to have limitless potential. With things being as such, there was no doubt that suing for peace would have been the best option. They suffered huge losses in that sacred war. There were too many of their mighty ones killed in that war. However, given how the war was something they started, they had no one to blame but themselves. Even though they might have resented Yi Futian deep down, they had to consider their futures. Apologize and sue for peace? Yi Futian smirked sarcastically. Do you think I'll agree to that, princess? The three holy lands of the Endless Ocean had little enmity with the Holy Ji Palace. From what I know, they participated in the sacred war because Saint Ji promised to hand over the divine implement that watched over the Endless Ocean, the halberd of time and space, back to the forces of the Endless Ocean, once they won the war. Furthermore, any holy land that acquired imperial implements agreed to compensate with some divine implements of theirs, letting the three holy lands of Endless Ocean decide among themselves how to distribute them. Do you really need to kill them all? Xia Qingyuan elaborated coldly. Yi Futian had destroyed three holy lands, and there was no way he would let the Hall of Holy Light off. If the ones from the Endless Ocean were to be added to the list, 7 holy lands would have ended up razed. To the people of the 9 states, that would have been a great loss. But then again, her father did say that Yi Futian alone was worth more than those in throughout the 9 states. However, it was still a better option to keep more holy lands around intact. There is one nameless cemetery built in the Holy Ji Palace to commemorate those who have fallen in service to the Holy Ji Palace in the war. Tell them what you told me instead, princess. Yi Futian replied just as coldly. But then again, if that was an order from Emperor Xia himself, then I have had to follow. Xia Qingyuan's incredibly beautiful eyes stared at Yi Futian. He was indeed the first person who dared to talk back to her. The halberd of time and space once belonged to the Ocean King, the master of the Endless Ocean. Now that you've obtained it, it can be said that you've acquired the lineage of the Ocean King. What if I told you that you could become the master of the Endless Ocean and have the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean serve you? Xia Qingyuan's voice remained cold, but she had nonetheless made compromises as well. Having Yi Futian become the new overlord of the Endless Ocean would be better than having all of the Endless Ocean's holy lands razed. Not enough, Yi Futian replied plainly. Any other conditions then? Xia Qingyuan asked coldly. I want the people of the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean to come to the Holy Ji Palace and declare their fealty. Furthermore, I want the saints of the holy lands of the Endless Ocean to lead the visit to that cemetery in the Holy Ji Palace that I mentioned and make their apologies personally. Yi Futian then continued coldly. But then again, this is my personal opinion about things. I'd need to ask the people of the Holy Ji Palace themselves if they agree to such an arrangement. If they do not find it agreeable, I do not see it correct for even me, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, to just impose my decision on them. Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian and saw those deep eyes of his staring back at her without any hint of flinching at all. One final matter. Due to the matter with the Sacred War, the 9 States Forum was not held last year. As such, we'd like to have one organized and let the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State serve as host. What do you think? Xia Qingyuan asked. No problem, Yi Futian answered without hesitation. The Barren State had been weak for many years. Even though they had now risen, that was solely at the top level of things, where the saints and the pinnacle of the sages lied. Exceptional ones among the lower levels were still in short supply. It was not something that could have been accomplished in a short span of time. Under such a background, accomplishing such a feat required the efforts of generations. There was no doubt that the 9 States Forum would have served as a very good environment to help the cultivators of the Barren State and the Holy Ji Palace train better. It was something that would have benefited the Barren State, so he saw no reason to refuse. Other than that, he had his reasons to make compromises with Xia Qingyuan and let the holy lands of the Endless Ocean swear fealty to him. He intended to delve into the training resources of the Endless Ocean's 3 holy lands and use them to further the training of those in the Holy Ji Palace. With the help of Saint Jiang on top of all that, the Holy Ji Palace would not have fallen behind the rest of the 9 states at any level, after working at it for decades. If the 3 Holy Lands find my conditions agreeable and he people of the Holy Ji Palace agree to such arrangements, then the day of the 3 Holy Lands swearing fealty to the Holy Ji Palace shall be held on the same day, where the 9 States Forum is held, Yi Futian added. Xia Qingyuan then asked, don't you think that would be too brutal? If they have the intention to swear loyalty, then they need to show that they mean business. There's no point faking such matters after all, Yi Futian replied. Xia Qingyuan wanted to teach him a lesson very badly, seeing his calm expression. However, both the battle in the Imperial Mausoleum and that battle of the Sacred War seemed to have made it clear to her she was no match for Yi Futian. Seeing how Hua Jieyu perished in that battle personally, she had originally come to pity Yi Futian. However, her conversation with the bastard before her stripped her of all compassion she had for him. Time? Xia Qingyuan asked. The first day of next year, Yi Futian replied. Xia Qingyuan stood up and turned around, her back facing Yi Futian, saying, if you weren't so overbearing, you would have been more approachable. Farewell, princess. Yi Futian looked up and said plainly. Xia Qingyuan clenched her fists somewhat tightly, before walking off without turning around. Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xinger did not actually leave. They were simply waiting outside. They saw Xia Qingyuan walked out with a frosty expression, and then said, let's go. She then took the sky and left. Zhuge Mingyue wore a puzzled look on her face. What did little brother do this time to piss Xia Qingyuan off like that? Damn. Couldn't he just make less trouble for others? It would be in everyone's benefit if he were to just play nice with the princess. She is Emperor Xia's daughter after all. Lulan, go gather the lords to the Holy Sage Pavilion. We have matters to discuss, Yi Futian said. Lulan Shui was not all that far away. She acknowledged her orders and headed for the other palaces and pavilions. Yi Futian stood up and walked outside the compound. Be it the matter of the 3 Holy Lands of the Endless Ocean or that of the 9 States Forum, he needed the advice and opinions from the other lords to get preparations done. He needed to ask the people of all the other palaces and pavilions to decide how to proceed with the aforementioned matters. A woman sat quietly in St. Zhang's herb palace in the Holy Ji Palace. She was wearing elegant, light clothing. Very simple and clean, but still beautiful enough to make one lose their breath. The only thing lacking was the expression on her pretty face, or rather her lack of expression. It was like still water without the slightest ripple. No joy or anger could be seen on her face, and thus, she looked extraordinarily lonely. At that moment, there was the sound of footsteps as little butterfly approached. When she saw that calm figure, she was amazed even though she herself was a very beautiful woman. The foremost beauty in the Easter State's disposition was different than before. It was as if she was completely divorced from the world, and completely supernatural. It was as she was no longer of this world. Senior Glass Saint, the people from Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple are still outside. They won't leave, said Little Butterfly. Let them come in, said Glass Saint. Even her voice was flat and even. Little Butterfly nodded slightly, then turned to leave. She called the people from Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to come in, and then she waited outside. At that moment, a figure came over to her and called, Little Butterfly, have you come to see Glass Saint? She smiled warmly as she saw Yi Futian walking towards her. How is she? He asked. It seems that she's not ready to rebuild Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple yet. Even though the people from there have begged her, she is still unmoved and indifferent. It's just like the Master said, after the battle between Glass Saint and the Great Zhou Sacred King when she cut the Great Zhou Sacred King with Love Destroyer, she was wounded as well. She was put in a very difficult situation. She destroyed her own emotions, so she has no more feelings, said Little Butterfly. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. She had become emotionless. Glass Saint was obsessed with killing the Great Zhou Sacred King and destroying the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Now that she had achieved vengeance, she probably did not know what she should pursue anymore. If a saint had no convictions to hold on to, could they really be called a saint? There was once again the sound of footsteps. Yifutian looked up and saw a line of women from lapis lazuli holy temple coming out. They could not hide the look of loss in their eyes. When they saw Yifutian, one of them bowed and said, "Lord Yi, we have troubled you for so long. This is farewell." "Glass Saint is not going back with you?" asked Yifutian. They shook their heads. "We don't know what happened to our mistress, but we will respect her choice. But we'll still think of a way to rebuild Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. If you want, you can stay at the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Maybe one day Glass Saint will change her mind," said Yifutian. They were all shocked and looked at each other in astonishment. They were clearly moved by his offer. Things were different now. The Holy Ji Palace of today was glorious and would grow even stronger in the future. Cultivating there would be extremely advantageous for them. But when they thought of themselves as people from Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, they felt a bit lonely. The palace was rising while Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple would become history. Perhaps their mistress would one day change her mind. "We'll discuss it," one of them said. "All right." Yifutian nodded. They all bowed and then parted. Yifutian walked into the courtyard. Glass Saint was still sitting there calmly like before with her back to him. He walked over to her side and stood there quietly. With his white hair and white clothes, the two of them looked like immortals. "I heard you're not planning to leave the palace?" Yifutian asked. Glass Saint sat there quietly for a while. After a while, she said, "I just haven't thought about where to go." "Why?" He turned to her and said, "You don't want to kill me, do you?" At the Imperial Mausoleum, Glass Saint and Zhou Jiming had been oppressed by the Great Path. Yifutian had been extremely flirtatious towards her, but because of Zhou Jiming, she couldn't break their alliance. She had even come to Qingzhou City to convince him to return. But now that Zhou Jiming was dead, she probably hated him. He looked at her beautiful profile. Her temperament seemed to have changed. Although she had cultivated the path of destroying love, and after removing her mask she became extremely cold. But after all, she still had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they could not be completely cut off. But now she seemed to truly have no emotions. There was a stir in Glass Saint's still eyes as Yifutian said this. Maybe it was because what Yifutian had done to her had left such a deep impression. So deep that it touched her soul. And so there was actually a faint ripple in her heart. But her face was still as cold as before. She said nothing. She turned around and seemed about to leave. "Where are you going?" asked Yifutian. "I haven't decided," said Glass Saint. Yifutian turned and said to her back, "Then why don't you stay in the palace for a while?" Glass Saint did not step away. She turned to look at Yifutian, but she did not refuse his suggestion. Yifutian sighed inwardly as he looked at her impassive face. Although he had been extremely dissatisfied with her actions in the Imperial Mausoleum, the enmity between her and Zhou Jiming, Jiang Yuchan's death, and her help in the Sacred War, no matter what her goal had been, all helped to settle his grudge against her. He no longer bore her any enmity. He even pitied her. He could feel her sorrow. Maybe it was the feeling of fellow sufferers sharing in their misery. He had paid a tragic price in the war. Glass Saint seemed to be the winner, but what had she really won? Her obsession for many years had come to an end. Zhou Jiming was dead, but Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had been scattered. She herself had no more emotions. If her emotions had truly been destroyed, then how was she any different than a walking corpse? So Yifutian felt a bit sad. He would rather see a Glass Saint that hated him. Did she really not even hate him? Humans' 7 emotions were happiness, anger, sorrow, pleasure, fear, love, and malice. Had the love destroyer cut through all 7 of them? "If you never decide, and stay in the palace, I'll have someone build a Lapis Lazuli palace," said Yifutian. He turned to leave. Glass Saint watched his retreating figure. Her eyes were still as calm as still water. The days passed, and the storm caused by the destruction of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain swept through the 9 states. For a long time there was no way to calm things. The cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light could not dare to go out whenever they pleased, as Yushang from the Holy Ji Palace was on guard outside, waiting to cut down any of them who came out. So they were shut up in the hall. The fifth-ranked Holy Land in the 9 states had been suppressed to this level. This showed the power of the barren state. Xia Qingyuan sent someone to the Holy Ji Palace. This time, she did not go herself but sent someone to convey her message. The 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea had agreed to her conditions, but they had a bottom line. Yi Futian must not have the Holy Ji Palace replace them, and they must stay in the Endless Sea, passing down their teachings from generation to generation. But they were willing to have Yi Futian become the Ocean King, and they would submit to him. This would be equivalent to keeping the 3 great holy lands. They didn't have to be scattered and hunted down. They could continue to pass on their teachings. Yi Futian would definitely leave one day. He couldn't control them forever. Thus they were willing to take a step back and compromise. The saints were willing to bow their heads. Of course, they had done this unwillingly. Given the situation, if they didn't bow their heads, who could ensure that they would survive? Instead, they were willing to pay a price. Yi Futian accepted their conditions. He had never wanted to have the Holy Ji Palace replace the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea, instead wanting to use them to grow the palace. But it was no problem. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, the news spread throughout the 9 states. There was another uproar. Another piece of news circulated at the same time. The 9 states forum would be held on the first day of the next year. If that was all, it would not be worth the people of the 9 states' attention. But this time, the 9 states forum would take place in the barren state, in the Holy Ji Palace. This news instantly caused an uproar. In less than 10 years, the Holy Ji Palace had gone from not even having the right to participate in the 9 states forum and had been shut outside, to hosting it themselves. It was like a dream. Many people thought that the fact that the 9 states forum was being held at the Holy Ji Palace symbolized their rise in the world and the fact that they could not be stopped. This 9 states forum would certainly have a special meaning. The 10,018th year of the divine prefecture calendar gradually came to a close. The Holy Ji Palace became very busy. They summoned skilled laborers from the barren state to completely rebuild the palace in order to prepare for the 9 states forum. It was not only the Holy Ji Palace that was busy, but all of the barren state was also uncharacteristically lively. All the cultivators from around the 9 states were gathering in Qingzhou City. For a time, all the eyes of the 9 states were on the Holy Ji Palace. After the events at the Imperial Mausoleum, the barren state had once again attracted the attention of the 9 states. But at that previous time, the barren state had seemed to be dispensable, and no one cared about it. But this time, the barren state was an active participant. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in a famous restaurant in Qingzhou City. They were talking about the 9 states forum. Most of them had come specifically for the forum. The palace has announced throughout the barren state that anyone who can qualify for the law battles at the 9 states forum can enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. It doesn't matter what you achieve at the 9 states forum, you have to seize your chance to enter the palace, one of them said. I've heard that Lord Yi is heartbroken. His hair went white because he misses his wife, but now his appearance has become even more natural and unrestrained. If we get into the palace, maybe we'll have a chance to get closer to the legend of the barren state, whispered a woman. You can't be thinking of entering the palace as the wife of the palace lord, someone said with a smile. I urge you not to entertain this idea. Besides his late wife, who is there in the 9 states who could be a match for Lord Yi? The woman who had spoken had not cultivated to a high level yet. She was just fantasizing. When she heard the other criticizing her, she turned red and bowed her head. Elsewhere in the restaurant, a group of people was drinking wine in silence. One of them was a former disciple of the palace, Zhuge Xing. The rest of them were also of the Zhuge clan. Years ago, the Zhuge clan had split into 2 factions. Zhuge Qingfeng's faction had stayed with the palace to fight to the death, while Zhuge Xing's faction stood on their own. Now, Yi Futian stood at the peak of the barren state, and the people looked at him as a god. Everyone in the 9 states knew of him, and those under the saint level followed his orders. If someone in this restaurant had disrespected him, everyone in the restaurant would attack them. Zhuge Qingfeng's faction would definitely have a glorious future. When they thought of this, they didn't know how to feel. The people of the 9 states descended in succession upon Qingzhou City. The 1,000 holy islands around the Holy Ji Palace were open to the world, and everyone was allowed to walk freely upon them. In a short time, the city that surrounded the Holy Ji Palace had become the most prosperous and lively place in the 9 states. Not only had people come from other states, but cultivators from the barren state itself had gathered there as well. Many cultivators had gathered at the foot of the palace, where the disciples of the palace had once been recruited. Some of the top figures from the palace would often come to the stone wall in front of the palace and carve their will into it. One could faintly perceive the rule power in the wall, a rule power that could penetrate into one's mind. Most people didn't dare look at it for too long. They couldn't handle it. Many of them wondered what the stone wall was used for. Was it supposed to help the cultivators of the 1,000 holy islands cultivate? Not only that, but there was a crack split through the middle of the wall, and there seemed to be a sky stairwell in the middle of it that led to the palace. At the end of the stairwell was a brilliantly shining gate that led into the palace. If they kept looking up, they could faintly see the rebuilt Holy Ji Palace towering into the sky, magnificent beyond words. The Holy Ji Palace had summoned skilled laborers, and they had responded from all over the barren state. Many people who had cultivated to high levels came, including those who were good at forming matrices. Supplemented by cultivators from the palace, they had built this new palace. There are many cultivators on both sides of the sky stairwell carving on the stone wall, said someone looking at the sky stairwell. I see Zhuge Qingfeng, the head of the Zhuge clan, said someone. That black-robed swordsman is Qin Zhuang. He definitely has the power to enter the sage ranking. He's using his sword to carve words into the wall. What are they doing? Some people sighed. So many powerful figures from the palace had shown up. At that moment, a group of figures came over and stood on the stairwell. They looked out over the vast crowd. Someone saw who was standing at the head of them, and his heart trembled. It's Sword Demon. Nowadays, the people who came and went from the palace were all looked up to by the people of the barren state. Those cultivators of the barren sky ranking who entered the palace must have become much stronger after the chaos of the Sacred War. The Palace Lord has decreed that the 9 States Forum will be held on the first day of the 10,019th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Moreover, the 9 states will not be divided during it. Anyone who comes, even common nobles, can participate in the law battles as long as they are able to make it up to the palace on the sky stairwell. The number of people who may participate is not limited, said Sword Demon as he looked out over the crowd. Everyone's hearts shook as he announced the rules for this year's 9 States Forum. All the cultivators from around the 9 states felt this way. Yifutian had broken the rules once again. He was holding this 9 States Forum with a new set of regulations. It was not going to be like before when the cultivators had been split up by their respective states. This time they would all be mixed together. And anyone who could make it up the sky stairwell could participate in the law battles. Obviously, no one said anything. They just listened to their senior talk. It was the princess's idea to hold the 9 States Forum at the Holy Ji Palace this year. No matter what Yifutian did, the people of the 9 states would not argue. The people from the core of the 9 states thought that Emperor Xia must place a lot of importance on Yifutian. From the Sacred War, it could be seen that even though Emperor Xia seemed neutral, he had favored Yifutian slightly ever since the Sacred War. With the ruler of the 9 states feeling this way, Yifutian's future was obvious for everyone to see. The cultivators of the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were no fools, and they could naturally see this. With that being the way things were, they had no choice but to bow to him. Also, any of you may use this stone wall that has been carved here for cultivating. Moreover, anyone who is not participating in the 9 States Forum can go to the palace by other roads to watch. There will be people to lead you to the palace at that time. After making this announcement, Sword Demon turned to leave. After receiving confirmation, all the people outside were excited. They had not expected that they would be able to witness such a grand occasion as the 9 States Forum in their lifetimes. This was going to be a spectacular event, and in the past, the barren state did not even have the right to participate. The 10,018th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar came to an end under the eager anticipation of many people. Countless people were in Zhongzhou City for the celebrations. The 10,019th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar had finally arrived as all the 9 states watched. On that day, a sea of people stood outside the Holy Ji Palace. There were so many that they could not all be taken in at a glance. Most of them were all the cultivators who had come from around the Barren State, as well as those who had joined other top forces in the Barren State. All of them, even if they had previously had a grudge against Yifutian, did not dare to not come and support the forum. Even though Yifutian had not given any orders, and had put forth no requirements, they still did not dare to not come. Today, a single word from Yifutian would move all of the 9 states, especially the Barren State. A single word from him could change the structure of the Barren State and turn a top force into nothing more than ashes. Many rumors were circulating throughout the Barren State at that time. For example, after the 9-state forum, Yifutian would reestablish the order of the Barren State and change the existing pattern of the state. Those forces that did not go to the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the law battles all trembled in fear. Even if Yifutian did not hold a grudge against them and did not punish them, his will would still determine their future. As they looked at the sky stairwell in front of them, many people sighed in their hearts. Not even 10 years had passed, but it seemed like a whole new era. Starting from today, the Barren State had entered a new age. At this time, there was an incomparably strong aura high in the sky. Everyone looked and saw a group of figures riding on dragons. They looked like celestial beings from the 9 heavens, especially the old man at their head. His bearing was extraordinary, and he seemed to be supernatural. Xianxia of the Summer State has come to visit the palace and lead the Xia clan in the 9-state forum, said a figure beside the leading old man. His voice spread throughout the palace. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The most powerful force in the 9 states had arrived. Moreover, Xianxia, the man who was apparently hailed as the leading figure in the 9 states, had come himself to pay his respects. This was a great honor for the palace. Or rather, it was a great honor for Yifutian. Please come in, Xianxia, came a voice from far away within the Holy Ji Palace. Someone came out to welcome them. That's Lord Ye's voice, said someone in the crowd. Even though Yifutian was famous throughout the 9 states, it was still appropriate for him to personally greet Xianxia. You got here so quickly, Xianxia, came a laughing voice. A group of figures descended from the sky with the old man still at their head. He seemed like a celestial being in every way. He was accompanied by a couple of young men, heroic figures all of them. 9 States College has come to participate in the 9 States Forum, came another voice. Come in, saintly, came Yifutian's voice once again. Everyone's hearts trembled. The head of 9 State College and number 4 on the saint ranking, saintly, had come himself. At that moment, a holy light burned in the air, and a group of Buddhist cultivators descended, solemn and wonderful. The person at their head was like an ancient Buddha. He was number 6 of the saint ranking, the Vajra region lord. The Vajra region has come to pay its respects. The Qi clan of Qi State has come to participate in the 9 States Forum. The Jixia Holy Palace has come to pay its respects. The Holy Temple of 10 Corners has come to pay its respects to the palace. The voices came one after another, each one making everyone's hearts shake. As they watched the arrays of cultivators entering the palace, the people of the Barren State felt their hearts gradually grow numb. Some of the old cultivators who had practiced on the 1,000 Holy Islands even felt the urge to cry. One old man already had tears in his eyes. He watched the grand occasion that was taking place at that moment, then looked up to the sky and said, Master, it would have been so wonderful if you could have seen this day. Back then, the palace lord Sage Chunyang and vice headmaster Lu Chan had originally chosen Bai Luli as their heir. But at the last moment, at the expense of their lives, they had petitioned Emperor Xia to name Yifutian the new palace lord. At that time, Yifutian was only a noble. At that time, the palace was under threat from Jisheng Cliffs and was in danger of being destroyed. And now where was Jisheng Cliffs? And where was the saint of Jisheng Cliffs? Where was Kong Yao who had so threatened the Holy Ji Palace? And now the Holy Ji Palace was hosting such a grand occasion. In the last 100 years of the 9 States history, and in what 9 States Forum, had the Holy Ji Palace ever held such a grand occasion? All the top forces and all the saints had come. However, two palace lords were not there. After this, the Holy Ji Palace would not be oppressed by any holy lands. They would be the ones oppressing other holy lands. It was said that the three great holy lands of the Endless Sea had come to apologize for their crimes and submit to Yi Futian. "Father, I want to join the Holy Ji Palace, no matter the cost," said a young man. "If you have that ambition, then you must work hard," said a middle-aged man with a smile. Many juniors watched this scene and promised themselves that they would enter the Holy Ji Palace. The people of the barren state would never have dared to imagine a situation like this. But now it was happening before their eyes. At this year's Nine States Forum, they would not only be able to see the legendary figures of the palace, but they could also see the most powerful figures in the Nine States with their own eyes. Almost all of the cultivators of the sages and saints ranking had come. Some people made promises to themselves. Some people's blood boiled. Some sighed to themselves 1,000 times. At the same time, some people seemed deeply regretful. Some examples included the Shiman family of Zhongzhou City, the Thunder Courtyard, and some of the other top forces of the barren state. They had all had the chance to join the Holy Ji Palace in their sacred war and become members of the palace. They also could have had the chance to compete with the other forces of the Nine States. But now they could only watch. After seeing Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Shang, Yu Qi, and others who were on the barren sky ranking just like them, they could only bow their heads in respect. Moreover, after the experience of fighting in a sacred war, those people's power had far surpassed their own. They might even have a chance in the future to participate in the battles of proving holiness. Was this not what they had dreamed of? And given the situation, the regretful people had no hope of entering the battles of proving holiness. What right did they have to compete with the most powerful figures of the Holy Ji Palace? They had made their mistake, now they had to live with it. Shiman Hanjiang was also among the crowd. He had once been number 1 on the low rank. Now he could only look up at the Holy Ji Palace. Going inside had become a vain hope for him. In the land of 9 states, the cultivators of all the holy lands arrived one after another. All the saints had arrived at the palace, and those who were participating stayed in front of the stone wall, mixing into the large crowd. At the moment, above the sky, there were giant beasts such as kunpengs and black dragons that came from the air. Countless people looked up and saw a black mass in the sky, and it was a large number of cultivators approaching. It was as if everyone from all holy lands had come. The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean have arrived. Many people shuddered secretly and had already guessed who was coming. The Ocean Palace, coming to the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State to beg your pardon. The clan of the North Deep, coming to the Holy Ji Palace to beg your pardon. Celestial Cliffs, coming to beg pardon. 3 consecutive shocking voices were heard, and they were from the mouths of the masters of the 3 great holy lands to show their sincerity. This peace summit was brokered by the little Princess Xia Qingyuan. They agreed to the conditions put forward by Yi Futian, and with the princess as a witness, they dared not fake it even if the thought had crossed their mind. They had to perform their duties to the utmost. Since the choice of compromise was already made, no matter what, they had to set aside their dignity for the time being. The situation was such that concessions must be made, or their holy lands would no longer exist. They had to admit defeat. And they were very clear that this was not only bowing down to Yi Futian but was in fact also bowing down to Emperor Xia. The sacred war was instigated by them, and now that they had lost, it was only natural for them to bear the price. Otherwise, Emperor Xia would only favor Yi Futian. Look at Great Zhou Sacred King, who had wanted to kill Yi Futian in return, but died trying. And they had never even thought of using their own lives just to smite Yi Futian. Suddenly, there was dead silence in the vast space. There was no welcoming sound from the palace. Just silence. The cultivators of the 3 holy lands landed in front of the stone walls, and many people even bowed their heads slightly and felt a mixture of emotions all at once. The 7 great holy lands laid siege upon the Holy Ji Palace and were defeated. Now this was the price they had to pay. The saints have bowed their heads. Countless people in the barren state stared at this scene, and their hearts were disquieted. Today, not only had all the saints of the 9 states come to visit, But the three holy lands of the endless ocean had come to ask forgiveness. A person walked forward, tall and broad like an ancient god standing upon the sky stairwell. Saint Dojan. The barren state looked at the figure, and many suddenly showed a look of great emotion. Some even start to breathe quickly. They did not have such a strong feeling when they saw all the other saints of the 9 states. However, Dojan was different. In the first battle of the divine path, he almost used his entire power to save the holy Ji palace on his own, forcibly breaking the limits of his physical body and attracting the divine catastrophe. Instead of trying to overcome the catastrophe, he used it against the cultivators of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and did not hesitate to torch his own life in return. He continuously breaching the battle matrices of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty until, on the verge of death, forcing the Great Zhou sacred dynasty to withdraw their troops. This was also the beginning of a great era. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, took him to the 9 State College, where he sought medical treatment from Saint Zhang, who cured him, and he finally passed the catastrophe and became a saint. This was the living legend of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, a person who was destined to be recorded in the annals. How could the people of the Barren State not revere and worship him? Was it merely to ask for forgiveness? Dojan surveyed the people from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean coldly. His voice heard loud and clear. The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean are willing to serve the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, as the Ocean King. And from this day forward, the endless ocean will be ruled by the Ocean King, said Ocean Saint of Ocean Palace. This was the title he had dreamt about, to become the master of endless ocean. This was the reason for his title as Ocean Saint after he had become saint. But now, Yi Futian would inherit the title of Ocean King. There is more, Dojan continued. His voice was still cold and distant. All of us, when entered into the Holy Ji Palace, will repent in front of the tombs of all those from the palace who died in the battles. Saint North Deep said, although he was reluctant. The princess had ordered them, and they had agreed, so no matter what happened today, they must bear all of it. Dojan glanced at the crowd. He understood that the saint of the endless ocean was probably unwilling but had said what they said pressed by the present situation. Yi Futian had already warned him before, but it did not matter to him. Since you have named Palace Lord Yi as the Ocean King, then the command of the Ocean King is that after 9 State Forum, the 3 Holy Lands are to bring their laws of cultivations to the Holy Ji Palace for the Ocean King to peruse. Any objections? The cultivators of the 3 Holy Lands were truly feeling torn, but still, they could only answer with as much conviction as they could. We have no objections. In addition, the Ocean King will often call on the cultivators of the endless ocean to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace, to practice with the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Any objections? Dojan continued. No objections, they responded. Very well then. Since the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean are sincere in their desire to belong with the Holy Ji Palace, you may enter the palace now, Dojan said. He turned around and led the cultivators of the endless ocean into the palace, leaving countless people shocked. The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean had surrendered, and from this day forward the new Ocean King of the endless ocean was born, and it just so happened that the halberd of time and space was in the hands of Yi Futian. Perhaps this was all fate. Yi clan of Summer State has come to pay respect to the Holy Ji Palace. Above the firmament, there was a group of brilliant figures heading for the direction of the palace. However, there was no sound that was coming out of the palace, which forced the cultivators of Yi clan to stop outside the palace. Yi clan of Summer State has come to participate in 9 State Forum. Another voice was heard, somewhat displeased. Enter. An indifferent spoke. Even the word please was omitted. The cultivators from Yi clan looked vexed, and Saint Yi was even more displeased in his heart. It seemed that Yi Futian still held a grudge about the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum. That time they had gone against Yi Futian. Later, Moon Saint had gone to persuade them not to participate in the war, and that was why they stayed on the sidelines. But even so, though Yi Futian would not deal against the Yi clan, neither would he be warm to them, so this cold attitude was not unexpected. Today, Saint Yi came in person in an attempt to ease the mood, but Yi Futian did not give much appreciation. However, today's Holy Ji Palace, relying on its own strength alone, could suppress the Yi clan with no problems. Therefore, Saint Yi could only toughen up and enter the Holy Ji Palace. After a long while, all the other holy lands came one after another. Above the sky stairwell, Sword Demon appeared there, and looked downward, saying, 9-state forum now officially begins. All 9 states cultivators of the noble plane can dash through the sky stairwell. Those who successfully enter the palace through the sky stairwell may participate in the law battles. The rest of the people may enter the palace from both sides following the directions. Finally, it's starting. Countless cultivators of the noble plane who wanted to participate in the 9-state forum took a deep breath. In an instant, thousands of cultivators stepped forward and walked toward the sky stairwell of the Great Path. There, for the other states in the 9 states were held the qualification for the law battles. However, for the people of the Barren State, it was not only the admission ticket for the law battles, but it was also the sky stairwell that realized their dream of cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. As long as they could get up there, they would also become a member of the Barren State Holy Land, the Holy Ji Palace. Standing above the palace, in one glance, countless people were marching forward, covering the sky as if they could flood this holy place. The crowds who entered the palace from the sides were led all the way forward. Today's Holy Ji Palace exuded a sense of sacred majesty. On both sides there were many palace compounds. Right in front of them there was a straight path. Looking into the distance, the terrain faintly to appear getting higher and higher. Nestled within the depths of the Holy Ji Palace, there was a towering palace that was erected into the sky, ethereal and holy. As they moved forward, they were getting closer and closer to the palace, and the mighty crowd voluntarily kept quiet, as if they could feel that solemn and sacred atmosphere, as if on a pilgrimage. For the people of the Barren State, the significance of coming today was not only to watch the 9-state forum but a pilgrimage. After a long time, they finally came to the end of the road, a vast expanse of land to view the battles. In the order of first come first serve, they lined up all the way to the back. In front of them, there was an incomparably beautiful law battle platform that was suspended in the air. In front of the platform was the sky stairwell that led to the majestic palace located in the void. At this time, above the sky stairwell, there was the viewing stand in the shape of an arc for all the holy lands of the 9 states. There were already many cultivators from the holy lands in the 9 states sitting there. Behind them, there were cultivators arriving in succession from the void. Their bodies landed on the platform that was suspended in the air. These were those who had passed the assessment and had obtained the qualifications to participate in the battle. Looking at those who were continuously landing on the platform, some were envious. The battle of the noble plane that was to be witnessed by the saints of the 9 states was tremendously rare, possibly only once in a centennial. However, compared with those who had obtained the qualifications for the law battle, the people of 9 states were even more curious about Yi Futian, especially those from the Barren State. They all looked up to the sky and looked forward to his arrival. Time passed by bit, and there were now more and more cultivators on the battle platform, and there were more people gathering on the viewing stand out in front. The cultivators of the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean had arrived, but they were sitting at the end. In addition, the cultivators of the Yi clan were also being arranged to sit at the end. Saint Yi sat there with extreme indignity, and yet he couldn't very well leave, so he sat there with an uncomfortable exasperation. Sunlight sprinkled from the sky and landed on the beautiful law battle platform. Countless people still looked up skyward. They saw that above the sky stairwell, and in front of the magnificent palace, there finally appeared an extensive group of people walking down the steps. Among them were Xianxia, Saint Li, Lord of Vajra region, Moon Saint, and the others. They were those cultivators who had leaned toward the side of the Holy Ji Palace in the sacred war. Yi Futian welcomed them into the palace to chat and catch up. Countless eyes gazed at the same place. Among the congregation of people, the hearts of the people of Barren State were beating with excitement, looking at the white-haired youth who stood at the top of the sky stairwell, occupying the space right in the middle. That handsome and extraordinary white-haired youth was the most legendary figure in Barren State today, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian. Next to the white-haired youth, there were many others such as Sword Saint Yushang, Gu Donglu, Yuqi Sushang, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yunshang, Qinzhuang, and Sword Demon. Among these people, some of them had risen later, while some of them had already been named on the Barren Sky ranking, but all of them were now legends of the Barren State who would be remembered by the Barren State. At this moment, countless cultivators of the Barren State had the urge to cry, and some people who were passionate were already in tears. In this life, to be able to lay eyes on them here was what made this life worth living. However, it seemed that there was still someone missing by the side of Palace Lord Yi. At the Holy Ji Palace, the sunlight sprinkled on the sky stairwell. The legend of the Barren State bathed in its golden glow and walked down the steps. The people of the Barren State were solemn, as if in the presence of the holy. Yi Futian and the others walked down, and the white-haired youth was more extraordinary in his aura. He looked at the immense crowd underneath, and said to Xianxia, Saintly, and the rest of the people next to him, Please sit down, honorable seniors. Xianxia, Glass Saint, and the rest then sat, and Yi Futian and other people from the palace also sat in their own seats. The Holy Ji Palace in Barren State was the host, so it was natural that its people were sitting in the middle. Yi Futian occupied the middle, with Yaya at the left, the village chief was sitting next to him, and Saint Jiang and Dozhan were to the right, and all the cultivators from the 4 great holy lands were all sitting near Yi Futian. Such a display of power let the people of the 9 states truly feel the strength of the Barren State. On the side, there were palace lords such as Sword Saint, Yangshao, Sword Demon, Daozong, and many others. Every one of them was a well-known figure in the Barren State. In the Barren State, many of their legends had circulated. All the holy lands of 9 states sat in an arc, with the Xia clan on the left, the 9-state college on the right, and behind them the Vajra region, the Yu clan, and other principalities of the Holy Lands that sided with Yi Futian. Their positions were also toward the top, as they themselves already held high status in the 9 states. As for other Holy Lands, they sat according to their ranking. Since the saints were all arriving today, using the recognizing ranking for sitting, no one would have objected. The exception was the 3 Holy Lands of the Endless Ocean and the E-clan sitting at the end, and the reason was apparent to the people of 9 states. In the direction of Jisha Palace, Bai Luli also arrived. Witnessing the prosperity of the Barren State at this moment, his heart was equally filled with emotion and relief, and he released everything in the past to the wind. Yi Futian had not only completed the master's long-time wish, but also brought the Holy Ji Palace to a new height. Bai Luli looked up at the white-haired figure who bathed in the sunlight. His eyes took in the people of 9 state. Yi Futian said slowly, 9 State Forum is the highest stage for all the young people of the 9 states. Proud sons and daughters of all holy lands competed here to witness the true strength of the cultivators of the 9 states. Therefore, the 9 State Forum is slightly different from the past. Instead of dividing the number of people participating in the battles in the 9 states, all the people who participated in the 9 states will be mixed and redistributed. My hope was that we would see the strongest of the 9 states and not about keeping the balance of the participants of the 9 states. In the past few years, the Barren State was isolated from the rest of the 9 states, and the strength of the outside world was unknown and lagged far behind the average strength of the 9 states. Even though this time the 9 State Forum is being held in the Holy Ji Palace at Barren State, and perhaps the participants from Barren State were the fewest with the least finalists, it doesn't matter. I only hope that people in the Barren State will witness the battles of the Forum as motivation for them to work harder. The great path is long and treacherous. Only the faithful will be able to see the scenery farther away. The calm voice of Yi Futian sounded in the eardrums of the people of the Barren State. Many even felt their blood boiling. The road to cultivation on the great path was long and winding, and only those whose belief was firm could go far. What if the Barren State lagged behind the average strength of the 9 states? Didn't Yi Futian and these living legends bring the Barren State to a new height? This time at the 9 State Forum, there was no Yushang and no Huajieyu, so it was not as brilliant as the one a few years back. But it did not matter, and no one would really mind. Today, the 9 States Forum took place at the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. With the arrival of all the saints, it obviously held historical meaning. Compared to that, the reality of the 9 State Forum was not that important. This year's 9 State Forum was the grandest in 100 years, And precisely because of this, the ranking of this time's 9-state forum was the most insignificant. After Yi Futian finished speaking, Dozhan, who stood next to Yi Futian, also said, "The reward for this year's 9-state forum for the top 10 are all divine implements or holy items. I hope you will all do your best. In this mighty sacred war, the Hall of Holy Light suffered heavy losses, and 3 holy lands were eradicated. After the war, the Holy Ji Palace had obtained many divine implement and holy items as trophies. Today's Holy Ji Palace could be considered extremely wealthy, so it was not a big deal for them to put up 10 holy items as prizes, but at 9-state forum it showed extreme sincerity. It was also a sign of respect for all the saints of the 9 states who were present today, highlighting the importance that Holy Ji Palace paid to 9-state forum. Announce the rules of the law battles, and let's get started," Yi Futian said with a clear voice. Instantly, Sword Demon and the sage Wanxiang stepped forward for the battle platform to preside over the 9-state forum. Thus, the 9-state forum hosted by the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State was kicked off. Under the witness by all the saints of the 9 states, all the proud sons and daughters of 9 states gave their best, but with great sportsmanship, so that as much as it was a great showing, it did not damage the peace between the participants. This was also the current inclination of 9 states. After the turmoil caused by the sacred war, all the saints hoped that there would be no more turbulence now. The cultivators in the Barren State were undoubtedly the most enthusiastic and excited among all the participants of this time's 9-state forum. Those cultivators from the Barren State who participated in the law battles gave their all, and in the end, 3 were able to enter the top 100, but ultimately none of them were able to enter the top 10. Even though the ranking was not really ideal, it was not easy for them. For this, the people of the Barren State did not care much. The 9-state forum this time took a month to come to a close. Many people in the Holy Lands of 9 states had left, and the cultivators of the Yi clan left the fastest. But Yi Futian had asked the people of the Barren State to stay behind. Xianxia and Saintly did not rush to leave either, wanting to see what Yi Futian had to say. The vast number of the people of the Barren State did not leave, staring at Yi Futian on the stairwell as if they wanted to stay in the palace forever. Yi Futian got up and looked at the people of the Barren State and said, "As everyone knows, our Holy Ji Palace of Barren State experienced this sacred war, and now it is finally able to stand firmly atop of all 9 states. This was the wish of the generations past of the Holy Ji Palace, but it wasn't just the Holy Ji Palace I wished to be strong, but also that the cultivators of Barren State so that they could have the best conditions for cultivation. When I was cultivating at the cottage of the East Barren Territory, this was also how my master taught me. Cultivators need to keep an open mind and a great heart, not to be self-centered, but to share the way with the world. In the past, my master was like this, and so is the Holy Ji Palace, and Saint Jiang also has such a wish. I am now the palace lord, and I will fulfill the wishes of my predecessors, and make them a reality. I announce that the land of Zhongzhou City, in the Barren State, will establish Tingxue Palace with Su Shang as the palace lord of Tingxue Palace. In the northern territory of the Barren State will be Zhuge Academic Palace with Zhuge Qingfeng as palace lord. In the western part of the Barren State, Alchemy Palace at Alchemy City, with Yu Qi as the palace lord. In the southern part of the Barren State, Ice Palace will be established with Yun Shang was the palace lord. In the east, the Starry Palace will be established with Chun Yuan was the palace lord. The 5 palaces of the Barren State are all branches of the Holy Ji Palace. I will be sending cultivators directly from the Holy Ji Palace to the 5 palaces to share their wisdom and distribute the spiritual resources to the people who cultivated in the Barren State. Every year, the palaces will meet with the Holy Ji Palace to exchange. Those who cultivated with hardships, good moral, and outstanding talents can choose whether to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate, and those who excelled among them could even enter the Holy Temple and enjoy the resources of the divine path. Yi Futian's voice was loud and clear and rang through heaven and earth, trembling in the ears of everyone in the Barren State. Countless felt the flow of their blood in their veins. This was the heart of Yi Futian, palace lord of Holy Ji Palace. After the sacred war, the Holy Ji Palace suffered terrible losses, and his beloved wife died in battle. With the flame of revenge in his heart, he destroyed the great Zhou sacred dynasty and Xihua sacred mountain on a roll. But to this day he still cared for the people of the barren state. Yuqi, Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Shang, Yun Shang, Chen Yuan, and others stood by Yi Futian. They were all smiling. This was decided after they had discussed it together. Alchemist City, Tingxue House, and Zhuge family would no longer exist but would be branches of the Holy Ji Palace. It was just that from now on, instead of being forces of clans and family, they would have evangelical purposes rather than being self-centered. They were all willing to support Yi Futian and work hard for the same goal. It was also a wonderful thing that when they had cultivated to this level, that in addition to pursuing the divine path, they could also contribute to the world. Xianxia and Saintly both smiled and felt relief in their hearts. Saintly looked at Saint Jiang and released that last trace of resistance about Saint Jiang joining the Holy Ji Palace. All was well. But in the same way, among the crowds, the Shiman clan and the other branch of the Zhuge family appeared pale, as if they had fallen into the abyss. They all understood that from this day forward, in the barren state, there would only be the Holy Ji Palace. They would all gradually disappear into the long river of history and be allowed to decline with time. Yi Futian did not take revenge against them, but this order was enough to change their destiny. Everything was over, and the barren state would have a new landscape henceforth. This 9-state forum, which was held at the Holy Ji Palace, was indeed a marker between two eras. "Thank you, Palace Lord." A voice broke through the silence of the space and pulled back everyone's thoughts. Suddenly, the same sound started to be heard everywhere. Soon, this sound was heard between heaven and earth, and the sound was soaring. Under the stairwell, in the vast palace, countless people bowed their heads and bowed down to Yi Futian. There was sincere respect in their eyes. Saint Xia saw this and smiled, and said to Saintly, who was next to him, "We should go." "Well, let's go." Saintly nodded, and the two led their respective cultivators and left together. Yi Futian turned and walked up the stairwell, and the people around him followed him as well, climbing up the sky stairwell, step by step. Under the stairwell, countless many looked up behind him, seeing his white hair fluttering in the wind like a real immortal. 9-state forum had ended, but it was just a prelude of a new era for the barren state. The chaotic 9 states returned to the quiet state of the past after the 9 states forum was over. The barren state was, however, incredibly busy. 5 palaces, the Alchemy Palace, the Zhuge Academic Palace, the Tingxue Palace, the Starry Palace, and the Ice Palace, appeared in 5 regions of the barren state, built where Alchemy City and Crouching Dragon Mountain had been. They came to look even grander and magnificent than they had once been. The Holy Ji Palace distributed resources, and every single palace had their own divine implements and methods of attaining sainthood to train with. The Holy Ji Palace had also borrowed and copied the training methods from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean before distributing them to the Holy Ji Palace and the 5 palaces. The same went with sage ritual implements as well. Every single palace had grown far more powerful than they had once been. Many of the figures ranked in the Barren Sky ranking had joined the ranks of the 5 palaces, willing to teach in the 5 palaces. Doing so would have served to further their training as well. The battle of proving holiness of the 9 states would soon be upon them, and all of them wanted a chance at that. In the past, most of the participants from the Holy Ji Palace would be reduced to cannon fodder in the battle of proving holiness, as there was no way that they would have been able to fight the cultivators from the other 8 states. However, things were different now. The sages of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State possessed the power to shake 7 holy lands before. If Yi Futian were to participate in the event, few would have been able to match him in the battle of proving holiness. But then again, it remained to be seen if Yi Futian would have participated at all. Some speculated that he would, while there were others who thought that Yi Futian wouldn't bother. He would have definitely attained sainthood someday with his own power, and there was no reason for him to borrow external forces to do so. Time passed and year 10020 of Divine Prefecture calendar was upon them. It was the year of the battle of proving holiness. Countless people at the pinnacle of the sage plane throughout the 9 states emerged from training in isolation. To most of them, they had been waiting for that day for a very long time. Many elderly cultivators who had secluded themselves from the world throughout the 9 states emerged, as well as top-notch figures of the younger generation from the past 20 years. They were the new powers and the geniuses who had rocked the 9 states. They were probably armed with powers comparable to that of their elders. No one had certainty of anything. Mighty ones gathered at the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yun Shang, Su Shang, and many others came. They were all about to participate in the upcoming battle of proving holiness. They were of inadequate powers 20 years ago, so much so that even the previous palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace sustained severe injuries from that event. 20 years later, all of the cultivators of the barren state were more than capable of competing in the battle of proving holiness and showing what they were made of. Yu Shang walked up. Yu Shang's current bearing looked completely different from how it was when he had first joined the Holy Ji Palace. He had once exuded wild, unrestrained power with just one look. While he still exuded power with his large, stout frame, his bearing had gotten more composed and internalized. His eyes were deep and emanated powerful pressure. Even sages at the pinnacle of their training would have felt vague pressure just by standing before him. Yu Shang had broken into the mid-level Archmage plane and was simply one step away from the final plane of the Sage Planes. The Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and the others came from different directions and gathered around. "Where is the Palace Lord?" Sage Daozong asked. "He is not participating in the battle of proving holiness. Let's go." Everyone nodded and none of them found his decision to be peculiar. Yi Futian's talents were such that he truly did not need to become a saint through the event. Furthermore, Yi Futian deemed his current plane inadequate, requiring years to temper his mind before he was ready. As such, the event was of little meaning to Yi Futian himself. As for the safety of the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, their current lineup with Yu Shang, the Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others going with them, none of the Holy Lands would be much of a match for them. There was no doubt that the current powers of Yu Shang, the Sword Saint, and the others stood at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. "That guy is slacking off again," Zhuge Mingyue mumbled. Yi Futian had been gone for a long time. When the 9 States Forum was over, he went on a pilgrimage on his own. Or perhaps he simply wanted to travel the 9 states. The massive lineup from the Holy Ji Palace was frightening. Top figures gathered from throughout the 9 states, and that time, it was a battle of proving holiness hosted by Emperor Xia himself. Many wondered how many saints would emerge. However, none of that seemed to have anything to do with Yi Futian. He was at the vast endless ocean, which was located at the ocean state, the furthest state away from the barren state. A lone boat was floating on the vast, unending seas. There was a figure lying down quietly on the boat, swaying with the waves, thinking the sky to be his bed and the sea as his blanket. A dark golden huge bird circled above him in the blue skies. The bird was having a good time as well. There were powerful sea monsters emerging from the seas every now and then. The dark golden huge bird would then dive and tear them to shreds with its claws. None of the powerful sea monsters thought that a mutated black wind condor possessed such terrifying powers. A king of a certain region of the seas went up to them. The monsters were easily killed. The boat continued to sway in the waves. The figure dressed in white seemed to have fallen asleep, forgetting everything about the world, and even forgetting what year it was. Time passed day after day, and the figure dressed in white seemed to be in an eternal slumber where he would never wake. A terrifying storm was upon them. A frightening whirlpool of lightning appeared before them. The light of darkness swallowed everything as towering waves rushed. That boat continued to sway in the storm, tossing about in the huge waves, yet that figure seemed to have felt nothing at all. He remained lying down and his body was tossed around alongside the boat. Terrifying lightning shot for his body and hit it, yet he continued to seem to feel nothing. Not even the boat was destroyed in that terrifying storm. It simply continued to toss in the storm. The huge bird continued to fly high in the air amidst the dark storm as if it would never tire. The boat was swallowed by the waves, moving alongside them. Everything calmed several days later. The boat finally stopped after some time, blocked by a huge piece of rock. He had arrived at an uninhabited island. The black wind condor, flying in the air, dropped onto a huge rock and took a look at the young man on the boat. The sun shone on him and it was getting hot. The gray-haired young man finally opened his eyes slowly by then. He got used to the sunlight for a bit before sitting up. His hair was a mess and he had grown a beard. It was obvious that he had not been grooming himself for quite some time. The young man was none other than Yi Futian. He settled the Holy Ji Palace's affairs after the 9 States Forum before venturing out into the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean. He observed the training methods of the Endless Ocean and developed his own understanding, so he brought the black-winged condor with him and drifted at sea afterwards. He spent his days either training or simply let himself drift at sea. Year 10020 of the Divine Prefecture Calendar, Yi Futian murmured. He and the black-winged condor's mind was connected, so he was still able to keep track of time nonetheless. The battle of proving holiness of the 9 states should have begun by now then. However, he was not in the least bit worried. With Yushang, his eldest brother, and the others around, it did not matter if he participated in the event or not. Of all the figures who were at the front of the barren sky ranking all those years ago, only his teacher, Dozhan, had been able to attain sainthood. As the participants from the Holy Ji Palace had experienced the sacred war firsthand, he wondered how many among them would be able to break into a new plane. The state of mind of Yuqi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others should have all undergone changes after the sacred war. Their training should have been rock-solid as well. Furthermore, there were several saints in the Holy Ji Palace whom they would have been able to learn from at any time. His body slowly rose to the air as he gazed at the island before him. He extended his hand and a halberd materialized. Formless current of rules coursed around Yi Futian, which he felt to be like wind and water with no still form. Boom! Wind blew and Yi Futian disappeared from where he stood. The black-winged condor's eyes were incredibly sharp, yet it was incapable of tracking him at all. Turned to look at that island and found a hole on it. Yi Futian's body had penetrated the island right away, appearing on the other side. The power of space rules vibrated and Yi Futian's silhouette returned to that spot where he stood before, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. The first move, I shall call it the extreme shadow, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He then owned the divine implement that ranked 3rd on the divine implement ranking, the halberd of space and time, so he naturally had to bring out its greatest power. That was the reason why he had visited the 3 holy lands of Ocean State. He was combining the methods he learned from the cultivators of the 3 holy lands, with his own realizations and developments. His time spent adrift at sea allowed him to hone a mature way of the halberd, which belonged to him alone. The light of calamity shone on his body as soon as he finished speaking. The light of the rules coursed around the halberd in his hand. Devastating force seemed to emanate from his body. The second move, annihilation. The halberd in his hand was thrust like before at lightning speed as soon as he finished talking. However, the devastating light of calamity went on the shroud the entire island instead. At the very next moment, the entire island began to crumble. It was reduced to countless pieces of rocks. Yi Futian's body spun in flight. He gathered devastating force about his body with the help from the speed of extreme shadow, as if that terrifying waves were about to bring down the sky. In that moment, space-time seemed to have grinded to a halt. The falling rocks were slowed considerably. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward and thrust the halberd slowly. Third move, unending void. The space around them became extremely oppressive, as if the flow of space-time stopped altogether, yet a devastating force remained bearing down on them. The halberd was fully extended, and within just an instant, the rocks were shattered in an instant, reduced to a powdery dust. Yi Futian did not stop with the movements on his hands. The dust was blown away by the wind in that oppressive space. There was no longer an island before him. Yi Futian looked pleased with himself. His time spent training all that while was not wasted after all. The halberd disappeared and everything was blown away by the wind. I have gained the halberd of time and space, nothingness, and I have created moves based on the movesets of the Ocean King and my own training, so I shall name the art after the weapon, nothingness. The black-winged condor swooped down and Yi Futian leapt onto the bird with a single step. A man and a beast were flying high up in the blue skies with the ocean beneath. The battle of proving holiness ended several months later and 12 saints emerged from the event, breaking the record of the past century. 5 saints emerged from the Holy Ji Palace, shaking the entire 9 states. It was an old custom for the new saints to head to the upper worlds and pay a visit to Emperor Xia. Despite the 9 states being ruled under Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, only those who had proved their worthiness and became saints were deemed qualified to meet Emperor Xia himself. It was also a ritual of sorts in itself. The news washed all over the 9 states before they returned. It was especially so in the case of the Barren State, where the news was all the rage at the moment. 5 saints emerged from the Barren State and all of them hailed from the Holy Ji Palace. It was deemed an insane achievement. The Holy Ji Palace had once poured just about everything into nurturing one saint, as they had been forgotten by the rest of the 9 states for having no saints in their midst. There were now 5 new saints emerging from the battle of proving holiness. That was further boosted with the addition of the 4 saints already residing within the Holy Ji Palace, and the Glass Saint, who had now joined the ranks of the Lapis Lazuli Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace had 10 saints in their midst, making them the number 1 state in all of the 9 states. Furthermore, Yifutian, Yushang, the Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others had yet to become saints, yet they were nonetheless deemed to be people who would attain sainthood in the future. Many were wondering if their misfortunes had ended and if their glory days had finally come. A grand sacred war fought before involved 10 holy lands in it. Many mighty ones perished in that war, yet it nonetheless tempered and baptized the victors of the war. All the others who were not going to be proving holiness headed back to the Holy Ji Palace. The 5 saints of the Barren State were Yu Qi, City Lord of the Alchemy City, who formerly ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. Yun Shang, the Lord of the Ice Temple, who formerly ranked 2nd on the Barren Sky ranking. Zhuge Qingfeng, clan leader of the Zhuge family, who formerly ranked 6th on the Barren Sky ranking. Su Shang of the Tingxue House, who formerly ranked 9th on the Barren Sky ranking. Yuan Hong, leader of the Golden Great Apes, who formerly ranked 18th on the Barren Sky ranking. It went without saying that all of the first 4 mentioned were lords of the Holy Ji Palace, while Yuan Hong was a guardian elder of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Their former ranking on the Barren Sky ranking was simply what their powers had been once. They had grown stronger since experiencing the sacred war firsthand, especially Yuan Hong, who took control of the heavenly battle matrix, which had been all fury and rage. Since then, among the former 10 ranked on the Barren Sky ranking, the ones who ranked 1st and 3rd had been the 2 previous palace lords who had perished. The city lord of the White Cloud City and Bai Luli both had yet to become saints, while Huang Yi perished in the war. For others and Dozhan had all became saints. It was an outcome that would have definitely caused a storm in the Barren State. It was also one that had rendered the ones who were ranked at the back end of the Barren Sky ranking incredibly frustrated. They had also participated in the battle of proving holiness, yet, in actual fact, those 5 from the Holy Ji Palace were not actually the strongest. Yushang, the Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, and Gu Donglu were just as powerful than any of the 5. However, the path to sainthood was not one that was measured solely through combat capacity. All 5 of them had stopped at the pinnacle of Sage Plane for many years and their levels were stable. Their states of mind became increasingly whole and flawless after experiencing the sacred war. Yushang, the Sword Saint, and the others were able to get their hands on some encounters that would further their journey to sainthood in the battlefield of the Battle of Proving Holiness, which enabled the older generations of the Holy Ji Palace to truly get their hands on the key factors of becoming saints. Thus, the 5 saints from the Barren State emerged. Many mighty ones from the other holy lands cursed the Holy Ji Palace after the event, for hoarding all sainthood resources to themselves, sharing between those who hailed from the Barren State. All of the other holy lands of the 9 states were bullied. It was especially so in the case of Yushang, who happened to irk them the most. But then again, they had only grumbled and did not truly hold grudges against the Holy Ji Palace. The ones from the Barren State had indeed brought overwhelming power onto the others in that year's battle of proving holiness after all. But then again, all of them had been merciful enough to go on to kill their opponents. Killing was common in the past battle of proving holiness. Furthermore, none of the holy lands would have held grudges against anyone. It was an unwritten rule. The opportunity to sainthood was destined to be one filled with blood and gore. If one chose to be a part of it, one had to be ready to fight with blood on their hands. The lineup from the Holy Ji Palace that time was truly invincible and the others had nothing to say about them. The emergence of the 5 saints had actually robbed the opportunities of attaining sainthood from other top-notch figures from other holy lands. The reason why the barren state had not been able to have even one saint emerge in their midst probably had to do with some being unstable in mind or plane level. But that was not to say that it was the case for every single participant of theirs. The previous palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Chunyang, actually had stable foundations for becoming a saint, yet he was unable to get his hands on such opportunities and was unable to make that one key step. He had even acquired irreparable injuries from the battle of proving holiness. The opportunities for sainthood had been taken by and shared among the other holy lands of the 9 states. It was finally the time for the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state to reign supreme. When news of 5 saints emerging in the battle of proving holiness spread throughout the 9 states, countless flocked to the 5 major palaces of the Holy Ji Palace, wanting to train within the palaces. 4 of the 5 palaces came to have a new saint among them as lords, making all of the palaces true holy lands. It was indeed an auspicious occasion like no other. The crouching dragon mountain of the barren state, which housed the Zhuge family, had transformed into the Zhuge Academic Palace. Countless went up the mountain and came before the Zhuge Academic Palace, wanting to enroll and train within the palace. Among those people there was a huge group coming before the Academic Palace. They said, "We're of the Zhuge family in the past, and we would like to study in the Academic Palace." Their leader was named Zhuge Ji, who was one of the leaders of the branch. However, Zhuge Ji looked incredibly aged at the moment. He cupped his fists even when facing the guards of the Zhuge Academic Palace. The people of the Zhuge family followed the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace to carve a new era of glory and prosperity. The clan leader of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng, is now a saint and is on his way to visit Emperor Xia, so please do come again. The people of the clan are all studying within the Academic Palace and we have never heard of other branches of the family. A student outside the palace turned to look at Zhuge Ji and said plainly, "There were 2 branches of the Zhuge family. The clan leader being of one branch and we of the other. We truly are the people of the Zhuge family." Zhuge Ji was not angry and continued to explain, "Since the family has split into 2 branches, what are you people doing here?" The youth asked coldly. It was apparent that they knew of the history pertaining to the matter. "We intend to return to the family properly. We shall offer our apologies when the clan leader returns," Zhuge Ji said. "Well, you people just keep waiting outside then." The youth sounded rather disdainful. They had abandoned the clan leader when the family was in trouble all those years ago and had formed their own branch to save their own skin. With the Holy Ji Palace now getting glorious and Zhuge Qingfeng becoming a saint, they wanted to come back and reap the benefits. If you people think that this is how things in the world work, think again. If I were Zhuge Qingfeng, I'd tell you people get the hell out of my face. "We shall wait outside then," Zhuge Ji said. The group sat somewhere not far away from the Academic Palace. Zhuge Xing was among the group. He lowered his head and said nothing. All of the others looked dejected. Sainthood, eh? While they had been shocked by the achievements of the barren state at the 9 States Forum all those years ago, they still had no intention of returning. However, their former clan leader, Zhuge Qingfeng, had become a saint. It was the saint in the legends. If Zhuge Qingfeng was able to look after them in their training, some among their younger generations might have been able to grasp such opportunities as well. The shock of 5 saints emerging from the Holy Ji Palace rocked not only them. "Zhuge Ji, there is only the Zhuge Academic Palace on the Crouching Dragon Mountain now and the Zhuge family is no more. There is no way the clan leader will let you people study within the palace due to what did in the past. The Academic Palace is a branch of the Holy Ji Palace after all, and the Holy Ji Palace won't bother with people who forfeited honor and trust for their own benefit like you people. It's best that you just get off the mountain." A voice was heard in the Academic Palace. It was from an old man of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Ji shuddered slightly hearing his words. He looked in that direction and finally realized that there was no hope for them. He stood up and took a good look at the Zhuge Academic Palace on the Crouching Dragon Mountain, before kneeling on the ground and bowing, as if he was expressing all the pain and suffering in his heart. Zhuge Ji stood up and then said, "It's best that you all leave. There will only be the Zhuge Academic Palace from here on out." He knew that there was no hope for their branch. No one would have bothered with them, and the world would only know the Zhuge Academic Palace of the Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was helmed by the leader of what was once the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng, who had attained sainthood. Zhuge Ji also knew that the ones from Zhuge Qingfeng's branch would become the symbol of the academic palace, as Zhuge Qingfeng, who had become a saint, would be the gleaming symbol of the academic palace. The people of the Zhuge family would live better lives than before with him around. Furthermore, Zhuge Qingfeng had his daughter, Zhuge Mingyue, and his son-in-law, Gu Donglu, by his side. They both were brothers and sisters in training to Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. A group of people was seen standing on the golden steps before the main mountain where the Holy Sage Pavilion was housed in the Holy Ji Palace. The one who took the lead, who was dressed in white and had gray hair, was none other than Yi Futian. Yushang, the sword saint, Qin Zhuang, Gu Donglu and the others were at his side. They all looked at the sky and were seemingly waiting to receive someone. The presence of saintly might in the sky became increasingly clear as they neared the Holy Ji Palace. A group of people was within sight, and they were none other than Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. A beaming smile was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Countless figures from the Holy Ji Palace took to their sky and received the saints who had returned, saying loudly, "Welcome home, saints." The voice reverberated throughout the heavens, and there were no words to describe how excited the people of the Holy Ji Palace were at the moment. The 5 saints walked up to Yi Futian. Their bearing changed and they felt more surreal. Beaming smiles were seen from the eyes of all 5 of them, who then bowed and said, "Palace Lord." It was a surreal scene to have 5 saints bowing to the Palace Lord. Many of the Holy Ji Palace looked in their direction, and there were some with tears in their eyes. It was respect that Yi Futian truly deserved. Yi Futian's eyes reddened somewhat, and he felt something welling up deep down. He looked at the 5 figures he was so familiar with and bowed while saying, "Good work, everyone." It was a line to express his gratitude for all they had done for him and for the Holy Ji Palace. They spent the past years threading the line between life and death, and they have finally attained sainthood. They truly deserved it indeed. Yi Futian walked up and opened his arms. Hugging Yu Qi, he then hugged Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Shang, Yuan Hong, and Yu Shang. They put the fates of the Zhuge family, the Alchemy City, the Ice Temple, the Golden Great Apes, and the Tingxue House on the line and followed him to war. They finally managed to attain sainthood. It was a pity that Huang Yi of the sovereign family had perished. There would have been 6 saints emerging. "Palace Lord, we have good news for you." Yu Qi looked at Yi Futian and said, "What news?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. The best news there was at the moment, to him, was seeing them return. "Princess Xia Qingyuan asked us to bring word to you when we were there to meet Emperor Xia. She looked into the places that she had brought the people of the 9 states on pilgrimages before, and the princess claimed that there was a chance that your wife lived." Yu Qi looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian felt his body shuddering violently and his heart racing. "Is there more?" Yi Futian inquired with a shuddering voice. "Is it true that Jeyu could still be alive?" The princess didn't say much. "I'm guessing that what she meant by all that was for you to ask her personally up in the upper worlds." Su Shang smiled and said to Yi Futian, "Xia Qingyuan." Yi Futian's heart continued to race and he felt like beating her to a pulp. He looked at the sky and wanted to head there right there and then. "Futian, get the matters of the Holy Ji Palace settled first." Zhuge Qingfeng did not address him as Palace Lord but had instead addressed him by name. He knew that the day for Yi Futian to leave was near. He was too good to stay behind in the 9 states. Yi Futian naturally knew what Zhuge Qingfeng meant. Although as far as he was concerned the upper and lower worlds were connected, this was not an obstacle for him. The 9 states was no longer a suitable place for him to cultivate. In the future he would have to often cultivate in the upper worlds. He would probably have very little time to return to the 9 states. He would have to leave the palace's affairs to others to handle. "Uncle, you have now started on the divine path. The barren state is free from danger now, and 5 palaces stand in its 5 domains to preach the way of cultivation. I have left the master in charge of the Holy Ji Palace, with Grandfather Ape to assist him. There are also several palace lords garrisoned there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not, said Yifutian with a smile. 5 saints had come into the world. Today, the Holy Ji Palace was at the height of its power. Everyone smiled and shook their heads. Palace Lord Yifutian had always been a hands-off leader. He was the symbol of the palace, a totemic figure for them. But the palace's affairs were left to others to handle, and Yifutian rarely took an active role in its day-to-day affairs. Who are you planning to bring with you this time? Asked Yuqi. We'll see who's willing to come, answered Yifutian. You have us garrisoned here, but you also need some saints by your side. Yuqi was a little uneasy. The upper realms were much stronger and more responsible than the 9 states. Within the 9 states, Yifutian was the lord of one of the holy lands of the Barren State. There, everyone had to abide by certain rules. But in the upper realms it was different. Moreover, there were so many cultivators in the upper realms. Many of the top holy lands had more than a few saints. Given that, if Yifutian only brought a few sages with him, that would be cause for concern. Saint Jiang is naturally not going. He will stay in the palace and continue to stick to his beliefs. It may be a long time. I will go ask Yaya, said Yifutian. Everyone nodded. If Yaya went with him, they could relax a little. After all, Yaya was the inheritor of the Sword Saint of the Void. Not only was she already very strong, she would continue to grow stronger and reach her former peak. Even in the upper realms, there were few rivals for her. In the past, the Sword Saint of the Void had been without equal in the 9 states, and his name had shaken both realms. Yifutian went to where Yaya was staying. He seemed a bit anxious. After all, after hearing the news about Jeyu, he naturally wanted to go faster. However, he would not be that safe in the upper realms. At Jutian Temple, he had defeated the Juying Sword Saint's cherished disciple Pei Qianying, and his opponent had been a cultivator of Lihan Heaven. That had been witnessed by Xia Qingyuan, so no one dared to move against him. But if he spent a long time cultivating in the upper worlds, he did not know what would happen. When Yifutian came to see Yaya, her eyes were closed in cultivation. The village chief had come with him. She opened her eyes and stared deeply at him. Complicated emotions played across her face. The memories of cultivating in both worlds melded together. Souls mingled, influencing each other. Before she had transformed, everything that had happened in Tombkeeper Village had shocked her soul greatly. These events had also branded Yifutian's soul. Even though she was now the Sword Saint of the Void, the memories could not be erased. I'm going to the upper realms to cultivate, said Yifutian. Yaya stared at him and said nothing. Seeing her cold expression, Yifutian smiled. Take care of yourself, Yaya. On saying this, he turned to leave. In the end, he did not say what he had come to say. His friendship towards her had already been repaid. She had helped him break the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and kill the Great Zhou Sacred King. He still thought of her as a sister, but she was different than before. She was now guided by the will of the Sword Saint of the Void, and he had no right to ask her for anything. As for the village chief, he would naturally follow Yaya. After he left, Yifutian thought for a while. Someone else came to mind, someone who might be suitable for him to choose. Yifutian came to Lapis Lazuli Palace and came across Glass Saint still standing there in deep meditation. She seemed detached from the world. As she stood there like that, her whole aura seemed non-existent. Have you decided where to go? Asked Yifutian. Glass Saint looked over at him. Her beautiful face held a cold and lonely expression, like a winter's moon. There was not a trace of emotion. If not, why don't you come with me to the upper realms? Maybe you'll find a path for yourself there, he said to her. She looked at him in the same way for a while, then said, Fine. She did not vacillate at all, agreeing with him directly. This made a strange look come over Yifutian's face. He looked long and hard at Glass Saint. He had no way to know what she was thinking. Nowadays she kept a distance between her and everyone else, making her cold and beautiful. I'll let you know when we're leaving. Yifutian did not say too much, leaving her with that one last sentence. Afterwards, Yi Futian called together the various palace lords to confirm a few matters dealing with the palace's resources and the requirements of the core disciples. At the same time, he confirmed who would be coming with him. This time the older generation would not go, especially those who had been with him all along. 3 days later, many cultivators from the palace came to the main stairway to Holy Sage Pavilion. They knew that Lord Yi Futian was going to the upper realms to cultivate. Although he could come back whenever he wanted, he still would not come for a long time. He would keep his status as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, since he could not be replaced. After all, in the 9 states Yi Futian's name was still the symbol of the barren state. One day, when the Holy Ji Palace stood at the peak of the 9 states, he could pass down the title. Yi Futian stood upon the steps. All the cultivators of the palace had come to see him off. Beside him were those who would go with him. Among them, the cottage disciples were obviously there. This time Shui Yi was not going, but would stay in the barren state instead. Little Grass was still young, and he planned to accompany her until she grew up. After all, they had no foundation in the upper realms. If Yi Futian and the others could establish a stable foundation in the upper realms, he may bring Little Grass there sometime in the future. Beitang Xinger would go with them. She had not cultivated to a high level, but she always followed second sister. When her master had brought her back to the cottage, third brother had gotten revenge for her, and second sister had taken care of her as she grew up. Thus, she was closest to Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu. She had spent the past few years with the Zhuge clan. She would go wherever they went. As for Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Luo Fan, and Yi Shaoshi, nothing more need be said. Besides the people from the cottage, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhuge, Yuanzhan, Suke, Zui Qianqiu, Phoenix, Yun Shuixing, and Lulan Shui were all naturally going. The people from the older generation would not go, but their juniors would all follow Yi Futian from birth until death. The road ahead might be dangerous, but it would be full of opportunity. They had all had the opportunity to prove their holiness. Following Yi Futian, their juniors would never have a chance to go farther. "Don't leave me too far behind," said Shui Yi with a smile. Little Grass pulled on Yi Futian's sleeve. "Don't forget to come and see me, Uncle Yi." "Of course. You be good now, Little Grass." Yi Futian patted the little girl's head. "MMM." Little Grass nodded. "I'm ready, brother. When do we leave?" came a voice. Yi Futian looked up and saw a slender figure walking over, her body full of the vigor of youth. It was Long Linger. "When did I say I was bringing you?" Yi Futian was stunned. "Is there something wrong with me? You don't care about me anymore." Long Linger's eyes turned red. Her acting made everyone stare at her with mouth and eyes wide open. But Yi Futian did not blame her. This girl had been a little devil ever since she was a child. "What do Aunt and Uncle Long have to say about this?" Yi Futian asked dumbfoundedly. "That means you agree." Long Linger suddenly smiled. She pulled Yi Futian's arm and looked back at Long Ao and Mrs. Long, saying, "You see, Mother and Father?" Brother Futian agreed. "You said that if he agreed you had no objections." Yi Futian stared at her dumbfounded. Mrs. Long shook her head and smiled ruefully. "Futian, I must trouble you to look after this girl." "All right." Yi Futian did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was a menace. Everyone came to see them off one by one. Glass Saint came as well and stood there quietly. Everyone glanced at the beautiful saint. She was completely different than before. Her character had transformed. Yi Futian swept his gaze over everyone, then slowly rose into the sky. "Let's go," he said, and they all set out. "Farewell, Palace Lord." Everyone bowed as they called this out. Their voices reverberated between heaven and earth. They looked up and watched Yi Futian leave. Yi Futian rose up into the sky, but he seemed to sense something. He was stunned when he saw what was in front of them. He saw a huge floating sword coming towards them. A woman stood upon it, her long hair flowing in the wind. The village chief stood calmly behind her. Besides them were also Qin Zhuang and Ying. The village chief smiled at Yi Futian, and he and the others climbed aboard the sword. The sword flew off into the distance. 3 saints were with him, as well as forces who were unmatched below the saint level. Even in the upper realms, this battle array would form a saint-level force. The guardians of the sky stairwell roundly berated those who had come from the lower realm. When they first saw this group of different level cultivators coming up the sky stairwell at the same time, the weak among them did not even dare to act against them. Helping them along was simply against the rules. But what could they say? The sage army that guarded Heaven's Gate was swept through, and they could not stop them. A group of figures climbed up the sky stairwell, still cursing the group of bastards who was rushing up. "Commander, should we send a report?" One of them did not want to accept this and wished to complain. "Go do it yourself." The commander was the same one as last time. He replied indifferently. Lodge a complaint? Besides the fact that he would lose face by doing this, Yi Fuqian's trip to the upper realm had been suggested by the higher-ups. What was there to complain about? After arriving in the upper worlds, Yi Fuqian and the others found an inn to stay at. The upper worlds and the lower world were different. Although the upper worlds were vast, the population was very closely crowded together, and there were endless grand palaces located there. After settling in, Yi Fuqian and the village chief went over to Emperor Xia's palace. The news about Jeyu had been hanging in his mind for the past few days, and now that the palace's affairs had been properly arranged, the first thing he would do while in the upper worlds was go see Xiaxia. The others all took the time to stroll around and become familiar with Emperor Xia's realm, and at the same time learn about the distribution of the top forces in the upper worlds so they could form a complete map of them. But what Yi Fuqian did not know was that from the first moment when they had entered the inn they were staying at, they were already being watched. In Emperor Xia's realm, there was a grand community of palaces that an extremely sharp willpower emanated from. This was Juing Palace, the place where the Juing Sword Saint cultivated. At that moment, the Juing Sword Saint was sitting upright in the middle of a giant diagram cultivating. Invisible sword wills flowed all around him. He opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" "My lord, someone from Tianji Pavilion is here, saying he has news of Yi Fuqian," said the person bowing in front of him. A sword will flashed in the Juing Sword Saint's eyes. "Show him in." His expression was cold. Ever since Pei Qianying's defeat, he had paid close attention to Yi Fuqian's movements. But the 9 states were directly governed by Emperor Xia, and he set the rules there. The Juing Sword Saint did not dare do anything rash. But his most cherished disciple had been destroyed right in front of his face. How could he forget that? These days his sword was unstable and often wavered, and he was getting tired of it. Thus he had paid Tianji Pavilion to inquire after news of Yi Fuqian. Tianji Pavilion did not originally worry about the affairs of the lower world because it was not worth it. No one ever asked them to pay attention to them, and so there was no profit in it for them. Thus they would not do it. But the Juing Sword Saint had paid them a lot, and so they had personally sent someone to the lower world to observe the movements down there. They knew everything that happened in the lower worlds. Soon, a figure in a white robe embroidered with 2 fish representing yin and yang appeared. He squinted at the Juing Sword Saint and then bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Juing Sword Saint." The Juing Sword Saint continued to sit there and said, "Get to the point. Yi Fuqian has arrived in the upper worlds along with many of the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. There are 3 saints among them, including Yaya, the sword servant of the Sword Saint of the Void, who may have inherited his position. You have seen her before. There is also the Lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Besides them, there are many sages who are very powerful. Almost all of those who went to the trials with Xiaxia are there. This group made it up the sky stairwell into the upper worlds." The man from Tianji Pavilion smiled slightly as he said this. His report was very detailed. He had investigated those who had come very thoroughly. The Juing Sword Saint's brow tightened suddenly. So there were 3 saints with him, including the heir of the Sword Saint of the Void. He had no way of shaking such a powerful battle array. "Where are they now?" asked the Juing Sword Saint. "They've taken up residence at an inn. You may not have heard, but Yi Fuqian has gone to Emperor Xia's palace with one of the Sword Saint of the Void's sword servants, probably to pay his respects. As for the real reason for his visit, we don't know yet, but we will find out as soon as possible," continued the man. The Jewing Sword Saint nodded as he listened to his visitor continue. There is one more thing I must remind you of. Yi Futian's performance in the Sacred War in the Nine States was outstanding, and it is being said that there is no one who can match him below the saint level, and in terms of combat prowess he is said to be without rival. Emperor Xia is probably already paying attention to him, and as far as we know, Princess Xia Qingyuan has paid a visit to the Holy Ji Palace. The Jewing Sword Saint frowned. Yi Futian was a palace lord of a palace in the lower world, a vassal of Emperor Xia. If what his visitor said was true and Yi Futian had indeed attracted Emperor Xia's attention, then if he killed him it would displease the emperor. But many cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace had come. Perhaps he could start with them and find out Emperor Xia's attitude that way? "Father," came a voice. He looked and saw Pei Qianying coming towards him. He no longer had the same temperament that he'd had before. His hair was messy and his eyes were hazy. After his life spirit had been destroyed, his path of cultivation had been interrupted. Everyone looked at each other coldly. His former fellow disciples of the Lihan Heaven looked at him and saw that his eyes were full of only sorrow. He had lost the right to cultivate with them. Even though he was a member of the Jewing Sword Saint's family, you could see in his eyes that things were different now. Once everyone had worshipped and respected him, but now all that was left was contempt and pity. "I want him to die." Pei Qianying's voice was full of poison. The Jewing Sword Saint looked at Pei Qianying with displeasure. But he did not say anything. He only sighed. He had, after all, once been his most cherished son. He could understand his pain. "Come with me to Lihan Heaven," he said. Pei Qianying saw his father's intention at once. He nodded and said, "All right." The Lihan Sword Palace in Lihan Heaven was the foremost holy land dedicated to swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. Its current master was Emperor Xia's foremost sword saint, the most powerful swordsman. His fame was not limited to Emperor Xia's realm. From this it could be seen how high a position Lihan Heaven occupied in Emperor Xia's realm. Lihan Heaven was like a fairyland. Clouds drifted by this place that looked like a home for immortals. At that moment there was a saint cultivating in front of the palace. Pei Qianying knelt on the ground and kowtowed, weeping bitterly. In front of him was a man with an incredibly swift and sturdy aura about him. He was clearly also a saint. "I have always practiced hard in order to strive for glory to repay the debt of gratitude I have for my master. No matter where I was, I could always turn to you for guidance in my swordsmanship. Now my cultivation has been ruined, and I am no longer worthy to study under you. I did not dare to taint your vision, master, and so I have not come to visit you these past few years. I hope that you can forgive me." Pei Qianying's voice was sincere. In the past he would not have been able to do this, but now honor and dignity were worthless for him. All he wanted was revenge. "Rise and speak," said Pei Qianying's master. But Pei Qianying stayed bowing. He said, "I am ashamed. I have come to you because I heard that the man who did this to me has come to the upper worlds. I was defeated in that battle at Juqian Temple. I was weaker than him, so there was no dignity in me bringing up this matter, and even less dignity in asking you to deal with it. But because of this battle, I have affected the reputation of Lihan Heaven. I was humiliated in front of a crowd, and my life spirit was destroyed. Many people have been talking about this. I hope to one day see a cultivator from Lihan Heaven crush Yi Futian and wipe away the shame that I have caused." After saying this, he touched his head to the floor again and said, "I have no power, cannot wipe away my own shame. Please forgive me, master." The man in front of him looked at him. Although Pei Qianying's voice was sincere, and everything he said seemed to be for the benefit of Lihan Heaven's reputation, he also knew that Pei Qianying was seeking revenge. But that was understandable. What level has he cultivated to? He is an upper-level sage. This man considers everyone to be beneath his notice, and boasts that he has no rivals below the saint level. He is called the foremost figure in the 9 states who is not a saint. His combat ability is impressive. None in the 9 states can match it. The people of the lower world say that even in Emperor Xia's realm there is no one below the saint level who can beat him, said Pei Qianying as he looked up at his master. The youths on both sides of him frowned and gazed at Pei Qianying coldly. There was a little bit of hatred in their eyes. Pei Qianying had once been the star of Lihan Heaven and had entered Jiutian Temple. Now, he had abandoned all dignity just for a chance at revenge. He was deliberately provoking them, trying to make them take action. Feng Xiao and Mo Li have been to the lower world. They were there at the Imperial Mausoleum. Is this the person who won Renhuang's inheritance for his holy land? Asked an elder. Yes. He possesses an extremely powerful divine implement, said to be number 3 on the divine implements ranking of the 9 states. He was surrounded, and yet he managed to fight his way out of an encirclement of top sages all by himself, answered someone beside him. The one who stole Renhuang's sword will, Yi Wuqian, and the one that received Renhuang's inheritance have come with Yi Futian to the upper worlds, said Pei Qianying. The elder looked at Pei Qianying, then turned to the man beside him and said, since he was defeated at Jiutian Temple, let's do this according to Jiutian Temple's rules. When he heard these words, Pei Qianying clenched his fists and bowed to the floor again. The Jiuying sword saint said nothing, standing there quietly all along. When he saw Pei Qianying bowing there, he sighed to himself. However, he was giving up his dignity for the sake of revenge. He knew that no matter who won and who lost, the ending was already determined the moment that Lihan Heaven decided to act. Yi Futian did not know that he had been watched ever since he had set foot in the upper worlds. Of course, he knew that the Jiuying Sword Saint and Lihan Heaven would send people against him. That was why he had brought Yaya and Glass Saint to protect him. At that moment he had arrived in front of Emperor Xia's palace and was looking up at it. He was a bit uneasy. Was this really Renhuang's palace? It was so impressive and dignified, truly supernatural. He stepped forward to the foot of the palace. Cultivators were guarding the gate, and when they saw Yi Futian and the village chief, several of them stepped forward and blocked the path. Who are you? Asked a guard. Yi Futian took a deep breath and said, Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, and a vassal of Emperor Xia. I've come to seek an audience with Princess Xia Qingyuan. The guard stared at him. There was no doubt that this was indeed Yi Futian. Who would dare stand in front of Emperor Xia's palace and tell lies? That would be looking for death. Let me report to my superior, said one of the guards. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He stood there in front of the gate, quietly waiting. Emperor Xia's palace was so strict that even small matters needed to be reported from the lowest levels to the highest, all throughout the palace. Yi Futian was a little anxious, but he kept his eyes fixed ahead of him. After a while, a maid came out. She looked at Yi Futian extremely coldly and said, You are Yi Futian? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. The princess says that she is not receiving guests today, and has asked me to personally see you off, said the maid. Yi Futian frowned. Xia Qingyuan intended to tell him the news, yet she kept him outside the door. It was apparently to settle the score of him behaving disrespectfully to her at the Holy Ji Palace that day. Xia Qingyuan crashed into his bedchambers and it irked him. As such, he behaved glumly to the princess back then. Hugh! Yi Futian reminded himself of Jiayu and said to the servant girl, Please inform the princess that I, Yi Futian, would be willing to come to her place to apologize for any disrespect I caused in the past. The princess said she is not seeing anyone and that is final. Please come again, Palace Lord Yi. The servant girl's attitude did not change one bit and replied. Yi Futian looked at that servant girl and his silver hair billowed in the wind. His pointed eyes came to bear a tinge of coldness in them. That servant girl sensed the coldness emanating from his and averted her eyes, not daring to look at them anymore. He turned and looked at the tall palace tower and felt rather cold inside. If Xia Qingyuan were to take revenge on him with other matters, he would not have been bothered. But playing him using news regarding Jiayu was another matter altogether, and one could have imagined what he was going through. Please inform the princess that I shall come again tomorrow, Yi Futian said to the servant girl, then turned around to address the village chief. Let's go. There was nothing he could have done about Xia Qingyuan's antics. That place was Emperor Xia's palace after all. It was not just him. Anyone who came from Emperor Xia's realm would have had to lower their heads at such a place. No one dared to get nasty there after all. Bring him up here. A voice was heard from high above, which sounded rather fleeting. Yifutian stopped dead in his tracks before turning around. He then saw the servant girl said to him, "Come with me." Yifutian stepped forward and passed the heaven's gate, heading into the heavenly palace. The village chief stayed waiting outside. Emperor Xia's palace was not a place that would have allowed entry with permission, and that applied to even the saints. Xia Qingyuan had only asked for Yifutian to be brought in after all. Yifutian went upwards for the heavenly tower, coming before a mesmerizing palace with clouds everywhere, looking immensely beautiful. The place was immensely thick with spiritual qi, making it seem as if it was indeed a fairyland. They stepped past a fairy bridge and came before a lotus pond. The silhouette of a man appeared there, yet when said silhouette turned around, the face of said figure was an extremely beautiful one. Yifutian greets the princess. Yifutian bowed and said. Xia Qingyuan simply looked at him coldly without saying anything. You insist on maintaining such aloof attitude despite having favors to ask from others? Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian. She was unable to sense one bit of sincerity from him. There is no way I dare to behave in an aloof manner before you, princess. What happened in the Holy Ji Palace in the past was all my fault, for not receiving you in a proper manner. I hereby sincerely apologize, and I hope you would not be holding a grudge against me, Yifutian said with a low voice. Such pretense indeed, Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yifutian looked at her and struggled to keep his emotions in check. Xia Qingyuan knew what was going through his mind just by looking at his expression. She then said coldly, I've witnessed that battle of the Sacred War 3 years ago in the Holy Ji Palace. Hua Jieyu was apparently using external forces to invoke her powers. I looked into the places where they have studied in deliberately afterwards, finding a ruins with a supreme being in it. Her methods of training was also very exceptional. Yifutian listened intently and felt rather tense. He then asked, May I know what was so special about said method of training? You're here in the upper worlds to train now. Do you know how many realms are there here? Xia Qingyuan asked. I do not. Yifutian shook his head. There are 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian. So I brought people of both lower and upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm to train outside. Although we've been to a myriad of places, the places that we've been to were only a handful in comparison. If it had been other days, Yifutian might have been astounded by what he heard. However, at present, there was little more than a flutter in his mind, which disappeared as quickly it came. He then asked, What does that have to do with my wife? That ruins was left behind by one of the top-notch figures of the 3,000 realms. One thought connecting the divine and the 3,000 realms could have been reached. Your wife's soul remained intact, and it was possible that she was taken away by that supreme being. If that turned out to be the case, then there was a chance that she might have survived, Xia Qingyuan replied. Yifutian's heart raced. He had already given in to despair. Despite Hua Qingqing's words before she left, he still found that unbelievable. He had witnessed Jieyu disintegrating right in his arms back then after all. Her body disintegrated and her soul took flight into the heavens. Even if her soul had stayed intact at that moment, there was no way she could have stayed alive. As such, he did not have much hope before he came. However, upon hearing what Xia Qingyuan said, a flame of hope lit up within his mind. 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. One thought connecting the divine could reach the 3,000 realms. If there was such massive forces existing in the world, then there was little else that was deemed impossible. The possibility of Jieyu's soul being brought away was very, very real. An intense heat welled up within his mind at the thought of that. He had been despaired for 3 years and his hope was reignited. One could have only imagined what was going on in his mind at the moment. Princess, may I know who that top-notch figure might be? Yifutian asked. It was too far away from you. You won't be able to look for her even if that is what you intend to do right now. Remain diligent in your training and get to St. Plain before you consider anything else. Xia Qingyuan did not tell Yifutian. Yifutian stared at her and she replied coldly, What I've told are nothing but the truth. It is up to you if you want to believe me. I would say no more about anything else." She then turned around to face the pond and paying no heed to Yifutian. Seeing how she carried herself, Yifutian knew that he would not have been able to get further answers. He bowed to her back and said sincerely, "Thank you, Princess, for telling me all that. I'd be taking my leave." Yifutian turned around and left after that. A silhouette appeared beside Xia Qingyuan without making a sound. It was none other than Emperor Xia himself. Xia Qingyuan eyed Emperor Xia and said, "You know that Queen's method of training was special, Father. It is possible that there are countless throughout the 3,000 realms acquiring her lineage. She was but training using the powers of that queen. Even if the queen had been capable of saving Hua Jieyu, the chance of her doing so would have been infinitely minuscule. Why do you tell me this and give him hope, Father? Wouldn't it be rather cruel if said hope bursts one day? Are you pitying him then?" Emperor Xia smiled and said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's eyes remained composed and simply looked at her father. Emperor Xia knew her daughter's personality well and simply smiled, saying, "That guy is intensely sentimental, having his hand ended up bleached due to emotional trauma and all that. In that case, it would seem that emotions serve as good driving force to further his training without a doubt. Telling him this would prompt him to train more diligently. Do you believe that? If the day comes where his hope proves to be little more than a bubble, wouldn't it have been a greater blow to his mind?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "If such a day truly comes, his state of mind would be even more strengthened. He isn't someone so easily crushed. Don't underestimate him, and don't forget, he has beaten you once." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "The supreme ruler of Emperor Xia realm would have only been so tender when talking to his beloved daughter. Do you find that he has quite a nasty temper?" Emperor Xia smiled and asked his daughter. Xia Qingyuan did not respond. Emperor Xia looked at his daughter and naturally knew how proud her daughter was as a person. Be it status or talents, she was peerless in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Anyone that she would have spoken to in such a soft-spoken manner was probably someone who had beaten her. If it had been someone else, she might have been able to scare them until the legs give with just one look. "What is his actually?" Xia Qingyuan asked curiously. She only knew that when his father was looking into Yifutian, a mysterious figure visited Emperor Xia's palace one day. The lockdown was lifted afterwards and her father summoned all of the saints below to the upper worlds, decreeing that the news regarding the sacred war shall not be leaked. Shadow guards were sent to the lower worlds and kept watch over all who had participated in that battle. She had never seen his father being concerned over anything since she began to remember things. "I'd like to know as well." Emperor Xia stroked her head, looking doting and tender. The coming of the mysterious figure that day, coupled with everything he found about him, made her deduce that Yifutian's background held earth-shattering secrets. Secrets that were utterly terrifying. Xia Qingyuan glared at her father rather furiously for patting her head like that. Emperor Xia laughed and continued patting after seeing her expression. If someone outside were to witness the exchange, they would have definitely been astounded. Rumor had it that Emperor Xia was extremely doting to his little princess, and the truth was more real than what was speculated. But, regardless of who he is, he ends up irking you nonetheless. How about I give an order and have him serve you and listen to your every order? Emperor Xia chuckled and continued, "I'd like to see if that guy dare refuse." Xia Qingyuan recalled the times she had invited Yifutian and had been rejected all the same. She came to find that proposal rather tempting, but upon recalling that putrid face of his, she refused altogether. "No need for that. All right, if you come to need it done, then just let me know," Emperor Xia said with a smile before disappearing from the spot. The people from the Holy Ji Palace arrived at an inn and everyone gathered. The three swordsmen Yi Wuchen, Su Ke, Zui Qianqiu walked together. The three of them had been training together all the time back in the Holy Ji Palace and they were very friendly with each other. "The upper worlds are very bustling indeed. I'm guessing that there'd really good booze around," Zui Qianqiu mumbled. He intended to take his time and take a good look of the upper worlds. "Booze is boring. The girls on the upper worlds, on the other hand, boy, beauties are everywhere." Suke at the side narrowed his eyes and saw a female cultivator not far away, looking rather stunning. People of the upper worlds were commonly of high training, so their bearing were all exceptional, and it was a given that they all looked stunning. Yi Wuchen had long gotten used to the antics of both of them and did not pay any heed. Zui Qianqiu really loved booze more than anything, yet Suke was just all talk. Suke stopped at that moment. Then both Yi Wuchen and Zui Qianqiu followed suit as they sensed something. Suke hailed from Tingxue House, so his senses were the sharpest of the three. He sensed killing intent headed for them. A group of people rode swords and came at them, dropping before them in an instant. All of them emanated startling sword will. It was apparent that they were all pure practitioners of the sword. They looked at Yi Wuchen and the other two with very, very cold eyes. "Do you people have business with us?" Suke narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group. They have not been arriving at the upper worlds for long, so there was no way they would have offended anyone. Unless, old scores to settle. All of those people were swordsmen, and the three of them have indeed had scores to settle with swordsmen. A group of swordsmen dropped from above, attracting the attention of people around them. There were people gasped in surprise seeing the garb the swordsmen wore. Swordsmen of Lihen Heaven. The number one holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm would have attracted attention wherever their people went. There were people gushing in from other places seeing the group of swordsmen from Lihen Heaven descending. Everyone looked in their direction. Those people then eyed Yi Wuchen and the other two beside him. Who are those three cultivators? Lu Cheng of Lihen Heaven. Someone recognized the leader of the group of swordsmen and they shuddered. Who are the hell are those three? Getting not only the swordsmen of Lihen Heaven to mobilize, but even Lu Cheng, who ranked 9th on the Juqian ranking as well. Lu Cheng had tested his mettle in the Juqian temple, being ranked on the Juqian ranking. It was said that he was already at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and was one step away from becoming a saint. Anyone who had seen him fight in the Juqian temple was able to recognize him right away. It seemed other than Lu Cheng, none of the swordsmen from Lihen Heaven right before them were weak people as well. But then again, someone who trained in the number one holy land of the sword in Emperor's realm would not have been anything less than a rare genius to begin with. Lihen Heaven. All three of them knew what was going on immediately. It was said that Pei Chenying, the cultivator whom Yi Fuqian had crippled in the Juqian temple back then, was a cultivator from Lihen Heaven. Those people were from the number one holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, and all three of them stepped onto the upper worlds. Could have been said they were stepping into the turf of others. The upper worlds were not a part of the 9 states. "Let's go," Suke said lightly, and all three of them retreated like bolts of lightning. It was not a good thing to run into people from one such holy land as soon as they have gotten to the upper worlds. Regardless if they ended up winning or losing the fight, things would have turned out really messy. They, cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, were fresh off the boat there, and so none of them wanted to make any trouble for the Holy Ji Palace. But then again, that was their wish and the other party might not have shared their intentions. The cultivators of Lihen Heaven turned into swords immediately and blocked their way. All of them were capable of moving at extreme speeds. Formless sword will filled the air and reached the three of them, making them feel extremely unwell, and their spiritual will seemed pained. Lu Cheng turned his eyes at the three of them. He looked composed as he said, "The three of them are sages. Will play by the rules of the Juqian temple of old, challenging you three as fellow sages." It was an order from their teacher. As such, Lihen Heaven did not field a saint. They needed to win according to the rules which they lost to back then. It was the pride of theirs as cultivators of the number one holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. While they knew that the ones freshly arrived at the upper worlds had saints among them, but the people of Lihen Heaven were not concerned about them making a move. Lihen Heaven was the one calling the shots in Emperor Xia's realm in that regard. Anyone dared field a saint to take on their sages might as well be digging their own graves. Yi Wuchen, Suke, and Zui Qianqiu all burst with stunning sword will. Terrifying sword aura storms whipped up around them. If they were unable to leave, then they might as well fight. Cripple them, and leave the one-armed swordsman's life spirit behind. Lu Cheng's voice was a cold one. Pei Chenying was his younger brother in training. while they hardly talked to each other and the relationship was more like that of an acquaintance. But they hailed from the same holy land nonetheless. The score of him having his life spirit crushed was something that had to be settled the hard way. Get out as soon as possible. Don't linger. Su Ke said to Yi Wuchen and Zue Qianqiu telepathically after sensing the powerful sword will around them. While all of the combatants present were sages, but their enemies consisted mostly of those at the pinnacle of sage plane, which differed considerably from the three. They were not dealing with the geniuses of the 9 states at the moment, but the top-notch swordsmen from Lihan Heaven of the upper worlds. As such, it was immensely difficult to fight with such a visible plane difference. It was especially so that all 3 of them were isolated from the entire group. A swordsman from Lihan Heaven stepped forward in the air and light of flames seemed to glow from his clothes. His body became intensely hot like the sun. Divine fires of the sun shone from above and terrifying sword aura whipped around. In an instant, a sword of rules coalesced. That sword seemed to have been forged by the fires of the sun, burning with glittering light of flames, and it seemed that the space around it burned as well. Chu Qingyang, the glaring sun flames. Many in the crowd who watched from far away reminded of a swordsman from Lihan Heaven as they looked at the handsome face of that one who attacked. It was a genius swordsman who went by the name Chu Qingyang. Who are the Lihan Heaven dealing with this time? They were wondering who those 3 are for prompting the Holy Land to field such a lineup. Why is Lu Chang mentioning about the rules of the Jutian Temple? Another one from the left struck. That figure was armed with a thin sword, which was as thin as the wings of cicadas. The sword seemed to be devoid of weight altogether. The wielder seemed to be moving with the patterns of the rules of wind, emanating a flighty aura. Li Qiufeng, the autumn wind sword. The one who spoke before spoke again, seemingly very familiar with the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. So much so that they seemed to recognize them simply by observing how they wielded their blades. The third person attacked, and he was different from the first 2. He wielded a heavy blade which had no edge, looking like something that was incapable of cutting at all. He was tall and exuded power. He did not look like a swordsman, yet no one dared to take him lightly. There were no weaklings among the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. It was especially so in the case of Wang Mang, the overbearing sword. The 3 of them formed a triangle and stood high in the air, taking on the 3 below. Their aura was overpowering and the other swordsmen spread out, standing around to prevent the 3 from escaping. Everyone who saw that realized that that was the end for the 3 of them. Anyone that Lihan Heaven intended to cripple had no way of escaping, especially so when assaulted by such a lineup. It was apparent that Lihan Heaven had intentions of letting their prey escape. Boom! A stifling pressure swept the place and many felt as if a huge pressure had coiled around their chests. Those power of rules alone was enough to make a lot feeling they were about to suffocate. Wang Mang, the overbearing sword, struck first. He stepped forward and held his sword with both hands, striking down hard from above. A stifling rumble was heard in an instant, as if the air had been split open. Boundless might of the heavy sword was brought down. A terrifying storm whipped about in the air, pressing onto the 3 of them. They looked up in the air and felt countless heavy swords raining down on them, as if slivers of souls of swords pierced the air and pinned their spiritual will down, intending to shatter them into pieces. The 3 of them felt immense pressure on them within an instant, so much so that they seemed to have trouble even walking. The ground beneath them continued to crack and the cracks spread out, as if intending to create a crater right there and then. The powerful ones far away all sensed the stifling pressure and they continued to retreat. Yi Wuchen, Zue Qianqiu, and Su Ke were at the center of the storm. Their sword aura coalesced into a river and shot up at the heavy sword. While all of them were at Archmage plane, they still paled in comparison to their opponents as they were at upper level of said plane. If it had not been for having undergone the medicine baths that St. Jiang had prepared for them for the past few years, that one strike would have injured all 3 of them. Lihan Heaven's rules of the sword were capable of targeting mental powers. Chu Qingyang, the glaring sun flame struck, shooting down the light of the sun with just one stroke from above. A beam of sunlight packing intense heat shone on them. They felt as if the intense heat was about to tear their spiritual will powers apart before the sword was even about to reach them. Wang Mang, Chu Qingyang and Li Qiufeng were all at the pinnacle of Sage Plane after all. While the Lihan Heaven swordsmen were arrogant, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. The group of sages sent after the people of the one who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states, and had actually beaten the Juqian Temple, would have definitely been extremely powerful. Any one of them would have been ranked at the forefront of the sage ranking, if they were to be cultivators of the 9 states of the lower worlds. Li Qiufeng struck as well. A storm seemed to have whipped as soon as he drew his sword, hitting all 3 of them. Thousands of currents conjured by the sword were fearsome enough that every single current would have been able to cut down sages at the pinnacle of the plane. When all 3 of them lashed out, many sent their condolences to the ones at the receiving end silently. It was extremely difficult for anyone below Saint Plane to withstand such attacks. Even sages at the pinnacle of their training would have had a hard time, especially when the ones taking the attacks were sages who had yet to reach upper level of Archmage Plane. It seemed to have sufficed with each lashing out with one strike. Yi Wuqian, Zue Chenchou and Su Ke were caught in the middle of the storm. Brilliant light burst from Yi Wuqian's body. The sword while coursing about his body seemed to have mystical powers and felt excessively overbearing. A silver sword shot out from the center of his brow. That sword spirit burst with dazzling glitter. Thousands of sword will raged and set out to tear everything apart. The attacks that were hammering on the spiritual will on all 3 of them were torn to shreds. The silver sword rang and terrifying storm of sword aura was conjured. A huge sword was materialized with the silver sword at the center. Brilliant golden light surrounded the giant sword. The 2 mystical beams crossed and looked incredibly dazzling. Break! Yi Wuqian looked up and a beam of ferocious sword will shot from his eyes. He pointed at the air with a finger and the giant sword unleashed towering sword aura, shredding the might of the sword pinning them. All sword wills were torn to shreds within an instant. Renhuang's sword will. Lu Chang took a look at Yi Wuqian. His younger brother in training has had a scuffle with that man over that Renhuang sword will, attempting to strip his life spirit to refine the Renhuang sword will. However, Pei Qianying was crippled before he was able to finish. Yi Wuqian, at present, seemed to have infused the Renhuang sword will within his life spirit, enabling him to borrow the might of the Renhuang sword will. The 3 who were attacking sensed it as well. They did not spend more than mere moments being stunned and quickly struck yet again. Wang Mang the overbearing sword conjured a sword madra, and the might of the overbearing sword grew even more terrifying. Boundless golden swords appeared above all 3 of them. Every single sword was branded with glittering patterns, enabling all of them to burst with greater might. Cut! Wang Mang shouted coldly. The overbearing swords zipped down like bolts of lightning in an instant, dropping down onto the heads of the 3 below from above. Terrifying storms whipped up around Yi Wuqian. The Renhuang sword will was infused with his life spirit and countless swords appeared as well, shooting above and clashing with the sword aura that was raining down. The giant sword that was conjured by his life spirit clashed with the overbearing sword and frightening storms resulted. The overbearing sword shuddered and the patterns on it cracked and crumbled bit by bit. The sword eventually shattered as the cracks grew. Run! A single word was heard from Yi Wuqian. He shot up like a bolt of lightning. The sword spirit was even quicker than he was, heading straight for Wang Mang. Wang Mang saw Yi Wuqian attacking, his eyes sharp and imperious, and he stepped into the void, and a terrifying force of suppression rules swept out. Behind him, the life spirit bloomed instantly, and it was a giant golden overbearing sword. He held the sword of spirit and slammed it down from the sky, endless golden brilliance blooming while the overbearing sword slashed across the sky, killing everything below as its power was overwhelming. The brow chakra of Yi Wuqian lit up, and a beautiful and brilliant light shone out, connected with the sword of spirit, and it gave out an illusion between heaven and earth in an instant. At this moment Wang Mang only saw a sky full of swords and was unable to detect where he was. There was only an infinite sword sweeping over and competing with his. Others were not idle either. The speed of the battle of swordsmen was unimaginably fast. The forces of attack were extremely strong, and fast as lightning. The flaming sword of Chu Qingyang burned in the void. He stepped forward, wanting to attack, but he saw a gray afterimage came toward him. A dark air current appeared in the void, and Su Ke melted within the darkness, going for Chu Qingyang at an incredibly fast speed. The darkness ate away the flaming light bit by bit. Chu Qingyang lifted up his sword, the light of the sun shooting down and resonating with the sword. The light burned up everything, and terrible rays of the flaming sword light penetrated the darkness, piercing it. All the darkness seemed to be revealed under the flame. Su Ke's figure appeared, and in his hand, he seemed to be holding a very thin sword, like a needle. When Su was moving, it was hard to see that there was any weapon in his hand, but it was a divine implement left over by the 9 cultivators sent by Liao when they were slain. Su Ke possessed one of them. Zui Qianqiu also had the same divine implement, and at this time he rushed toward Li Qiufeng. Both of their speeds were ghostly. All anyone could see was 2 shadowy images in the storm. The attack of the 6 swordsmen unleashed almost at the same instant. Yi Wuqian seemed to have opened his third eye, and his one arm stretched out, pointing to the void empty, and he spat out one word, "Open." The moment when his voice faded, the sword will of that upward motion was swallowed by the sword of spirit and turned into one sword, and there appeared a little dot above the void, as if one sword had opened up the sky. In this moment, the endless golden and giant sword that was falling down was shattered into nothingness, and the light slayed toward Wang Mang. As if detecting the danger, Wang Mang roared and a terrible sword armor appeared and surrounded his body, while the overbearing sword returned to its place and was held in his hands. Boom! When the sword arrived, the life spirit of the overbearing sword seemed to have cracked, and the sword will pierced through it. With a sound, Wang Mang's body was propelled to the distant sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Yi Wuqian glanced at the direction of Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu. The body suspended in the air. The sword spirit floated in front of him, humming and blooming endless air currents of sword wei, rolled toward the vast battlefield. In this instant, all the will of heaven turned into swords while Chu Qingyang and Li Qiufeng were occupying the absolute advantage. They suddenly felt a great sense of danger, and then they saw the hand of Yi Wuqian placed before the sword spirit, and a storm of destruction appeared in this void. At this time, Lu Cheng also looked up and swiped a glance at Yi Wuqian. He knew that Yi Wuqian was madly urging the Renhuang sword will, obviously having had some comprehension regarding the Renhuang sword will and could borrow from it to explode shocking power, injuring Wang Mang. Moreover, there was still some strength left over from it, but upon observing the sword he understood that Yi Wuqian could not have urged such a sword once or twice without exhausting his own spiritual willpower. This was him forcing the Renhuang sword will, at a great cost to his own detriment. Yi Wuqian's eyes were demonic. An endless sword will flowed between the heaven and the earth. His finger pressed once again, and in a flash a sword came instantly, locked onto Chu Qingyang for the kill. Chu Qingyang's body retreated explosively, and a sword crossed the sky and cut off the flame. The sword light whizzed past and cut off the sword in his hand and caused his body to back off wildly. Afterward, another radiant arc crossed and arced toward Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng's speed was fast to the limit, like a gust of wind that was retreating. His afterimages filled the space between heaven and earth. A radiant light now beamed between Yi Wuqian's brows, connected with the sword, so that the sword of spirit reached equally fast speed. In the void, man and sword chased one another and created lines and lines of curvature. Boom! With a loud sound, the storm was cleaved through, and Li Qiufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was injured by the piercing sword will, and he was covered in blood. Buzz! The sword returned, suspended in front of Yi Wuqian's brow chakra, humming. However, the sword will between the heaven and the earth had weakened much. Obviously, after 2 moves of the sword, it was difficult for Yi Wuqian to sustain the power he had previously. Lu Cheng cast a glance at Yi Wuqian and said nonchalantly, "Not bad for Renhuang sword will, even if when borrowed by a sage it can have such power. Block this." When his voice fell, he stepped out. For a moment, the sword chi swayed, and above the firmament, there was an immense sword will attempting to slam down from the void. 3,000-mile sword. The hearts of the people in the distance trembled. The sword of Lu Chang was the true inheritance of his master. A sword in which its sword will could traverse 3,000 miles. Lihan Heaven was the premier holy land for Swordway. In addition to Swordmaster of Lihan, who had long stopped involving himself with the matters of the world, there were several other Sword Saint-level characters whose cultivations were extremely terrifying. Lu Chang and the others were the disciples of a Sword Saint, and he was also the one who taught Pei Chenying at Lihan Heaven. When Lu Chang stepped out, there seemed to be a sword falling down from the sky. A sword condensed over his head, and the endless airflow of Swordway now whistled into the sword. Lu Cheng's palm made a grabbing motion in the void, and the sword was out, ditches forming in the sky, and with his body as the center, the 3,000-mile sword seemed to be obliterating everything in front of him. Yi Wuchen's eyes glanced at the sword wills that slashed from the void, the sword spirit in front of his brow chakra whistling, once again setting off a terrible storm, as if his spiritual will was burning, and endless spiritual will was integrated into the life spirit. Renhuang's sword will was once again being urged, and supreme aurora of the sword was blowing and puffing. Over the top of his head, traces of sword marks came slashing toward him, like doomsday, as if the void had been broken. Yi Wuchen's finger pointed forward. The sword came out, and traces of sword marks that traversed thousands of miles apart were cut off and madly pulverized by the sword light. But still, there were a few sword marks that came toward him, and Yi Wuchen was between a rock and a hard place. He had not another arm to deal with them. However, at this time, Suke and Zue Qiangqiu descended by his side in a flash, and the sword smashed out at the same time, blocking the sword marks. The swords of both sides collided, and Yi Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two did not fare much better. Their spiritual will seemed to be torn to pieces, but they did not back off. Instead, they madly urged sword wills to destroy the sword of the opponent. Finally, the sword marks in the sky were all but destroyed. Zue Qianqiu and Suke took a step back at the same time, and both spat out blood. They were experts at slaying but not frontal attacks, and so they suffered. Lu Chang continued moving forward, and there was a terrible storm of sword wei appearing in front of him. He walked toward the trio, and the endless sword will came together once again. Get out of the way. At this time, there was a violent atmosphere coursing from afar, and a roar shook the earth. Suddenly many who were watching the battle in the distance retreated, and then they saw a figure, like lightning, shoot toward the battlefield. The person who was at the most front was brawny in size, and every step he took into the void was earth-shattering, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be shaking. Looking at the other side, Suke looked at Lu Chang, and a cold light flashed through his eyes, saying, "You are finished. Is that so?" Lu Chang also glanced yonder. In fact, he didn't know much about the situation in the 9 states' lower worlds, at least not as much as the Zhuang Sword Saint had known. He only knew that Pei Chenying was handicapped by Yi Futian, who was known as the unparalleled of the 9 states. The reason was because Pei Chenying had deprived the life spirit of Yi Wuchen, with whom he had just battled. He had also heard that, in addition to Yi Futian, there were 2 other people who broke through the 9th layer of heaven and entered the Jutian ranking. As for the other people at the Holy Ji Palace, he had no idea who's who. The man who was rushing toward them at this moment, was it one of the 3 who broke through the 9th layer of heaven with Yi Futian? But yes or no, what does it matter? Immense sword will condensed, regardless of the figure that rushed forward. His sword smashed down, and the sword marks of destruction annihilated everything in front. The speed of the rushing figure was raised to the limit, and the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven who were surrounded outside suddenly released the aurora of the sword to attack Yushang. However, Yushang seemed to not have seen them. There seemed to be a layer of dark gold armor upon his body, allowing the sword chi blasting upon his body, without affecting him. Even a swordsman who was in front of him was slapped away by him when he was running. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and he stepped out to close the distance in the space, appeared in front of Yi Wuchen and the others. He looked up and glanced at the sword marks that were falling down, and his body suddenly grew tall and stalwart. Its dark gold body was indestructible. The sound of Sanskrit lingered. Suddenly the big handprints of Buddha slapped out at the same time, toward the sword marks that were coming down. Fierce bursts of sound came out, the sword marks were destroyed madly, and the palm prints were also splitting and breaking apart. Yusheng stabilized his body and covered the other 3 people by his own body. The sword will continued to blast onto his body, but was not able to break his dark gold armor. A number of people rushed into the battlefield, and Huang Zhouge also arrived. Bang! Yusheng took a step in the void and went to Lu Cheng, who was in front. At this moment, Lu Cheng could feel an immense and strong pressure from the other. The power of this person was terrifying. Another loud sound, and Yusheng continued to step forward. Each step made the world tremble. Lu Cheng frowned. Today, everyone who came from Lihan Heaven were its most powerful swordsmen, fully prepared to face Yi Futian and his cohort. Now before Yi Futian had even made an appearance, he had felt the pressure already. With sword in hand, the sword chi coursing, Lu Cheng's body leapt forward, and the infinite airflow of the way of the sword roared wildly, forming a force with the sword. Chop! Lu Cheng's body descended from the sky, and the sword slashed out, crossing a great distance, and sword marks where they have cut through the void, like the most terrible storm of destruction, slashing toward Yusheng's body. But Yusheng stepping into the sky, the dark golden light of the Buddha demon shined upon his body, and many people look at him moving forward in shock. Did he not care for his life? The terrible sword chi slammed down and blasted on his immense and wild body, colliding with his defense, but was not able to breach it. The Buddha and the demon now as one, but also both. Under his body that ran wildly, the sword marks were bursting and exploding madly. Later, everyone saw a huge fist rushing down with might force of the sky, and the space seemed to suffocate under its strike. Lu Cheng's sword once again slashed out, but before the sword chi could fully explode, the huge fist smashed on his sword, and the sound of destruction was heard. The sword exploded and pulverized, and Lu Cheng's body quickly withdrew like a sword, but the fist still fell on him, and a terrifying force blasted on him through the space. Lu Cheng's body was blasted toward the distance, and all the bones of his body made a clear cracking sound of explosion. At the moment when Lu Cheng was knocked away, the hearts of everyone present also jumped. That strike was too fierce, and how could it be resisted by mere flesh and blood? This strike probably cost half of Lu Cheng's life force. The people who were observing the battle in the distance revealed a look of horror. This time the premier Holy Land of Swordway in Emperor Xia's realm sent out such an impressive group to deal with several sages, and originally everyone thought the other party would definitely be at a disadvantage. But they never would have thought that following Yi Wuchen's explosive actions, Yusheng descended like a demon god, so that even someone as strong as Lu Cheng was crushed. I have seen him a few years ago at the Juqian Temple. His name was still on the list of the Juqian ranking, but at that time he only challenged at the Magi Plane. Some people exclaimed, shocked, and seeming to recall the haughtiness postures of the 3. He continued, he came from 9 states. The 3 great cultivators who made a short-lived appearance a few years ago? Many people had heard of the Battle of the Juqian Temple. At the time, it had caused some sensation in the upper worlds. After all, 3 people from the 9 states broke through the 9th layer of heaven at the same time, and with Princess Xia Qingyuan attended the battle in person. Yes, this person was one of them, that person said, and suddenly many people trembled in their hearts. And they understood why Lihan Heaven had dispatched such delegates to face them. Those who had conquered the Juqian Temple would not likely be overcome by ordinary characters. As for the reason of their appearance, it couldn't be more clear. When Lihan Heaven disciple Pei Chenying was disabled at the Juqian Temple, it was in front of several other disciples from Lihan Heaven. Although it was Pei Chenying who had instigated the grievance with the other party, and had challenged them at 9th layer of heaven, he was, after all, a disciple of Lihan Heaven, and these disciples seemed to want to avenge him, so it was little wonder that Lu Cheng declared that he wanted to disable these 3 individuals. But perhaps he had never thought that those people who had conquered the Juqian Temple, after these few years, were strong enough to crush someone as strong as he. Many in the upper worlds, like the cultivators of Lihan Heaven, had heard about the battle a few years back. Though they knew those 3 were powerful, they had no actual idea just how powerful they were. Today, however, they were seeing one of them. Compared to the rumors of a few years ago, he was only stronger than imagined, not weaker. Boom! Yushang took a great step and continued to move toward the fallen figure. He was surrounded by a terrifying, overbearing pressure. His demon godlike presence was giving out a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian led cultivators of Saint Plain to the upper worlds was because of what happened at that time. But as soon as they have arrived, that trouble already was at their door suggested that someone was keeping tabs on them. Of course, Yushang knew exactly what that meant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to come so quickly. When the disciples of Lihan Heaven saw Yushang's movements, they all came to Lu Cheng's side, and the sword will flowed around their bodies. A sword net seemed to have appeared in this space, the sword will of Lihan permeating every corner. Boom! A loud bang, Buddha and demon of all heavens appeared behind Yushang. The Buddha and the demon as one, its authority pressuring the world. Their palms struck forward at the same time, and the magnificent body of Yushang also struck out, like the Mahavarakana, but it was the palm of Mahavarakana with demonic attribute, blasting forward toward those cultivators. The swordsmen of Lihan Heaven swung their swords at the same time, and suddenly all the palm prints were torn and shattered. Yushang stepped forward in great strides and the ground shook. The swords of the swordsmen pointed at Yushang, intent to kill. All swords became one and stabbed on Yushang's torso. The body that was covered by the dark golden armor seemed to be indestructible, but even so, the armor was disintegrated bit by that sword will of Lihan, and it was even slicing at the spiritual will, rushing into the mind of Yushang. If it was another person, their body would probably be immediately separated into 1,000,000 pieces. However, the body of Yushang was already exceeding normal physical limit. After the sacred war, he was also tempered by St. Zhang's medicinal bath, so that the strength of his body was only below the saints, and not something that could be surpassed by mere numbers of combatants. Because after all, even a large number of people was not an indication of the increased combat power of an individual, and without a strong enough offensive, they would never be able to overcome the defense, so a large number of people was simply useless. The increase in the battlefield matrix that would increase the damages of the single attack was perhaps a little more hopeful. Roar! A loud holler came out, the lion's roar shaking the sky, ringing through the eardrums of the people. The swordsmen from Lihan Heaven felt that their heads were about to burst, and then Yushang threw a punch and the void seemed to be exploding, and many figures were knocked away. Even the strong swordsman from Lihan Heaven could not block him. What strength was this? Boom! Another step, Yushang continued to move forward, and ran straight toward Lu Chang, who had already stood up, and the sword that Lu Chang had used to smash at Yi Wuqian, showing its intent to kill. Seeing that body, like a demon god, coming toward him, Lu Cheng's heart beating wildly, and his entire body was surrounded by shining and radiant sword light. His life spirit bloomed. From the sky, there appeared a giant sword, and he felt an acute sense of fatal danger. Obviously, Lu Chang never thought that anyone from the 9 states could be as strong as this. Upon Yushang, the light of the Buddha and demon was blazing, and when he saw the faint divine authority above Lu Chang, and divine implement had been shown, he did not hesitate to take out the battle axe of judgment and smash it toward Lu Chang. Slice! Lu Chang put both hands above the top of his head, waving forward, and suddenly a giant sword from the top of his head smashed out, cutting a thick and incomparable sword mark in the sky, like a natural fissure cutting through the void, piercing through the sky. The battle axe of judgment slammed down, and suddenly the sword mark exploded and was destroyed. The sword way continued to collapse and self-destruct, and Yushang leveraged its momentum to smash toward Lu Chang. With a loud boom, the battle axe of judgment smashed on the divine sword, crushing Lu Cheng's body. He let out an angry roar, still holding on, and the sword Chi sword. The Buddha and demon of all heavens appeared, and their power pressed the sky, and broke the sword Chi once again. Lu Cheng's knees slammed into the ground, and there was a loud bang. Terrible cracks appeared on the ground, which extended toward the 4 sides. Enough! A loud commanding sound came from the sky, and there was an authority of the divine path falling down, rocking the firmament. The heart of many jumped, and when they looked up at the sky, they saw the clouds and wind moving, and there was an invisible pressure of the divine path that flowed above the sky, feeling extremely sharp. This air current pressed toward Yushang and asked him to stop. Yushang looked up at the void, his look indifferent, and the battle axe of judgment continued its downward movement. The blood continued to come out of Lu Cheng's mouth, his body collapsing, and all the innards were rocked to their limit, and he felt on the verge of destruction. "How dare you!" A cold reprimand came out, the wind above the sky blowing, and immense sword will started to gather. The next loud sound of rumbling was heard. A sword came from outside the sky, and cracks appeared in the void. A sword that passed 3,000 miles, carrying the momentum of the thunder toward Yushang. The heaven and the earth seemed to be annihilated by this one blow. In the distance, everyone was madly retreating, fearing that they would be caught in the peripheral of the attack. But obviously they worried overmuch. The opponent's control over the sword was superb, and it was meant only for Yushang, and not the rest of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Yushang looked up at the sword, and it came in an instant, forcing him to retract the battle axe of judgment and smashed it toward the sword will in the void instead. This sword came from outside the sky, and when the sword fell, the space in which Yushang was in seemed to be pierced, the ground madly bursting and smashing, and that sturdy, godlike body crazily backing up. His shirt was torn, and a sword stabbed onto the battle axe of judgment, puffing out endless horrific authority of the sword, madly tearing at his body. An angry roar. The terrible defense of Yushang was broken through by the sword chi, and blood flowed. His body flew out in reverse, and at that time, the sword stopped, flying back to the void, and everywhere the sword had pointed to, its chi was felt for miles. Boom! A loud sound, and everyone saw that Yushang had fallen to the ground, covered in blood. The shocked crowd looked up to the sword, and the sword mark on the sky that ran 1,000 miles. 3,000-mile sword. They already knew who wielded the sword. Lihan Heaven Sword Saint Liang. Sword Saint of Liang, even in the upper worlds, was considered a big deal, and he was also Lu Cheng's master, cultivating in Lihan Heaven, whose actual strength was unfathomable. At this time, there was a faint shadow gathering on the sword that was suspended in the sky. It was the shadow of Sword Saint of Liang, and it was also the person who Pei Qianying begged on the ground. Zhuing's Sword Saint knew that he couldn't take care of the people from the Holy Ji Palace, so he took Pei Qianying to Lihan Heaven, intended to us Lihan Heaven's power for revenge. The Sword Saint of Liang understood perfectly the idea of Zhuing's Sword Saint. But seeing his disciple kneeling and begging, and when he thought how he had been disabled, he still couldn't resist sending out the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven to allow them to take Yifutian and his cohorts, following the rules of the Jiutian Temple. However, even though Sword Saint of Liang had been cautious with the ability of Yifutian and his cohort and had sent out the most powerful setup of Lihan Heaven, they were still crushed. He glanced at Yushang. He did not expect that, in the lower worlds in the land of 9 states, such characters were possible. In this battle, they acknowledged defeat. Since Lu Chang was defeated, Lihan Heaven will no longer be bothering you in the future. This is the end of the matter. Sword Saint of Liang said lightly. Lu Chang was crushed, and there was probably no one on his side who could overcome Yushang. If he made the move against these youngsters, he would appear petty and a laughingstock. The truth was that he should not have intervened. But when he saw that Yushang had really wanted to kill Lu Chang, he could not just sit by and watch Lu Chang being killed. Yushang was covered in blood, and has looked up angrily at the Sword Saint of Liang in the void. But he also understood that his anger was meaningless. The premier holy land of Sword Wei in the upper worlds. Even though the Holy Ji Palace lorded over all of 9 states, it was still far off from Lihan Heaven. This was not 9 states. The rules of sacred war did not apply. At this time, loud rumbling sounds were heard. Many people felt that their eardrums were shaking, making them extremely uncomfortable. They looked back at the distance and saw a brilliant light coming toward this side. Sword Saint of Liang looked up and glanced over there, and suddenly said, "All of you go back." When the voice fell, his body disappeared and turned into a sword, flying toward the void. In this instant, the authority of the sword of the divine path sheltering the sky and was far stronger than it was before. There were swords above the firmament, and in front, there was a sword diagram at the center of which, A sword ran through the void and slayed with a speed that was difficult for the eyes to perceive. Buzz! The sword of Sword Saint of Liang puffed out infinite sword light and directed toward the sword that was coming. The two swords collided in the void, and the horrible air currents of Sword Wei now appeared in the sky. Let's go! Many screamed and retreated in a hurry, and buildings within hundreds of miles of radius had turned to dust in this moment. Many people below Sage Plain spat out blood, and even those of the Sage Plain were also madly withdrawing to escape. However, at the moment their hearts were beating wildly. Today they did not merely witness an exciting and aggressive battle, but in fact they had witnessed the exchanges between sword saints in the air. Sword will of the great path coursed about in the heavens, shooting throughout the vast area. Countless cultivators throughout the area looked up at the terrifying scene high up in the air at that moment. An oppressive light screen of the sword appeared in the heavens as the sword will coursed. That is saintly might. There are sword saints fighting. Who is it that is fighting? Sword will coursed about everywhere within and in at that moment. Countless looked up at a compound hanging in the air and their minds shuddered. There was definitely a sword saint-level figure staying within. Yaya sat cross-legged and rings of sword will of the great path coursed about, streaking through the air around and shot far away. The sword diagram in the battlefield looked even more brilliant. Boundless sword will coursed about on that sword that was lashed out. Intense clashing was heard. Her sword had forced her opponent's sword to keep backing away. Sword gashes of the void continued to crumble, and the cultivators of Lihan Heaven backed away from the battlefield immediately after seeing that scene. So the one who made the move was supposedly the reincarnated sword saint of the void told in the legends then. Is she already that strong now? Boom! A streak of extremely dazzling beam of sword flash came and went in an instant. The sword of Liang was penetrated right away, and the sword gashes of the heavens crumbled and reduced to dust. A cold voice was heard throughout the place shortly after. If the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven continued to behave in such a manner, then it had best to stop fighting others as swordsmen from here on out, as it would have only tainted the name of swordsman. The voice was heard throughout thousands of miles in the air. Countless heard, and their minds shuddered. There were actually people ridiculing swordsmen of Lihan Heaven and claiming them to have tainted the name of swordsman. Those were incredibly bold words. A grunt was heard in one of the palaces of Lihan Heaven. Blood was seen at the corner of a person's mouth. The sword will around the sword saint of Liang was dispersed. He wiped the blood of the corner of his mouth and looked far away with pointed eyes. The sword saint of the void Both the sword saint of the void and the swordmaster had been known to be the two greatest swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm in the past, fighting to become the #1 swordsman. So the sword saint of the void has returned then. He had naturally heard that voice as well. They were indeed the ones who were in the wrong in that battle indeed, but it was simply impossible for him to do nothing while seeing his students killed. As such, he did not think much about it. As for the case with the name of swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, they had been venturing out as powerful swordsmen of Lihan Heaven for many years. It was not something that people would have been able to taint with just words alone. Even the one uttering such words was the sword saint of the void. At present he, the swordmaster of Lihan Heaven, was the #1 swordsman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Sword will gradually dissipated in that battlefield at the moment. The overbearing pressure was finally gone. Many took a deep breath as they suffered quite a lot earlier, feeling as if their bodies would have been torn to shreds by the sword will around at any given moment. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and the surrounding buildings were all destroyed. Many were caught in the crossfire and were hurt. Yushang's raging body remained standing in the ruins, stained with blood all over him. Many looked shocked. He was able to take one strike throughout the void by the sword saint and still remained standing. His physical body was seen to be insanely strong by those around. Even though the sword saint of Liang had only launched a strike remotely and had not been bringing his full power, it was nonetheless a strike imbued with the might of sainthood. If it had been common sages at the pinnacle of their training, they would have been rendered paralyzed on the ground even if they happened to survive. Yet, Yushang was able to remain standing with blood all over him. It was a testament of the insane durability of his physical body. Many took a deep breath, as none of them had expected people from the 9 states of the lower worlds had actually been able to shame Lihan Heaven, the number 1 holy land of the swordsmen in the upper worlds. The very moment the sword saint of Liang made a move, it had actually meant that Lihan Heaven had lost, and it was a crushing defeat in their part. The man from the 9 states had truly been powerful. Yushang swept his cold eyes across. The ones from Lihan Heaven had already retreated when the 2 sword saints duked it out remotely. They suffered a crushing defeat, so much so that the sword saint of Liang had to make a move to save their lives. As such, they had no face to remain staying. If it had not been for that one strike from the sword saint of Liang, Lu Chang would have probably ended up dead by the hands of Yushang. He was truly brutal. The raging aura that burst from him earlier was a testament that he meant business. "You all right?" Yushang turned around and said to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen sat cross-legged. His life spirit had retreated back into his body. His aura was unstable. He had been exerting himself a lot before. "I'm fine." Yi Wuchen looked the blood-stained Yushang and said, he had not been strong enough. Despite having borrowed the power of Renhuang's sword will, he had only been barely able to defeat the 3 major swordsmen, before he became hardly able to continue fighting. If he was as capable as Yushang, he would not have needed Yushang to make a move. The short skirmish previously also made him understand that the cultivators of the upper worlds were indeed far stronger than those of the 9 states. Many of the top-notch figures that he had met on the pilgrimage led by Xianxia years ago were of such standards. He was not all that talented, so he had to make up with hard work. The reason why he had been willing to give everything to meld the Renhuang sword will into his body was precisely so to enable him to grow stronger. However, the Renhuang sword will was simply too powerful. He had only been able to refine a small part of it despite having spent years at it, but it had nonetheless helped him a lot in furthering his swordsmanship. Yet, it was clear to him that he had a long way to go. Powerful sword will was sensed coming from afar. A sword came together with the whooshing, hovering in midair, and 2 figures were seen standing on it. Yet another sword saint. Everyone was shocked to see the old man riding the sword. What the hell is with today? While there were many saints in the upper worlds, but the elder was nonetheless considered a major figure. The other figure seen standing on the sword was of exceptional bearing. His hair was snow-white and he looked extremely handsome. His eyes were brimming with spirit and his white garb billowed in the air. "Who is that gray-haired young man?" The gray-haired young man walked down and the sword saint followed behind him. The scene caused the pupils of many to dilate, their eyes sparkling. "The young man is the one taking the lead here." Yi Futian walked down. Yushang and Yi Wuchen looked at him. What happened? Yi Futian's eyes felt rather cold. The village chief was able to sense Yaya's sword aura when Yi Futian was on his way back, so they came here instead. The battle was over by the time they got there and there were only rebels left. Other than that, there was Yushang who was blood-stained, Yi Wuchen who was injured, and the others. "The ones from Lihan Heaven did this," Yi Wuchen said. Yi Futian's eyes were very cold. While Pei Chenying was from Lihan Heaven, yet the feud in the past was due to Pei Chenying being conceited enough to strip Wuchen of his life spirit, and had them look for him at the 9th layer of heaven. It was due to that he went about climbing the sky stairwell, beaten the Juqian temple, and reduced Pei Chenying to a cripple. So despite being the number 1 holy land of swordsmanship, they are actually standing up for Pei Chenying then. Furthermore, the fact that they were able to come so fast meant that they had been monitoring the ones from the lower worlds all the time, right when they were still in the 9 states. "How did you end up getting hurt?" Yi Futian looked at Yushang and asked. Even if the ones who attacked them were cultivators of Lihan Heaven, Yushang would have never gotten so severely injured. Despite the same could not have been said for Yi Wuchen and the others. Unless a saint made a move against him. An attack from a saint, Su Kei said coldly. If it hadn't been the case, all of them from Lihan Heaven would have stayed behind. Yi Futian's expression had gotten even colder as things had indeed happened as speculated. Not only that Lihan Heaven acted against them, a saint had even lashed out at Yushang. If they had not came prepared, having Yaya and some saints traveling along with them in the upper worlds, things would have turned out very grim for them. "We'll head back and get you people patched up first," Yi Futian said. Everyone nodded, and the village chief took all of them back riding on the sword. They were out of sight within mere moments. Why did his hair turn gray? Some mumbled to themselves, and they were many who had actually been guessing at Yi Futian's identity. There were those who had witnessed those battles fought in the Juqian temple, and they had not been able to recognize him at first. It was not until they had taken a good look that they found him to be the genius who claimed to be peerless in the 9 states, Yi Futian. No one knew if Lihan Heaven would have made another move against them, seeing how that holy land suffered yet another defeat. However, with even Lu Chang, who had studied under the Sword Saint of Liang, had been overwhelmed like that, and the Sword Saint had to save him personally, claiming that the case was ended right there and then, even if the ones from Lihan Heaven wanted revenge. None of those who studied under the Sword Saint of Liang would have been able to defeat Yu Shang, more so given that Yi Futian was on their side. Unless, Lihan Heaven was ready to field a great number of mighty ones, with even the saint making a move. However, as the number 1 holy land of swordsmanship, there was no way Lihan Heaven would have done so, as it would not have been something they would have been able to boast about after all. The news of that battle was quickly spread throughout the upper worlds, as Lihan Heaven was simply too well known in the upper worlds, making it impossible for the news to not spread. Many claimed that while Yu Shang, who had defeated Lu Chang, and Yi Futian, who had beaten the 9th layer of heaven, were cultivators from the 9 states, but they nonetheless stood at the very pinnacle below Saint Plane, even at the upper worlds. They were worthy of being compared to the top few in Emperor Xia's realm. There had not been people like that emerging from the 9 states for a very long time. When the news spread, the names of Yi Futian and Yu Shang of the 9 states once again spread throughout the upper worlds. Many linked that battle with the day where 3 from the 9 states being able to make it to the 9th layer of heaven. At the 33rd layer of heaven of the Lihan Heaven, the clouds were fleeting and a figure was seen training with his eyes closed before a swordsman's palace. Those who were training there were all of the bloodline of the swordmaster of Lihan. A figure was seen carrying a sword on their backs as they walked, going up the sky stairwell. He then stopped before that figure and bowed, calling respectfully, "Brother." The young man who was seen training with his eyes closed took a look at the one who came. He then smiled and asked, "How did you get free enough to come here?" Lu Chang, a student of Uncle Liang, intended to ask for guidance in swordsmanship from you, the one who came said. The young man wore a puzzled look and asked. Lu Chang was the best student studying under Uncle Liang. If he needed teaching, he would have gone to Uncle Liang instead. What is he doing here? A student who studied under Uncle Liang, Pei Chenying, was rendered a cripple in the past. Lu Chang stood up for him and was overwhelmed by his opponents. If it had not been for Uncle Liang making a move, Lu Chang might have been killed on the spot. As such, many chastised Uncle Liang for that. It would seem that that battle had instigated Lu Chang enough that he wanted to learn what it was like to be the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. The man who came smiled and answered. The elder brother in training before him was the number 1 figure in Lihan Heaven, the true edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane, one of the few acknowledged by all in the upper worlds to be standing at the very top. As such, it was entirely within reason that Lu Chang sought him out after being defeated by Yu Shang. He was probably feeling vexed from being defeated. There is actually someone capable of landing such a blow on Lu Chang. A tough one indeed then. Who would that be? The young man asked. Someone from the 9 states named Yu Shang. He was probably very powerful. The one who came answered. Well then. The young man nodded and continued. Tell Lu Chang to come here. Indeed, brother. A decree was sent from the Emperor Xia's palace when many were still talking about Yi Futian, shocking many people. The decree of Emperor Xia stated that Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State of the 9 states, was to be appointed as the Princess Valet and was permitted for the moment to venture outside for training. He was also allowed to enter Emperor Xia's palace. The appointment from Emperor Xia quickly whipped up a storm. While it had seemed to be an appointment that was of little importance in first glance, but becoming the Princess Valet meant that he was able to get near Princess Xia Qingyuan, serving by her side and protecting her from danger. Everyone in Emperor Xia's realm knew that Emperor Xia doted on Xia Qingyuan the most. The person that was to become her valet would have been of significant importance. It meant that Emperor Xia had absolute trust in him, be it in terms of birth, talents, or powers. It was worth noting that some geniuses at the very pinnacle had thoughts about the princess. While they did not dare to show such thoughts in public, but that most beloved daughter of Emperor Xia was lauded to be the most talented in Emperor Xia's realm. While she had often appeared in men's clothing, yet it did not change the fact that she looked incredibly stunning. She was the princess born between Emperor Xia and the number one beauty in Emperor Xia's realm after that. There was no need to doubt about her appearance. No other young women in Emperor Xia's realm were deemed being worthy of being compared to Xia Qingyuan. No one would have batted an eye if Emperor Xia had appointed a saint from the previous generation to protect the princess, but the one appointed was none other than Yi Fuqian, who was said to be the most talented in the 9 states of the lower worlds. He served directly under Emperor Xia, and it was that he was very young and extremely handsome. Such unparalleled specimen of a human being getting appointed as the princess valet would have surely become the talk of the place. Furthermore, the timing of the appointment was very coincidental, as it happened when Lihan Heaven had just clashed with the ones from the Holy Ji Palace who ventured to the upper worlds for training. From that standpoint, it was entirely within reason to see that to be some kind of warning to some forces at the upper worlds. As such, regardless of how powerful such forces would have been in the upper worlds, they would have had to consider carefully if they wanted to move against Yi Fuqian. That appointment had far greater influence than when Yi Fuqian and the other two had beaten the Juqian temple back then. Many top-notch sages and saints would not have paid any attention to what happened in the Juqian temple, thus many more came to hear of Yi Fuqian's name at present. Furthermore, many would have known that he hailed from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state of the 9 states at the lower worlds. He was a palace lord of a holy land at the lower worlds, one who served directly under Emperor Xia. While the upper worlds were also under Emperor Xia's rule, but forces like Lihan Heaven did not serve directly under the emperor. That point resembled the like of the great Zhou sacred dynasty of the 9 states, which had a standing army and forces within the sacred dynasty's territory serving it. At that moment, clouds circled around a mountain. There were some buildings built in a scattered manner on the mountain. Spiritual chi around there was incredibly thick and the scenery was very beautiful, with flowing rivers and waterfalls, as well as towers and pavilions found all about the place, making the mountain incredibly elegant. Many went out for activities as soon as they had gotten to the upper worlds. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue went to find accommodations, as it was impossible for them to stay in inns where people were many and gossip flying about for prolonged periods. They found the villa as a result. There was a new plaque right outside the villa with 2 simple words on it. The cottage. Those 2 words were written personally by Yi Fuqian himself, and he was the one who named the villa. There was little need to explain why he had done so. The Sword Saint, Gu Donglu and the others recalled a lot of memories as they saw Yi Fuqian writing the words down. With the exception of their teacher and Shui Yi, his 4th brother, being absent, all of the other students of the cottage were there in the villa. Yi Fuqian stood quietly in the mountain at the moment, gazing at the scenery beneath. He had naturally received Emperor Xia's appointment and he knew what the emperor meant with such a decree. The emperor was protecting him. Wuqian had been surrounded and beaten by mighty ones from Lihan Heaven, and Yushang was injured by the Sword Saint of Liang. While Yi Fuqian was indeed angry, he did not let anger get to his head and headed to Lihan Heaven right away, seeking revenge. He knew well how powerful Lihan Heaven was and how powerful they were in comparison. His mind was clear enough to tell that even with Yaya present, if they were to clash with the number 1 holy land of swordsmanship without thought and armed with only that bit of power, they might have as well been walking to their graves. They were not at the 9 states, and he would not have been naive enough to think that Lihan Heaven would have talked rules and honor with him, if he were to go to Lihan Heaven seeking revenge. The Sword Saint of Liang had made a move against Yushang after all. If he were to provoke Lihan Heaven, he would not have known how he had even ended up dead, when the saint of the other party simply went out and cut him down. While Emperor Xia ruled over both the upper and lower worlds, yet most saints in the 9 states became saints by using sainthood resources of Emperor Xia. The holy lands of the 9 states were under Emperor Xia's debt, making them the direct orthodoxy of Emperor Xia. As such, the emperor had absolute control of them. His orders were absolute and nobody dared to disobey them. Anyone who dared wage a sacred war would have needed to play by the rules. However, things were different in the upper worlds. Forces like Lihan Heaven trained entirely on their own, and they were powerful enough to have not borrowed any of Emperor Xia's powers. While they belonged to territories under Emperor Xia's rule, they were not considered serving directly under the emperor, and the emperor would not have interfered with their affairs much. If he were to clash with Lihan Heaven and that Emperor Xia sided with him out in the open, allowing him to kill students of Lihan Heaven, no top-notch forces would have continued wanting to expand and develop in Emperor Xia's realm then. Said top-notch figures would have left and headed towards other Renhuang's realms for training. If such a thing were to happen, Emperor Xia's realm would have fallen into decline. As such, even Emperor Xia would have had to strike a balance, appointing him to be the princess valet, protecting him in a roundabout manner and preventing him from any mishaps in Emperor Xia's realm. A figure appeared quietly behind Yifutian. It was none other than Lulan Shui. "How are things below the mountain?" Yifutian asked. "Many people came often and some even wanted to challenge you, but were quickly sent home after Wuxian and the others overpowered them. Fewer and fewer came to disturb us in time, but this place had gotten very famous in the upper worlds," Lulan Shui said. Yifutian nodded. The name of the cottage would have resounded throughout the upper worlds. He believed that it had nothing to do with him being appointed as the princess valet, and it was the power of the cottage itself. That was his vision for naming the villa the cottage. "What is the glass saint doing now?" Yifutian asked. She had been training in silence every day since she came to the upper worlds, thinking of nothing else, Lulan Shui answered. "Right?" Yifutian nodded, and as he willed, a loud cry was heard. A dark golden condor dived from above, landing before Yifutian with its wings flapping about. It was none other than the black wind condor. "I'll go to the Emperor Xia's palace for a bit," Yifutian said and stepped onto the black wind condor, which took to the air immediately, and they were both out of sight soon. Having Emperor Xia's appointment meant that he no longer needed to fear for his own safety. Regardless of how capable Lihan Heaven was, they would not have dared to offend Emperor Xia. After flying for several hours, Yifutian arrived before the gates of Emperor Xia's palace. The guard saw him and bowed, saying solemnly, "Emperor Xia's orders stated that Guardian Yi shall be allowed to enter and exit Emperor Xia's palace as he pleased. There shall be no need for report. Please." "Thank you." Yifutian nodded and brought the black wind condor into the palace and headed for the princess residence. He had been there before, and as such, he knew his way around. However, as soon as he entered the palace, a towering young man appeared before him. He stood there silently. The sun shone on his tanned skin and his eyes gazed far away. However, Yifutian nonetheless felt that the young man was waiting for him. Yifutian. The towering figure turned his eyes around and glanced at Yifutian. He actually felt vague, yet extremely powerful pressure emanating from that young man. The man was incredibly powerful. At the very least, he was considerably more powerful than Jia of the 9 states. Anyone who was able to show up in such a place would have been of exceptional status. "What business do you have with me, if I may ask?" Yifutian asked calmly. "His Majesty had appointed you personally, and I hope that you would not bring shame to such an honor." That figure kept his eyes on Yifutian, looking somewhat jealous. He then walked from Yifutian's side. Every single step he took made Yifutian feel as if the pressure had grown stronger. Yifutian frowned, yet he did not end up saying anything. He continued forward without knowing who that was. He was reluctant to stir trouble within Emperor Xia's palace. There were naturally people guarding the princess training ground. He was allowed inside after reporting, and soon Yifutian saw Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and said coldly, "It was not my idea." Yifutian was dumbfounded, wearing a puzzled look. "Are you talking about my appointment, princess?" Yifutian asked. He had never thought about things from her perspective, and he naturally knew that it was the emperor's own idea. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have thought about it a little bit too much, thinking that he had misunderstood. Xia Qingyuan's eyes shone with a tinge of embarrassment after seeing that Yifutian had never thought of the appointment that way. Yet such embarrassment vanished in a flash, and she returned to normal in an instant. She then looked at Yifutian and said, "What are you doing here?" "I'm appointed by Emperor Xia to be your valet, princess, so I saw fit to come take my orders. While I'm permitted to train outside, But if you were to have any orders for me, please do not hesitate to do so. Other than that, I'd like to ask if I'd be allowed a meeting with the Emperor, Yifutian said. He was actually curious about what the Emperor thought of him. Why did Emperor Xia covered for him, and then take care of things for me in secret? My father is busy with training, and even I would not have disturbed him with good reasons. At ease. Since when did you learn manners, by the way? Xia Qingyuan said. She had invited him twice to train with her and she was refused twice. She thought Yifutian would have been against such an arrangement. I know right from wrong at the very least, princess. Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said calmly, the last time I was here, I was frustrated that I was being barred from entry by you, princess. As such, my emotions had been all over the place. And for that, I beg your forgiveness. Xia Qingyuan recalled what happened that day and felt rather irked. However, since Yifutian came today to apologize, her mood had gotten somewhat better. My father appointed you as my valet, yet he allowed you to train outside. It is but a post and you need not serve by my side, and there is no need for you to take orders here, Xia Qingyuan said. I'm relieved to hear that from you, princess, Yifutian said. It would have been a torture for him if she had indeed intended for him to serve by her side. You? Xia Qingyuan's eyes grew increasingly cold, but she saw Yifutian cupped his hands and said nonetheless, if there's nothing you'd need of me, princess, please allow me to take my leave. If you'd fix your attitude for a bit, I might actually allow you to train within Emperor Xia's palace. Xia Qingyuan smiled and said all of a sudden. Yifutian looked up at Xia Qingyuan and had to admit that she had an extremely pretty face with no flaws found. The only downside to her appearance would have probably been her dressed in men's clothing. If you'd be dressed in women's clothing, princess, those words may sound more enticing. Yifutian looked at her faint smile and said, it was the truth. Xia Qingyuan's smile disappeared, and she was actually fuming as she said coldly, get lost. I shall take my leave, Yifutian said to Xia Qingyuan with his hands cupped. Before turning around and left, Xia Qingyuan clenched her fists as she saw him leave. Slivers of coldness coursed about her. A servant girl who saw her like that nearby trembled in fear. The princess had been calm and composed usually, and she had actually been angered by that fellow. However, even that servant girl felt like beating the shit out of him for uttering those words. He had actually resented having to serve the princess? But then again, the princess somehow seems rather off today, compared to how she usually is. After calling upon Xia Qingyuan, Yifutian returned to the villa. Emperor Xia had personally conferred the title. Although he was only a valet to the princess, it was still a kind of protection for him. No matter what, he should go and convey his gratitude. It was only polite. As for the fact that he hadn't seen Emperor Xia, that wasn't important. Xia Qingyuan had been very cold to him, but that was just the way she was. She had been born a noble, with thousands of people doting on her. She was the most noble princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Indeed, no one was worthy of her notice. But in fact, Yifutian knew that Xia Qingyuan had a sharp mouth but a soft heart. Back at the imperial mausoleum, her attitude had changed after he had beaten her. She had not been as cold and unattainable as she had been the last 2 times he had seen her. Instead, she had spoken to him as an equal, showing him the respect he was due as a victor. He remembered the first time he had seen her was at Saint Xia's feast in the summer state. All she had said to him was that one sentence about following her to the trials. After he had refused, she had ceased to acknowledge his existence. And now she would be angry at his rebuttal. Pretentiousness and anger reflected 2 different kinds of attitudes. Yifutian understood this well, so he was still somewhat grateful to Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Was he not one of their people, at least for now? In the villa, the people from the cottage had been low-key for the past few days. Many people were watching their movements, but Yifutian and the others didn't do anything. At that moment, Yifutian was reading some classics that recorded some of the top figures of Emperor Xia's realm in the area around Qingshan. Since he had come to the upper realms, he definitely had to know these kinds of things. Lulan Shui stood beside him and selected useful books for him to read. Over the years she had grown used to serving Yifutian, and she always did her best. She had not cultivated to a very high level, but she had just become a sage. There are many powerful figures in Emperor Xia's realm, but Emperor Xia's power is almost enough to easily control the upper and lower realms by himself, whispered Yi Futian. Emperor Xia had absolute authority within his realm. This was normal, of course. He had cultivated up to the Renhuang level. Lihan Heaven, which Yi Futian was familiar with, and Jiuqian Temple were top forces in Emperor Xia's realm. There was also the young man Qin Shi who he had defeated at Jiuqian Temple. The Qin Palace that he belonged to was also a top force. And Emperor Xia commanded 8 saint generals. All of them were extremely powerful, especially their leader, the one who stood above all others except Emperor Xia himself. Each of the 8 generals commanded a vast army and were under Emperor Xia's direct command. Besides them, there were also Renhuang's guards in Emperor Xia's palace, as well as some secret forces. In addition to the forces under his direct control, there were also some top powers that were very close to Emperor Xia. For example, Divine Cloud Valley was the foremost holy land for armorers in Emperor Xia's realm, and their palace lord was known as the best armorer. He was highly respected, and had once been Emperor Xia's royal armorer. Therefore, Divine Cloud Valley had a special status in Emperor Xia's realm, and was very close to Emperor Xia himself. There was also the foremost beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, Queen Xiao, who was Xia Qingyuan's birth mother. Her family was also a top force. Many powerful figures had appeared in her family in this generation, with infinite potential. And with Queen Xiao and Princess Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's palace, it could be said to be a golden age for the Xiao family, so they had a special status as well. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. The holy lands of the 9 states would not even be worth looking at in this realm, other than the ones who had cultivated to the peak, such as the old sword saint of the void and the great shaman who was now number 1 on the saints' ranking. It was said that the great shaman was now in Emperor Xia's palace. Has Lihan Heaven made any moves? Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui as he closed the book. After the battle, a title was given, so Lihan Heaven probably won't cause a disturbance. But soon after there was some news going around about Huang Zhouge and Yi Wuqian, about Renhuang's inheritance and Renhuang's sword. It seems that someone deliberately leaked this news to make people watch them. I don't know whether or not it was Lihan Heaven that did this, said Yi Futian. This was no secret, many people knew it, but if someone did something to add fuel to the fire, it would attract a lot of attention. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Renhuang's inheritance did indeed have a lot of appeal. Emperor Xia had certainly given out the title in a timely fashion. After Yi Futian got up and left, he walked to the back of the mountain. A terrible sword will was in front of the cliff there that chilled him to the bone. Neither he nor Lulan Shui had ever experienced a chill like that. There were 2 figures beside the cliff. One was a beautiful woman, sitting cross-legged as she cultivated. Beside her, another woman was standing, seemingly guiding the cross-legged woman's cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face when he saw this. The beautiful woman who was sitting there was obviously Glass Saint, and Yaya was the one standing beside her. He walked towards them, and suddenly Yaya turned to look at him. Yaya, are you helping her cultivate? This was all very strange to Yi Futian, but it made sense. After all, Yaya was the sword saint of the void, so she could even teach some things to Glass Saint. Yaya turned her cold gaze upon Yi Futian. Can you call me something else? Yi Futian thought that she looked kind of cute when she was angry, so he reached out and pinched her cheek. Suddenly, Yaya's expression became so cold that it looked like she was covered in frost. Her sword will became extremely sharp and light swords beamed out of her eyes as she stared at Yi Futian. It's an old habit. I can't help it, said Yi Futian with a smile as he pinched her cheek. He used to tease her just like this when they were in Tombkeeper village. He didn't want to let Yaya go, even if she was the sword saint of the void. Perhaps he still did this because he didn't want Yaya to completely disappear. The sword saint of the void saw Yi Futian's warm, smiling face, and the sword will gradually receded. But she still slapped Yi Futian's hand away, then looked back at Glass Saint. She changed the subject, saying, right now she has no desires, but her understanding of swordsmanship has grown much stronger. Yi Futian saw that she was not reproaching him for his smile. Now Yaya maintained a dual personality within her, and the two personalities influenced each other, so she was still close to him after all. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pinch her cheek. If you have time, you should also teach Wuchen and the others later. They aren't very talented, but they are tenacious. They can go far on the path of swordsmanship, said Yifutian. All right, Yaya nodded. Have there been a lot of people monitoring the villa lately? Asked Yifutian. Yaya was extremely perceptive, so she would know better than he would. Yaya nodded. Should we kill a few right off to deter the rest of them? You can't just go killing people all day. Let them be. He knocked her on the head lightly. Yaya's face darkened. She wanted to fight. You two should continue. Yifutian left with a smile. He felt better now. As he was leaving, he saw the village chief coming. He nodded a greeting at him, and then walked over to Yaya's side and said, Miss, get away from us. He had not even finished speaking before Yaya answered him coldly. The village chief blinked. What was going on? Did you hear me? Yaya looked back at him. I heard you. The village chief knew something was wrong with his mistress, and immediately slinked away. But he was bewildered. She had returned to the Saint Plain. Why was she so easily angered? Who had done this? Far away from them, Yifutian was walking away happily. He was in a good mood. The next few days passed by in the blink of an eye. Yifutian spent the time cultivating quietly. Qin Zhuang came up beside him. Yifutian opened his eyes and asked, What is it? Qin Zhuang stepped forward and handed him a map with writing on it. It seemed to be a detailed introduction to a holy land. Is this information about Tianji Pavilion accurate? Asked Yifutian. Qin Zhuang nodded. There shouldn't be any errors. What did you pay for this? Asked Yifutian. A divine implement, answered Qin Zhuang. How heartless. They sold out their employer in the blink of an eye, and we will be able to get back more than one divine implement for this. Yifutian smiled coldly. He stood up, his silver hair flying behind him, and said, Go and tell Yaya, Glass Saint and the village chief. It's time to set out. Yes, sir. Qin Zhuang left to carry out his order. Yifutian looked off into the distance with cold eyes. Just because he couldn't move against Lihan Heaven didn't mean other forces were safe. Since so many people were watching, he would set an example for them. Oh! In Zhuiying Palace, the splendid holy land of swordsmanship, although Pei Qianying had been defeated, it did not affect their vitality. Many swordsmen were cultivating there. Right now, the Zhuiying Sword Saint was cultivating with his top lords. He opened his eyes and frowned as Pei Qianying walked over to him. He seemed unhappy. What is it now? Father, is Lihan Heaven really giving up so easily? Said Pei Qianying. He knew that his father was annoyed with him. After all, he had been ruined. He may have shown him sympathy a few times, but after such a long time his sympathy had gradually disappeared and turned into annoyance. The seeds have been planted. This is just a temporary calm. Sooner or later things will erupt. What are you worried about? The Zhuiying Sword Saint answered coldly. He has been named the princess's valet. Emperor Xia is deliberately protecting him. Can we still act against him? Pei Qianying's face grew ugly. He wasn't stupid. Emperor Xia had given him a title, so now Lihan Heaven had to restrain themselves. Given the character that he showed when he broke through the 9 layers of heaven, even if we let the matter drop, he certainly will not. All we have to do is be patient, said the Zhuiying Sword Saint. Should we wait until he is a saint? Even if he does something rash, he still won't attack us directly. Why not take advantage of his weak? Pei Qianying started. Enough, interrupted the Zhuiying Sword Saint. His eyes were cold as he stared at him. In that battle, the Sword Saint of the Void struck out, and the Sword Saint of Liang's sword will was cut. Did you not know this? How can we show our face now? Pei Qianying paled, and he said in a trembling voice, You are afraid, father. The Zhuiying Sword Saint stood up. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Pei Qianying. Pei Qianying despaired when he saw the look in his father's eyes. I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation, father. On saying so, he turned and left. The Zhuiying Sword Saint watched him leave. He was in a foul mood, But it had been a good thing that he had not shown his face last time, and instead had worked behind the scenes all along. At the top of Jueying Palace, Sword Will flowed through an ancient hall. The Jueying Sword Saint sat with his eyes closed in cultivation. Having cultivated to this level, it was extremely difficult for him to advance anymore. It required perseverance, concentration, a firm state of mind, and outside luck in order to have a chance of moving forward. The Jueying Sword Sage had been disturbed these past few days due to P26, and it had affected his cultivation. Now he needed to let go of distracting thoughts. The conflict between Yi Futian and Lihan Heaven had ended. In the future they would deal with him without having to spend too much energy on it. Sword Will flowed around his body. Brilliant light shone through the hall like a wonderful sword matrix. The Jueying Sword Saint gradually calmed down. But at that moment his eye twitched slightly. He suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something was about to happen. "What is going on?" he whispered to himself. As a saint, he would sometimes sense mysterious things going on in the world, or would have premonitions. His current unrest obviously had not come out of thin air. It was highly likely that something was about to happen. He opened his eyes and his spiritual will spread out in all directions through the hall. He quickly felt an incredibly strong sense of danger. His heart beat rapidly as he faintly felt something in the distance. His spiritual will continued to spread out in all directions. Suddenly his heart began to beat even faster. The sky was filled with flowing sword wills. A massive sword diagram filled the air, and in the center of it endless sword wills gathered together, forming a sword power that could swallow up and destroy everything. This isn't good. The Jueying Sword Saint flashed up into the sky. But in the next moment a beam of light appeared in the center of the sword diagram, locking his body in place. "Get out of here quickly!" the Jueying Sword Saint yelled. All of Jueying Palace trembled. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. They did not even react, they just looked up into the sky. The Jueying Sword Saint gathered all of his sword will into a divine sword. His body turned into thousands of images of swords. Brilliant light shone down. Another sword diagram appeared that covered the sky. The endless swords gathered together into a single sword and pierced through the air like a beam of light. Fell downwards, ignoring all spatial distance. In that moment, everyone felt like a god of death was descending upon them. Under this sword will, their lives were insignificant. The brilliant light pierced their eyes, hurting them so badly that they could not open them, and many of them could not help but hold their hands up to block it out. The thousands of images of swords gathered together into one. Everyone heard the Jueying Sword Saint shout, and then a destructive sword will swept out, shattering Jueying Palace into pieces. Everyone in Jueying Palace was now soaked in sweat, and their terror was plain upon their faces. They looked towards the Jueying Sword Saint. He stood in the air with blood streaming from his mouth and his long hair flying chaotically in the wind. His aura was weak and he did not look good at all. He had been badly wounded. Below him, the hall had been pierced through by a sword and shattered to pieces. Not only that, the rest of the palace had been destroyed by the leftover power from the sword. Stunned by the sword, everyone stood in dumbfounded silence, staring blankly into the sky. There they saw a very young woman floating down. Far away, a sword shrieked as a group of cultivators appeared in the sky, overlooking everything. A white-haired figure stepped forward and swept his gaze over the Jueying Sword Saint. The Jueying Sword Saint stared at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He knew that those who had come on that sword in the sky had come for his life. They would show no mercy. Yi Futian, the Jueying Sword Saint, had definitely not thought that his opponent would take such decisive action against him. P26 also stared at the white-haired figure, shuddering, not only out of anger and desire for revenge, but because of fear as well. Why had Yi Futian led his cultivators here? He wanted to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. But even when he had knelt in front of his master and begged, he had never thought that Yi Futian would attack Jueying Palace, appearing before him once again. The village chief and glass saint were already moving, surrounding the Jueying Sword Saint from above. As the only saint in Jueying Palace, they obviously could not let him leave alive. In the past, Pei Qianying and the Jueying Sword Saint stripped my sworn brother of his life spirit. They came to Juqian Temple with their mad words, seeking battle. They could not handle their defeat, and so they monitored my movements and went to Lihan Heaven to incite them to act against us. They spread news about Huang Zhouge and Yi Wuqian. This must be punished. From now on, there will be no more Jueying Palace. I will not drag in those who have nothing to do with this. As long as you don't move and listen to my commands, I won't kill you. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. His voice resonated throughout Jueying Palace. Many people flashed outside of Jueying Palace. They trembled to behold the scene before their eyes, and their hearts would not stop beating rapidly. The center of the palace was in ruins. Cultivators for hundreds of miles could sense the sword that had descended from the sky, and thus had come over as quickly as possible. When they heard Yi Futian's words, they knew that the Jueying Sword Saint was finished. The Jueying Sword Saint had plotted against Yi Futian behind his back. Now his opponent had come to his door to destroy Jueying Palace. Let's go. A group of figures flashed away as they fled Jueying Palace. For many people, the palace had been a place to cultivate and nothing more. Given that, their lives were far more important. Yi Futian had said as long as they didn't move they wouldn't be killed. But they were taking no chances. A giant, dark golden condor swooped down from overhead, lashing out with its claws. In an instant all those who fled were dead. Of course, there were those who had actually listened to Yi Futian. As long as they didn't move, they wouldn't be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrible sword wills flowed all around, and one of them shot towards Yi Futian. This was the Jueying Sword Saint's attack. Yaya stood in front of Yi Futian, and a terrible light curtain appeared around her that separated her from the sword will. Glass Saint moved at the same time. She leapt towards the Jueying Sword Saint with her sword in hand and her long hair flowing behind her. The Jueying Sword Saint pointed into the sky, and suddenly the images of countless swords appeared. They tore through the air towards Glass Saint, but she seemed to not even notice them. A terrible cold filled the air, and everyone began shivering involuntarily. Her sword will flowed, and the swords coming from the sky were destroyed one by one. Glass Saint continued forward without having been hindered at all. The Jueying Sword Saint went pale. Glass Saint was at the same level as he was, and had not been there for as long as he had. But he had been wounded already, and his aura was weak. He was no match for her. As he felt Glass Saint's aura approaching, he suddenly turned into a sword and fled backwards. The village chief flashed over and space seemed to freeze. Endless sword wills descended, blocking the Jueying Sword Saint's path of escape. Whoosh! The Jueying Sword Saint did not slow down. His thousands of images of swords combined into one sword that destroyed everything in front of him to help him escape. With sword in hand, the village chief activated the sword diagram. Suddenly, a pattern of swords appeared on him. The Jueying Sword Saint's attack struck the pattern of swords, destroying it, yet it was also blocked. At that moment, the Jueying Sword Saint felt very cold all over his body. His very soul seemed to be trembling. It seemed that the entire world had become bone-chillingly cold. The whole world seemed to have become some sort of wonderland, and it was as if he and all of his cultivation were meaningless when exposed to this artistic conception. He turned suddenly and slashed out with his sword. The light from his sword swept out for hundreds of miles, but all he saw was a cold and ruthlessly beautiful face, and her emotionless sword. Her sword came towards him, and suddenly all his swordsmanship was gone. All there was that sword slicing towards his body. As the sword came towards him, he seemed to be frozen. He was afraid like never before. It cut through his mindfulness of the path and broke the foundations in the great path. The sound of shattering reverberated through him as he trembled in fear. He had been the Jueying Sword Saint for many years. He had founded Jueying Palace. And now he would lose his life to a junior cultivator? He did not have time to think about it. The village chief's sword pierced through him. The sword that could tear space apart destroyed him. His body seemed to turn into a beam of blinding light. He disintegrated in fear, and his endless sword wills disappeared. "No!" cried everyone in Jueying Palace as they watched him fall. Their despair was plain on their faces. Could a saint really be killed on the spot like that? At that moment, everyone else kept silent out of fear. No one else dared to move. Yi Futian stepped forward towards Pei Qianying. No one would stand in his way. Pei Qianying watched him coming closer and trembled. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins stood out. Vengefulness, pain, regret and fear were all that was in his heart. With an indifferent expression, Yi Futian said, "Wuchen." Yi Wuchen understood what he meant. He stepped forward with an extremely powerful sword will towards Pei Qianying. In the past, Pei Qianying had ordered him to be stripped of his life spirit. He had been so arrogant, and they had to wait so long to fight him at Juqian Temple. As he watched Yi Wuchen coming towards him, Pei Qianying screamed and rushed up into the air towards him. A dazzling light bloomed from Yi Wuchen's eyes as his sword spirit appeared. A golden sword will that could destroy anything. He sped up, leaving behind afterimages as his sword struck out. Pei Qianying struck out with his sword at the same time, but Wuchen seemed to be an instant faster. The golden sword flashed as it pierced through Pei Qianying's throat. He trembled violently. He put his hands up to his throat and blood ran through his fingers. Tears flowed from his eyes. He seemed to be thinking of the glorious life he could have had. Could it be that Pei Qianying, the prodigy of Juqian Temple, a disciple of Lihan Heaven, and the son of the Juing Sword Saint, would come to an end like this? His body fell from the sky. There was an intense look of regret in his eyes. Why did he have to take Yi Wuchen's life spirit away all those years ago? After Yi Futian and the others left, Juing Palace had turned into a ruin, and many people had fallen here. Everything in Juing Palace was also looted. Many people stood above the ruins, and their hearts were extremely chaotic. Just like this, Juing Palace was destroyed. Even though Juing Palace was not considered a top holy land, but there was still a Juing Sword Saint whose strength was not inconsiderable. In this area, Juing Palace enjoyed extremely fame and popularity. And all of this was because of Pei Qianying. However, who would have ever thought that Pei Qianying's transgression toward a person from the lower worlds would cause such great chaos, and even brought disaster to Juing Palace? When Pei Qianying stripped the life spirit of Yi Wuchen, and threatened to wait for Gu Donglu and the others at the 9th layer of heaven, no one had thought anything of it, as if that was the way it should be. The world of cultivation was a cruel one. If the people of the lower worlds were not strong enough, they had no right to compete for the sword will of Renhuang. However, Yi Wuchen's good friend, that unparalleled white-haired palace lord from the 9 states, Yi Futian, whose action was so decisive and yet peremptory. Back then, he went directly to the 9th layer of heaven, publicly disabled the life spirit of Pei Qianying and ended his road of cultivation. Today, he destroyed Juing Palace. His action was like thunder. There was no letter of declaration. Not even any words were uttered. The Sword Saint of the Void simply engraved the matrix in the sky, unleashed the swords from the sky, and heavily injured Juing Sword Saint, blocking any chance for him to escape. How decisive and brutal it was. He had not been named as the valet of the princess for long, and he had already destroyed a holy land. It was unimaginable. The news spread quickly, and people came continuously, and they all witnessed the condition of Juing Palace. Even some principality of the Holy Lands had arrived. After a long while, a figure appeared in the sky above Juing Palace. A woman among them looked frosty, cold to the extreme, and said icily, "How did he dare?" "The disciples of Lihan Heaven." Someone looked at the group of people. The woman who had spoken was Feng Xiao of Lihan Heave, the senior sister of Pei Qianying. As of now, the body of Pei Qianying was still underneath, killed by a sword through his throat. Many people were thinking, what did Lihan Heaven think of all these? In this matter, Lihan Heaven also played a pivotal role. Yi Futian slayed the Juing Sword Saint, because Juing Sword Saint and Pei Qianying urged Lihan Heaven to get involved in this mess. What was more, the relationship between Lihan Heaven and Juing Palace was extraordinary, and Pei Qianying was a disciple of Lihan Heaven. Not only that, in fact, the Juing Sword Saint had a long history with Lihan Heaven. Juing Sword Saint used to be a disciple under a superb master in Lihan Heaven, and later had the opportunity to prove the divine path and thus created Jueying Palace. And because of this relationship, Jueying Sword Saint was able to discover the talent of Pei Qianying and sent him to Lihan Heaven and valued him greatly. Now that Jueying Palace was destroyed, perhaps Lihan Heaven could also feel the rage from Yifutian. Not long ago, it was the people of Lihan Heaven who had their hands on Yifutian. If Yifutian did not have enough strength, perhaps the one that ended up being destroyed would not be Jueying Palace. Junior sister, let's go back and report it to the master, Emily said to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's eyes were very cold, but still she nodded, and the two left together. Yifutian, because of Emperor Xia's conferral, had become so fearlessly arrogant. After the news came out, many people had a deeper impression of Yifutian. The cultivators who often appear in the cottage also left, dared not to stay in the vicinity to monitor Yifutian's movements any further. The shock of the destruction of Jueying Palace was clearly observed. Many people were waiting on the reaction of Lihan Heaven, and many speculated if Wang Chuan, disciple of Lihan Heaven, would come down from the mountain. Back then, at the Battle of the Ninth Layer of Heaven, after Yushang's forceful crush of Luchang, coupled with the reputation of Yifutian in the 9 states, to want to absolutely suppress Yifutian was something perhaps only the first person of Lihan Heaven who enjoyed great reputation below the Saint Plane, the heir apparent of the swordmaster of Lihan, Wang Chuan himself, could possibly achieve. Since Emperor Xia had conferred Yifutian personally, it was destined that Lihan Heaven could not throw its weight around to bully them. If someone from the Saint Plane made a move against Yifutian, who were they really insulting? Being the princess's valet meant that Yifutian was now under Xia Qingyuan's protection, especially when he was conferred also by Emperor Xia himself. If Lihan Heaven wanted to take revenge, they could only pick on those who were below Saint Plane. However, on this level, besides Wang Chuan, the first person from Lihan Heaven, who could have a solid chance to overcome Yifutian? This time, the unparalleled of the 9 states was not so simple. However, Lihan Heaven was different from Jueying Palace. What kind of power was the Lihan Heaven? The first holy land of Swordway in Emperor Xia's realm. Jueying Palace, compared to Lihan Heaven, counted for nothing at all. Principalities such as Lihan Heaven would not necessarily worry too much about things that happened in the past. After all, it was only a matter associated with Sword Saint of Liang. Pei Qianying was also a disciple of the Sword Saint of Liang. Therefore, whether or not the heir apparent of the Swordmaster of Lihan, Wang Chuan, would really make a move, no one could really be sure. Just when everyone was guessing and debating, the heat of the matter gradually cooled, and the Emperor Xia's realm was getting busy to usher in another event. One that caught the attention of the entire Emperor Xia's realm. The patriarch of the Xiao clan was getting ready to host a birthday banquet, which was enough to cause quite a stir. Master Xiao himself was of the top existence in the Saint Plane. His strength was extremely strong, but what was more powerful was that he produced the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, who was greatly valued by Emperor Xia, and became the famous Princess Xiao. Moreover, she gave birth to Emperor Xia's most beloved little queen Xia Qingyuan. One could only imagine the status of Master Xiao in Emperor Xia's realm. On the day of the birthday party, there would probably be parties that came to greet from everywhere. Even Princess Xiao may make an appearance. If Princess Xiao came to the celebration, then Xia Qingyuan, the granddaughter of Master Xiao, would most likely be present as well. Yifutian knew that the news was because of an invitation, sent expressly by messenger of the Xiao clan, to invite them to attend the birthday celebration. Cottage, Yifutian looked at the invitation in his hand, and then smiled and said, "Now that we have received the invitation sent by the in-laws of Emperor Xia, could this be considered as some kind of recognition by the upper worlds? Perhaps the people of Xiao clan want to see the person who had caused such chaos in Emperor Xia's realm." Gu Donglu, who was facing Yifutian, said, "Do you plan on attending?" "Of course. Could I afford not to?" Yifutian looked at his third senior brother and smiled. Xiao clan could be considered part of the royal family, and they possessed a great strength within themselves. Such a position of power was not hard to imagine. "Yes," Gu Donglu nodded. "But the forces in the upper worlds are intricate and complicated, and Master Zhao's birthday banquet will be a gathering of top figures from all sides. Let Yaya go with you." Third senior brother, with the conferral of Emperor Xia and Master Xiao being the father of Queen Xiao, as well as Xia Qingyuan's grandfather, Xiao residence would be safer than anywhere else. No need to worry, I will go by myself. Yi Futian replied carelessly. Although he had 3 saints around at his disposal, he did not want to bother them all the time. Especially Yaya, who led the charge every single time, spurring the nether sword matrix. It was so with the Great Zhou battle matrix, and it was also the case when wounding Zhuing Sword Saint, and they gave Yaya a great amount of pressure. Gu Donglu did not say anything more when he heard what Yi Futian had to say. He merely commented, "Your cultivation at the Holy Land to enter Saint Plain as soon as possible. At that time, you will not be helpless when facing the people of Saint Plain. Divine path is still far away, I'm afraid," Yi Futian said. The divine path required the resource of the state of mind, and his time of cultivation was still considered a short one, and his state of mind was not yet opened enough, so it may take some time for his mind to settle into the holy path. A few days later, the day of Master Zhao's birthday celebration had arrived. Xiao clan, which was located in the southern part of the upper worlds, suddenly became extremely lively. Cultivators from all over had arrived in the air, and many of them were led by cultivators of the Saint Plain. They came to pay their respect and were invited inside the Xiao residence. Yi Futian and his group went by the sword and landed outside of Zhao's residence. There were quite a few of the younger generation who came. Him, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all there. Yi Futian, come to pay respect? Yi Futian put his hands together and greeted the people outside the Xiao residence, and was immediately let in, and Yi Futian and his party entered Xiao residence. Inside the residence, many people looked at him curiously. "Is it Master Yi?" A beautiful servant girl came forward to inquire. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. "My master asked for Master Yi to come for a chat." The servant girl smiled. "Who is your master?" asked Yi Futian. "Young Master Xiao Sheng," the servant girl replied. Yi Futian learned about the top figures in Emperor Xiao's realm, but Xiao Sheng's name was still somewhat unfamiliar. But Lulan Shui, who was next to him, reminded him and transmitted secretly. In Emperor Xiao's realm, among those who were the topmost figures just below the Saint Plain, Xiao Sheng was one of them and is quite famous. Within the Xiao clan, Xiao Sheng's position is extraordinary and is considered and treated as heir apparent. Yi Futian heard Lulan Shui's message and nodded gently, then smiled at the servant girl. What might young Master Xiao require of me? He did not seem to know Xiao Sheng. Not just Master Yi, but many young and excellent guests who came today have all been invited by young Master Sheng. The master said that it was too boring among the older generation, so you are invited to get together and have some fun. The servant girl explained. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Please lead the way. The entire compound of the Xiao residence was very large. The servant girl led Yi Futian and the others to a garden, and at this time, there were already many people present. All were young and vibrant. Among them, Yi Futian also saw an acquaintance, Gu Mu, whom he had met several years ago at Zhoutian Temple, and also its young master. Back then, Gu Mu had a good relationship with Pei Chenying because of Pei Chenying's excellent talent, and the fact that he cultivated at Lihan Heaven, so he was wooed by Gu Mu intentionally. Now that Pei Chenying had died in the hands of Yi Futian, what did he think about that? However, at this moment, Gu Mu's eyes were very calm, and without any disturbance. Yi Futian had never seen any of the others, but their temperaments were all extraordinary, presumably just as their status. At the moment when Yi Futian arrived, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Futian. Now Yi Futian's reputation in the upper worlds was considerable, especially among his peers. As the host, Xiao Sheng's gaze also fell on Yi Futian. He wore a blue robe with a faint smile in his eyes, appeared extremely handsome. Xiao Sheng, Xiao clan's pulse, Princess Zhao's nephew, Xiao Qingyuan's cousin. Never mind his God-given talent. Just this status alone was something few could match in Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Xia was his uncle by marriage. This kind of background was enough to be the envy in Emperor Xiao's realm. Seeing that Yi Futian had arrived, Xiao Sheng smiled and said, I have long heard of the name of Brother Yi, so I invited you to come together to get to know you, and your reputation was not in vain. Please take a seat. You are overly kind. Yi Futian nodded and greeted in return. Then the servant girl took him to a seat to settle down, and Yushang, Yi Wuchen and the others sat down next to him. This time the three saints, such as Yaya, did not come. He did not want to bother them with everything, so he would rather spend time on the road. After Yi Futian sat down, he glanced at the others in the other direction, and heard a cold voice that spoke. A mere imperial bodyguard, what qualification does he have to be seated as the main guest? Young Master Xiao is too kind to him. Yi Futian looked at the person who spoke and saw Feng Xiao and the Emoli of Lihan Heaven. But the person who spoke was not neither one of them, but a cultivator who sat below them. The disciples of Lihan Heaven were sitting in the main position, and those other ones were sitting in the second place, faintly seemed to be led by Lihan Heaven. Lihan Heaven, being the first holy land of Sword Wei, had many powerful connections within Emperor Xia's realm, and was also the first choice of swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Many swordsmen who were able to enter Lihan Heaven to cultivate were themselves quite extraordinary, born of holy principalities, such as Pei Chenying, who was from Jueying Palace. The grudge between Yi Futian and Lihan Heaven would be commented on by those who were attached to Lihan Heaven, which was to be expected. Yi Futian didn't even bother to respond, but Yushang turned his attention and glanced indifferently at the person who spoke. He's the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the 9 states under Emperor Xia's jurisdiction, Baron state that rules all 9 states. What of you? The man stared at Yushang, only to see the arrogance in his eyes, revealing a strong oppressive force, which made it difficult for the others to look him straight in the eyes. There was a faint aurora of the sword in his eyes, and he did not avert his gaze from Yushang. This is the upper worlds, not the lower 9 states. What about the upper worlds? Yushang was now full of great and intimidating demonic magic and said, "Little mice who needed the intervention of saints to save their puny lives dare to make a sound? You?" The man looked awkward, but was unable to refute. In the battle of that day, if it was not because the sword saint of Liang intervened, the swordsman of Lihan Heaven could really have been finished there. He turned around and looked at Feng Xiao and Emoli, but all he heard was Feng Xiao's indifference, saying, "Shut up." The man looked pale. He had wanted to avenge Lihan Heaven with his words, but he had messed up and ended up being humiliated by Yushang. All the cultivators from Lihan Heaven looked terribly. The rest of the people were looking at Yushang. This must have been the person who had crushed Lu Cheng previously. He had also followed Yi Futian to break through the 9th layer of heaven together and entered the Juqian ranking. Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet, so I invited everyone for a get-together and get to know each other. There is no need to hurt each other's feelings. Xiao Shang said gracefully and was full of smiles. How about young Master Xiao introduced to Palace Lord Yi the guests of today? Feng Xiao did not continue the attack toward Yi Futian. She knew that she wouldn't win. After all, now the combative power between Yi Futian and Yushang probably far surpass her, unless senior brother Wang Chuan would come down from the mountain. Right now, Lu Cheng was cultivating hard under Wang Chuan, trying to comprehend the power that was below St. Plain, probably because he wanted a chance to avenge the humiliation he suffered before. Sure, Xiaoxing nodded. There is no need for me to introduce Brother Yi, as you are well known to everyone. I will introduce to you the people who are present today. As Xiaoshang was speaking, he looked at the person in the direction of his left. There was a young man with an outstanding temperament, whose skin was as delicate as that of a woman. He wore a simple robe with very beautiful hand and 10 long fingers. His eyes were full of spirits. You must have heard of the 8 sacred generals in Emperor Xia's realm? This is the son of Sacred General Yin Yen. Xiao Shang introduced. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He had learned of the 8 sacred generals not long ago. The 8 sectors of the Emperor Xia were ruled by 8 sacred generals. They were the main force under the Emperor Xia. The 8 sectors were Heaven, Earth, Qian, Kuan, Do, Monster, Yin, and Azura. The 8 sacred generals were extremely powerful, and they were all stand at the top of St. Plain, fighting for Emperor Xia and defending the Emperor Xia's realm. Yin Yen was very beautiful and smiled and nodded at Yi Futian. Gong Sun Zhong, of Divine Cloud Valley. Xiao Shang introduced another person to the right, the premier armorer of Emperor Xia's realm, the Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley, was surnamed Gongsun. Gongsun family was the most direct line of descendants of Divine Cloud Valley, so there was no need to further explain the importance of Gongsun Zhong's status. Gu Mu of Jutian Temple. Xiaosheng pointed to Gu Mu. We have met. Gu Mu smiled and nodded slightly to Yi Futian, as if he paid no mind to the death of Pei Qianying. Jutian Temple was the top force in Emperor Xia's realm, and Gu Mu was the heir apparent of Jutian Temple. He would never lightly become the enemy of a man who had infinite potential. In the past, Pei Qianying cultivated at Lihan Heaven Days, just to deal with Yi Futian of the lower worlds, so he was naturally on his side. But now, Pei Qianying was a lost cause and Juying Palace was destroyed. Why would he stand up against Yi Futian because of a dead man? Shenyuan Palace. Shenyuan. Xiaosheng continued to introduce. Yi Futian looked at a strapping young man who wore an impressive golden robe. The other also glanced at him, his eyes showing neither surprise nor awe. From those eyes, Yi Futian could see an extremely strong pride without concealing it. Yi Futian thought of the introduction of Shenyuan Palace in the books, and was not surprised. Shenyuan Palace. Now Emperor Xia's realm stood at the top of the power, but an even more brilliant past belonged to the history that was Shenyuan Palace. Once upon a time, the descendants of Shenyuan Emperor were the real descendants of Renhuang, the Renhuang that was before Emperor Xia. It was only after the fall of the Shenyuan Emperor that the Shenyuan clan went into decline, but even so, the name of Shenyuan was still extremely respectable. There is no need for me to introduce Lihan Heaven. Xiaosheng smiled and pointed to a young man clad in Taoist garb decorated with yin and yang fish. The appearance of this young man was unremarkable. His eyes were long and narrow, giving an impression of shrewdness. Before Xiaosheng could make the introduction, the young man took the initiative and smiled at Yi Futian. Tianji Pavilion, MO1. If Juying Sword Saint and Pei Qianying were still alive, they would surely recognize this young man, who was the one who traveled to the Juying Palace to convey the news about Yi Futian. Tianji Pavilion had always been at peace with the world, only focused on seeking profits. Therefore the name MO1 was not well known. But in fact, he knew very well about Yi Futian, and it could even be said that he was the person who knew the most about Yi Futian beside Emperor Xia and Shao Qingyuan. Prior to this, he was the one responsible for tracking the news of Yi Futian in the lower worlds. Qin Palace, Qin Bai. Xiaosheng introduced the person who was at the last seat. There was another person next to Qin Bai, Qin Qi, whom Yi Futian had met once upon a time at the Jutian Temple, on the battle platform, defeated by his third senior brother. His strength was extraordinary, and he sat next to Qin Bai. After Yi Futian heard the introductions by Xiaosheng, he thought that it was little wonder why that Lihan Heaven sympathizer made those sarcastic comments about his lack of qualifications to sit at the head of the table. Those who were introduced were all the people who were currently at the peak of the Emperor Xia's realm, the son of one of the 8 sacred generals, the descendant of Divine Cloud Valley, and the descendant of Renhuang of Shenyuan Palace. He was conferred as the imperial bodyguard of the princess, and what it really meant was that Emperor Xia was protecting him, but he could also be said to be just an imperial bodyguard, and even though an imperial bodyguard of the princess was quite a respectable title, but it was dependent on in whose company. On such an occasion as today, even the title as the imperial bodyguard of the princess seemed rather mediocre. Feng Xiao deliberately asked Xiaosheng to introduce these people, seeming also to intend as such, so that Yi Futian would know just in whose company he was in. Not just their origin alone, but the strength of the people presented, such as Xiaosheng, Shenyuan Ao, Qin Bai, Gongsun Zhong, were acknowledged by the public of the upper worlds to be those who were the most powerful just beneath the Saint Plane, well known by the young people in the upper worlds. It was just that, as a newcomer, Yi Futian was only familiar with the top powerful figures and didn't pay too much attention to the younger generation, so he was unfamiliar with them. Brother Yi is now the palace lord of a holy land, and also the imperial bodyguard to the princess. In due course, you will thrive and succeed, and perhaps one day, you will be at the position of the 8 sacred generals. Xiaosheng smiled at Yi Futian. But my cousin the princess is arrogant and solitary with unparalleled talent. I am afraid that Brother Yi would not have an easy time next to the princess. The princess has a straightforward personality. Suppose there is a chance to cultivate under the princess, it should not be difficult to get along. Yi Futian responded, although this is what he said, but he knew that he would never cultivate next to Xiao Qingyuan. As incompetent as the two of them were, Xiao Qingyuan probably would never cultivate in peace. Get along. Xiao Sheng was a bit shocked upon hearing Yi Futian's words, but he only smiled and said nothing, just gave Yi Futian a deep look. It's so lively here? A light laughter came through. Just the sound alone made those who heard it felt their hearts jumped slighted. It was full of wonderful charm. Many knew who it was without looking, but of course no one would not want to look at who was coming. Everyone's attention turned to the voice and saw a woman wearing a thin, blue, long dress walking over slowly. In an instant, she became the absolute focus, as if she was the only person in this space. Her features were picturesque with an airy figure. Her movement was elegant and ethereal like a fairy. When she smiled, it was as she was the only woman in the world. Most of us present today are men, and in the presence of the fairy, the rest of the world dimmed in comparison. Xiao Sheng smiled. Yi Futian's gaze also fell on the woman, and he admired silently. What an unearthly beauty. He instantly thought of another force, Yaotai Divine Palace. According to the books, the palace lord of Yaotai Divine Palace was a woman whose beauty could rival Queen Xiao. To be considered a competition with the first beauty of Emperor Xiao's realm was enough to see just how outstanding her beauty was. Of course, the woman who appeared at this moment was not the palace lord of Yaotai Divine Palace, but the current reigning Yaotai Virgin, Yao Shi. Many people in Emperor Xiao's realm had said that in the future, Yao Shi could very well become the first beauty in the Emperor Xiao's realm, so one could imagine the extent of her beauty. Yi Futian looked at Yao Shi and saw Yao Shi looked at the crowd, and then linger a moment on Yi Futian and gave him a smile. Her extremely beautiful eyes seemed to wield wonderful charms that seemed to make one sinking inside her enchanting beauty, which gave out a sense of purity. Yao Shi's alluring eyes did not linger on Yi Futian for long. That one look was of an appropriate length of time, leaving a striking impression in his mind but not ending up appearing offensive. She turned her eyes on Xiao Sheng and chuckled, "Please, Mr. Xiao, you're too flattering. Goddess Feng Xiao of Lihan Heaven is here, so it makes no difference to the scenery regardless if I'm present. Furthermore, Ms. Gong Sun of Divine Cloud Valley should be here today as well." Everyone naturally knew who Yao Shi meant, the sisters of the Gong Sun family. The sisters were indeed rare beauties on their own. "We'll have to ask Brother Gong Sun about that," Xiao Sheng said as he turned his eyes at Gong Sun Zhong. "They're probably already here." Gong Sun Zhong then added, "But today is Old Man Zhao's birthday banquet, so the queen should probably be here then. If both the queen and the princess are here, we're all but side characters. Nobody dares to steal the thunder from the queen and the princess after all." Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Queen Xiao was the #1 beauty in all of Emperor Xiao's realm. The princess liked to dress in men's clothing and no one had actually seen her dressed in a woman. However, her stunning looks remained highly visible in the least. That, coupled with her status as the princess, would have definitely made her the most high-profile woman in all of Emperor Xiao's realm. No one would have been able to steal Xia Qingyuan's thunder, including Virgin Yaoshi of Yaotai. Mo1 of Tianji Pavilion sat quietly as he listened to the chatter. While the conversation had been a simple one, he was nonetheless able to acquire a lot of information from it. Tianji Pavilion was known for knowing everything in Emperor Xiao's realm. No one present would have known more about Emperor Xiao's realm than Mo1. His knowledge about the realm was so deep that he even knew all about the love affairs of Emperor Xia in the past. However, no one dared to bring such topics up. All who were present notwithstanding, even Mo1 only came to know about those age-old secrets from his teacher, to remind him who in Emperor Xiao's realm should be deemed off-limits. It was the very reason why Tianji Pavilion was able to stay around for so long. Goddess Yaotai lost to Queen Xiao all those years ago, so there was little hope for Yao Shi to win against Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, what Gong Sun Zhong said earlier was rather inappropriate. Yao Shi was a stunning beauty herself with peerless appearance. It was fine for him not to compliment her, but mentioning Queen Xiao and the princess to overwhelm Yao Shi was rather unfriendly. If one were to take the ambitions of Divine Cloud Valley into consideration, it would have not seemed all that difficult to comprehend. "Please have a seat." Goddess Yaoxi? Xiaoxing said with a smile. Yaoxi nodded lightly. She scanned the place around and moved towards a direction with light steps. The place that she sat at caused a lot of the ones present to cast puzzled looks. While there were many seats available, Yaoxi did not sit at any of master seats, choosing to sit somewhere near Yifutian instead. There were actually better seats elsewhere. While that move seemed insignificant, many looked at her with baffled looks nonetheless, wondering if she was doing so intentionally. Yaoxi of Yaotai Divine Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Yi. You do live up to your reputation and look incredibly dashing indeed. She nodded politely to Yifutian as her beautiful eyes seemed to be dancing as soon as she sat down. Her voice was as gentle as water, soothing the minds of anyone within earshot. Every single expression and move of hers were bound to strike the minds of men. Yifutian looked at Yaoxi with a rather surprised looks, feeling rather weird as to how Yaoxi behaved in front of him. While he was extremely confident of his talents and appearance, he did not think for 1 second that all of that would have sufficed to make someone like Yaoxi fall for him at first sight, and worse still, taking a liking for him simply by his reputation alone. That was some overused, rotten tropes written in some books, and would have never happened in reality. The reason why Feng Xiao deliberately had Xiao Shang elaborate on the identities of the ones present was to pressure Yifutian, a way of telling him that all of them were of more exceptional status than him, a valet of the princess. Yifutian admitted that much himself. He was at a gathering where the most brilliant of the later generations were found after all. Yaoxi hailed from Yaotai Divine Palace, so there was little need to talk about her privileged status. It looked rather unusual for someone like her to come up to him instead. Regardless of the reasons, since Yaoxi was showing goodwill to him, there was naturally no need for him to be unfriendly to the other party. You're too kind, goddess. I'm but a mortal man, and there is no way I could be worthy of your praise. Speaking of which, it is my first time meeting you, goddess, and I must say that your appearance is so stunning that there is hardly even a handful of girls I know who would be able to remotely compare. Yifutian replied with a smile. So you mean to say that there are ones who would be able to compare nonetheless then, Mr. Yi? I wonder who would look so exceptional. Yaoxi's voice was fine and alluring. Her eyes were such that few men would have been able to resist. My wife, Yifutian replied simply. Yaoxi was stunned for a bit and actually looked rather dazed. It was apparent that she found the answer surprising. She thought that Yifutian would have meant Xia Qingyuan, since he would have definitely known the princess better due to his status as her valet. That answer of his caught her off guard, especially so when he actually mentioned his wife despite being in the presence of such a stunning beauty. She apparently knew what the answer meant, and that made her feel a little defeated. However, she rescinded those thoughts quickly, and her eyes remained having a warm smile in them. I heard that you have beaten the Zhuqian temple for a friend once and stripped Pei Chenying of his life spirit, Mr. Yi, becoming known as peerless among the lower worlds. Yu Shang had too defeated Lu Chang of Lihan Heaven once. The people of Emperor Xia's realm now claim that until the day Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven emerged from his training, there would hardly be anyone below Saint Plain capable of defeating you, Mr. Yi. Yaoxi then asked with a smile, What do you think about that, Mr. Yi? While I've no idea who Wang Chuan is, but it makes no difference if he emerges or not. Yifutian answered with a smile while looking calm and composed. What he meant was there was still none in Lihan Heaven under Saint Plain who would have been able to compare to him, even if Wang Chuan came to face him. Big words indeed. Another fellow whose arrogance knows no bounds. One angered comment after another emerged as soon as Yifutian finished his sentence. All of that apparently came from the cultivators of Lihan Heaven. Feng Xiao and Mo Li both turned their eyes to look at Yifutian coldly. Their brother Wang Chuan was the edge of pinnacle below Saint acknowledged by all. There were even elders in Lihan Heaven claiming that there were 2 planes right below Saint Plain, with Wang Chuan being alone in one while all the others in another plane. It was no secret that they held Wang Chuan in extremely high regard. Even the likes of Lu Chang needed to ask for guidance from Wang Chuan at 33rd layer of heaven. Lihan Heaven notwithstanding, even when compared throughout the entire Emperor Xia's realm, there were few below Saint Plain who were deemed qualified to fight Wang Chuan. Yifutian actually boasted that it would not have made any difference even if brother Wang Chuan were to emerge. His tone was so arrogant that it was apparent that he did not take Wang Chuan seriously at all. One could have imagined what was going through the minds of the cultivators from Lihan Heaven. Everyone present, including Yaoshi, sported puzzled looks, and they were all surprised by Yi Futian. They apparently never expected such answers from him. There was no hint of doubt, as if Lihan Heaven cultivators have always been beneath him. Yi Futian behaved well since the very moment he arrived, sitting there quietly. He had few words to spare even when Yaoshi chatted with him. However, when the conversation came to involve training, what he said surprised everyone so much that the cultivators of Lihan Heaven were barely able to keep themselves from drawing their swords. Yi Futian looked extremely composed and unfettered throughout the ruckus. It was as if that he said something insignificant. He naturally knew what kind of reactions his words would have garnered, yet he did not mind them at all. The cultivators of Lihan Heaven ganged up on Wuchen, and when they lost, the Sword Saint of Liang made a move and injured Yusheng. All of that meant that he had scores to settle with them. As such, Yi Futian actually wished that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven would have actually emerged. So much so that Yi Futian did not mind fighting him on that very day. Lihan Heaven was a massive force, and he was only able to obliterate Zhuiying Palace. It was far from enough to be able to shake Lihan Heaven. But then again, it was something entirely different if the students of Lihan Heaven were to look for him, instead of the other way around instead. Please shut up if none of you are willing to fight. Yi Futian looked at a cultivator of Lihan Heaven who berated him, adding in a composed manner, "If any of you wish to fight, please take your pick. But then again, I'm sorry to say that I've no intentions of entertaining the notion of saints rescuing their students when things do not go their way." He was obviously referring to the time when the Sword Saint of Liang made his move last time. As expected, his words silenced all of those from Lihan Heaven and the ones who were subordinate to them. They simply glared at Yi Futian coldly as they were speechless about that battle. It was indeed considered a taint in the history of Lihan Heaven. Yaoshi felt rather surprised as she gazed at his handsome face from the side. He had never expected such sharp and pointed words coming out from the mouth of gentle, mild-mannered, silver-haired young man. He had been able to anger every single one from Lihan Heaven with several simple lines alone. Uncle Liang had only acted to save Lu Cheng's life when he lost in the last battle. While it was indeed somewhat inappropriate, but he had never intended to kill Yusheng. He would not have been able to sit here otherwise. You claim to be peerless in the 9 states, and while your talents were indeed extremely exceptional, you have respect for nothing and thought yourself invincible. I say that you've really underestimated the cultivators of the upper worlds, Emoli commented. Due to his relatively mild-mannered temperament, his voice was a calm and composed one. So, you're saying that we should thank the Saint of Lihan Heaven for not killing one of our own then? Su Kei, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, smirked coldly as he continued. The fact that your saint attacked remained. Whether it is to save a student's life or not is irrelevant. The swordsman of Lihan Heaven had no intentions of going easy on the 3 of us back then. So in conclusion, you're saying that Lihan Heaven is allowed to attack with intentions to kill, be defeated, and then it is entirely appropriate and correct to have your saint attack then. Number 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship indeed. I've never claimed to be invincible, but I'm able to beat every single one from Lihan Heaven who is not of the Saint Plane. Would you care to find out? Yi Futian stared at Emoli and said. The swordsman of Lihan Heaven had sword wool coiling around them as soon as he finished. Some even stood as they have had enough. Yi Futian was apparently ridiculing the number 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm indeed. Beating everyone who is not a saint? All the others looked at Yi Futian without saying a word. Many who were present came to have some thoughts listening to Yi Futian's words. While Lu Chang was ranked on the Juqian ranking, but he was not actually at the very top. To my knowledge, Lu Chang of Lihan Heaven was not even qualified to be compared with Wang Chuan. Gong Sun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley looked at Yi Futian and added calmly. Furthermore, Wang Chuan had beaten every single sage at the pinnacle of their training of Lihan Heaven 2 years ago. I'm afraid he's already half a saint now. Are you sure you're able to beat him? Gong Sun Zhong's tone was a composed one, and there was hardly any emotions found within. There was no need to talk about if he liked or disliked Yi Futian. He knew too little about that young upstart to have such concerns in the first place. While extreme geniuses like Yi Futian were not all that common, yet there was little need for Divine Cloud Valley to be concerned with him. As the #1 armorer force in all of Emperor Xia's realm, the Valley Master's relationship with Emperor Xia went a long way back. With the exception of top-notch figures, Divine Cloud Valley had little need to be concerned about anyone. However, Yi Futian's unbridled conceit displeased him somewhat. Despite being of peerless, exceptional talent, he was still just someone who came to train from the lower worlds. Emperor Xia appreciated him enough to make him the princess valet, so he should have known what he should and should not do. He should have laid low and train, staying within Emperor Xia's palace and doing his best to assist the princess, instead of throwing big words around, provoking Lihan Heaven. As the #1 force of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, it was only natural that that holy land's wealth, history and powers were formidable in all sense. Even if Yi Futian was displeased with them, he had no right to vent his frustration at them. Does he really think that he could shake Lihan Heaven just because Emperor Xia took a liking to him? He's only causing trouble for the princess instead. Furthermore, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven did not get where he was without substantial powers to back him. Gong Sunzhong was known to be a top-notch figure below St. Plain, yet he never dared to say that he was able to win against Wang Chuan. The way Yi Futian behaved with such condescendence and arrogance simply meant that he was able to overpower every single one who was at the very cutting edge of their training. As such, Gong Sunzhong asked what he asked. Yi Futian looked at Gong Sunzhong and said plainly, "I'm not talking about Wang Chuan alone. I'm talking about all below St. Plain in Lihan Heaven." That flat, unfettered tone he took made Gong Sunzhong glare at him, staying silent for a moment, before an amused smirk was seen on his face. "All below St. Plain in Lihan Heaven, eh? Truth is, you have never met Wang Chuan and you don't know what he is capable of. Are you saying that you're invincible among all below St. Plain then? Are you saying that you'd have no need to concern yourself with the plain level of others, as no one would be able to beat you then?" Yi Futian turned his eyes away. He was picking fights with Lihan Heaven, but if Gong Sunzhong insisted on feeling offended as one of those who were scorned, then he would not bother explaining anything, as there was little need for him to do so. As for Gong Sunzhong's opinion of him, he saw that to have nothing to do with him. "What would you all be chatting about?" A woman's voice was heard. Everyone turned their eyes around and saw two figures walking in their direction. The two women had extremely stunning appearances. Both of them were top-notch figures, and the one who spoke, while looking slightly inferior to Yaoshi in terms of appearance, but the difference were almost negligible and she could have easily been deemed a beauty few would have been able to compare to herself. The other woman looked somewhat younger. Her clear eyes scanned everyone around her, before coming to look at Yi Futian. She wore a puzzled look for a fleeting moment before recomposing herself, and not looking in his direction anymore. "Gong Sun Xian, she went on to pilgrimage with the princess back then. All I knew was the princess looked after her quite well back then. Never crossed my mind that she was of the #1 armorer force in the upper worlds." Su Ke looked rather amused as he spoke to Yi Futian telepathically. Furthermore, Luo Fan had taken a liking to her and attempted to woo her. Her refusal had been quite a brutal one. Yi Futian looked speechless as he heard that. He knew what his fifth brother was like with that big mouth. It was entirely possible that Luo Fan flirted with that woman over there. He never asked about anything that happened in those years. The thing that he was most clear about was the feud between Wuchen and Pei Chenying. He knew next to nothing about anything else that had taken place. But then again, having gone on pilgrimage for several years, it was entirely for them to be acquainted with one another. "And I." Xiao Sheng's eyes turned to the woman who spoke, the beloved daughter of the Divine Cloud Valley, Gong Sun and I, who was also the elder sister of Gong Sun Xian. Both sisters looked extremely stunning while sporting exceptional talents. "We're just chatting around. Brother Yi here claimed that he was capable of overpowering all who were below St. Plain from Lihan Heaven. If there's such a chance to see such fights, I'd be delighted indeed," Xiao Sheng said with a smile. He did not find Yi Futian's big words all that believable. "That's probably just putting up airs anyway. Gong Sun and I took one look at Yi Futian's direction, and her expression was a calm, unfettered one. She knew little about Yi Futian and so did not bother giving an opinion. She simply said, "The banquet is about to begin, shall we make a move?" "Very well." Xianxia nodded with a smile. He turned his eyes at everyone present and said, "If the opportunity presents itself, I'd really like to see you spar indeed." "Well then, to the banquet." He got up first and gestured politely. Everyone else stood up one after another. Xianxia walked towards Gong Sun and I and said, "Let's walk." Gong Sun and I nodded lightly. The Xiao clan was a relative of the imperial family, and the relationship between Divine Cloud Valley and Emperor Xia was an exceptional one. Both forces shared a close relationship and kept close contact with each other. As such, she was naturally more familiar with Xianxia. Gong Sun Zhong walked, but Gong Sun Xian stayed a little behind him instead. Yi Futian and his people walked together with Xianxia while the cultivators of Lihan Heaven cast cold gazes at him. Many of them wore sheaths behind their backs, as if that was some habit of theirs. Those items were probably a symbol of pride of them being swordsmen. When Brother Wang Chuan emerges, Yi Futian would have to shut up whether he like it or not. "Shall we walk together, Mr. Yi?" Yaoshi, who was at Yi Futian's side, seemed to be waiting for him, so she smiled and asked when he had gotten close. "Very well." Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse. Both of them walked. The silver-haired young man was exceptionally handsome while Yaoshi looked absolutely stunning. They made quite a scenery just walking abreast. Yi Futian saw a beautiful silhouette standing around after walking for several steps, who was none other than Gong Sun Xian. Luo Fan shirked behind Yi Futian, as if he had done something wrong. "What now? So you don't know me anymore?" Gong Sun Xian asked after seeing Luo Fan shirking. "You've had more guts all those years ago." Luo Fan lifted his head and smiled at Gong Sun Xian, saying, "Well, I knew you were someone exceptional at the very first time I saw you. I never knew you were from the Divine Cloud Valley of the Upper Worlds. It was little wonder why your skills with flame rules had been so exceptional." Yi Futian saw from the attitude displayed by both parties and knew that there had been little more than a scuffle between them. He left the scene and did not bother anymore with his fifth brother's affairs. Gong Sun Xian took a good look at Luo Fan and said, "I never expected to see you coming up to the upper worlds to train. There has been lots of news regarding both Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Which force did you all belong to? Why were those two not present in that pilgrimage?" Little brother and Yu Shang were of exceptional talents, so it mattered little if they went on a pilgrimage or not, Luo Fan said. "Little brother?" Gong Sun Xian looked puzzled as she asked. Both chatted as they walked. "Yeah." Luo Fan nodded. Little brother ranked last among the students of the cottage. Our eldest brother, second sister, third brother and fourth brother, you've seen them all. Gong Sun Xian nodded. She had seen every single person from the lower worlds who had been on that pilgrimage, but she was not familiar with any of them. "Xian," Gong Sun Zhong called, after he and Gong Sun and I, who were at the front, found Gong Sun Xian walking behind and chatting with Luo Fan. "Excuse me then," Gong Sun Xian said to Luo Fan, who nodded. Gong Sun Xian sped up and moved past Yi Futian and the others, meeting up with his brother and sister. "You knew him?" Gong Sun Zhong asked. "Indeed, during the pilgrimage," Gong Sun Xian answered. "It would have sufficed to just greet him. Don't talk to him so much from here on out," Gong Sun Zhong reminded her. As the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley, men who were to marry both Gong Sun and I and Gong Sun Xian needed to be of the best in Emperor Xiao's realm, be it in terms of background, talent and training as well as appearance. For instance, Xiaoshang had a liking for Gong Sun and I, and Gong Sun Zhong had little to say about that. Xiaoshang and Gong Sun and I were a good match after all, and Gong Sun Zhong looked forward to seeing them together. Who the hell is that Luo Fan, by the way? He dares to swoon at the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley? Furthermore, what Yi Futian said left a bad impression on him. Besides, Yi Futian had a score to settle with Lihan Heaven. Despite appreciated by Emperor Xia, his achievements in the future would have been limited regardless, let alone Luo Fan, who was behind him. "I know what to do," Gong Sun Xian answered. Both of them did not bother concealing their voices as they spoke. So there were many around them hearing the conversation, and they cast amused looks at Yi Futian and his people. While Gong Sun Zhong had never conversed with Yi Futian directly, but Yi Futian's attitude was apparent nonetheless. Gong Sun Zhong did not bother giving any face to that person who boasted that he would have been able to overpower all under Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. Luo Fan turned his eyes at the front and he frowned a bit. Yi Futian caught Luo Fan's expression as he turned his head around, asking telepathically, "So you've taken a liking to her then, fifth brother? Don't be stupid. I flirted with her with a few lines a few years ago, that's all. We don't know each other much." Luo Fan shrugged and looked indifferent, yet he seemed to be averting Yi Futian's eyes nonetheless. "I find her not bad though." Yi Futian smiled and said, "She actually came up and chat to you. She might have actually taken a liking to you." "Yeah. Stop overlaying fourth brother's experiences on me, will you?" Luo Fan quipped exasperatedly. "Speaking of which, you and fourth brother seem to share similar likings." Yi Futian wore an amused look. His fourth brother had taken a liking to Wuxia of Alchemy City all those years back, and his fifth brother came to like a daughter of an armorer force then. Both of those brothers are closest to each other and are always up to something together. So they come to like the same type of girls then. I was just bored from training all those years back and seeing the awesome Might of the Flame rules. I just happened to flirt with her for a bit. But you know, your fifth brother here has incredibly charisma. It's entirely normal for girls to like me. Luo Fan commented rather shamelessly. Fourth brother was better at it though. He sealed the deal right there and then after all. How about you try something similar yourself? You'd probably end up going home with the girl after winning an armor competition or whatnot. Like fourth brother. Yi Futian jested. However, even if there were to be such a competition in the upper worlds, Luo Fan would have had no part in it. Shut up. Luo Fan closed the conversation with 2 words telepathically. What's this little shit going to be up to? Seal the deal, my ass. It was due to you she having thoughts about running away from the arranged marriage in Alchemy City all those years ago, that their fourth brother had been able to end up with her with the first place. As with him and Gong Sun Xian, he was having fun with words and never given all that much thought to it all. The well-fed has no idea how the starving suffer. This dude at the front seems to be able to pick up pretty girls wherever he ends up in. See, another extreme beauty by his side. All who came to celebrate hailed from holy lands. Yi Futian looked inconspicuous at all among the crowd. There were cheers heard and carriages were seen with clouds up in the sky far away. The entourage was a lavish one. Queen Xiao has returned to her home. A voice was heard from far away, heard all over the Xiao clan's vicinity. Queen Xiao was Emperor Xia's woman and was titled queen. Her status was exceptional, and even just returning to her ancestral home was considered quite a trip in itself. The family head of Xiao clan and other core figures appeared one after another, receiving her at the pedestal. The carriage moved in the air and there were 2 figures seen sitting on the carriage. They were none other than Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan cast her gaze below and saw a familiar figure among the crowd, looked slightly displeased. Why is he here? She then saw the extreme beauty at Yi Futian's side shortly after, and both of them seemed to be having a good time chatting away. Xia Qingyuan glanced over there coldly, a faint look of unhappiness on her face. Then she averted her gaze. The carriage continued forward, and then landed softly in front of the platform. Upon the platform, the host of the feast, Old Man Xiao, smiled. The people around him all bowed and said, "Welcome Queen, welcome Princess." The people here were all Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan's elders, but they still had to show courtesy to them. That was proper etiquette. "Father, I have come to celebrate your birthday." Queen Xiao stepped out of the carriage with Xia Qingyuan following behind. Everyone's eyes were suddenly drawn there. Just her silhouette was enough to give them an idea of her beauty. "Grandfather," called Xia Qingyuan. Their guards presented their gifts. Queen Xiao smiled and said, "These are from the Emperor." "Excellent, excellent. We are honored by the Emperor's graciousness." Old Man Xiao was all smiles. Ren Huang had personally sent him gifts. The Queen and the Princess had come to his feast, and the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm were all there. At this moment, The Xiao clan was the most glorious place in all of Emperor Xia's realm, save Emperor Xia's palace itself. Below them, many people from the top forces in Emperor Xia's realm sighed slightly. The Xiao clan itself was very powerful, but it did not stand at the top of Emperor Xia's realm by itself. At the very least, Shenyuan Palace, Lihan Heaven, and Divine Cloud Valley could all threaten them. However, ever since Queen Xiao had become queen, the Xiao clan's destiny had become brighter, and they had started on the path of glory, ascending to the peak of Emperor Xia's realm. Countless people had come to their door seeking to enter their household. Now, the Xiao clan had the most favored queen and the best-loved princess. This was truly a grand time for them. Moreover, with Queen Zhao's wisdom and Xia Qingyuan's talent, as long as the Xiao clan did not actively seek their own destruction, they would continue to move forward, becoming more and more prosperous. After all, with Queen Zhao's cultivation, her looks had not deteriorated from age. And Emperor Xia had said that Xia Qingyuan's talent exceeded his own. If there were no major changes, then the Xiao clan's prosperity would be ensured for hundreds of years, or even longer. "I welcome you, my queen," a middle-aged man to the side smiled. It was the queen's brother, Xiao Qianhe. "No need for such courtesy, brother," said Queen Xiao with a slight smile. "Please sit," said Old Man Xiao with a smile. Everyone nodded. Queen Xiao turned around and swept her gaze across the vast crowd of people. She stood there casually, with an air about her like she was the mother of the entire world, and extremely noble. Countless eyes fell upon her, including Yi Futian's. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered tasseled cape. She was noble and graceful, and exceedingly beautiful. As she stood there, it seemed like she was the only person in the world, and even the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This was a woman so beautiful that people would not even dare open their eyes around her. Any who stood before her would feel their inferiority. This was Emperor Xia's woman. "Greetings, Queen Xiao," said everyone in the crowd with a bow. No matter what social position they held, was there anyone in Emperor Xia's realm who would not bow before the queen? "Today is my father's birthday feast. There's no need for you all to be so polite, nor so ill at ease." There was a slight smile upon Queen Zhao's beautiful face. After saying this, she sat in the second seat of honor upon the platform, leaving the main seat for her father. Xia Qingyuan sat beside her. "It is an honor to have you all here. Please be seated, everyone," said Old Man Xiao with a smile as he waved his hand. Everyone bowed and took a seat. Yi Futian also found an inconspicuous seat amongst the crowd. At a feast filled with people of the younger generation, he would not have to care about anyone, but many of the people here were elders of powerful forces. This was not his turn to seek the limelight. There would be time for that later. Yao Shi still sat beside him, which made him feel strange. He said, "Should you not be following your elder? Right now, the only people here from Yaotai Divine Palace are me and a few others. None of our elders came," whispered Yao Shi. She looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes, and there was a sense of charm in them. Yi Futian nodded and said nothing. He could not shoo away a beauty sitting next to him. Moreover, she was quite interesting to talk to. There was never anything improper about her. She was like a fairy. Her charm was obvious with every action she took, and in reality there were no problems with her sitting there. "I think the princess is looking at you," whispered Yao Shi. "You must be mistaken," answered Yi Futian. "The princess wears men's clothing, but she can't hide her beauty. If she went back to wearing women's clothing, I'm afraid she would make everyone faint," whispered Yao Shi as she looked at Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian did not say anything, but he thought that if Xia Qingyuan wore women's clothing, her beauty could compare to that of Yao Shi. At that moment, the great figures at the feast were chatting casually, mostly polite formalities. Many serving maids weaved through the crowd, serving good wine and delicious food. It was truly a grand occasion. The people from the various forces offered their gifts in succession, but the gifts from the top forces were all just formalities. With the Xiao clan's current glory, what use were common gifts? When it came to Divine Cloud Valley, they presented a divine weapon was their gift. "How has Brother Gongsun been doing recently?" Old Man Xiao asked a middle-aged man from Divine Cloud Valley. It was Gongsun Jing, the second-generation leader of Divine Cloud Valley. As for the most important figures of the top forces, they had not come. For those who stood at the top, it was enough to just send some of their subordinates. It was only a feast after all. Only at a holy ceremony put on by Emperor Xia himself would all the top figures of the realm come together. My father is well. He has been painstakingly researching armoring, hoping to better himself in that respect and contribute more to His Majesty, replied Gongsun Jing politely. The leader of Divine Cloud Valley had once been Emperor Xia's armorer. That is so good of him. With Brother Gongsun looking out for him, His Majesty can surely rest easy, answered Old Man Xiao with a smile and a nod. Divine Cloud Valley only has a meager amount of power. The ones who truly protect His Majesty are the 8 divine generals. It is said that there have been some disputes in recent years with Emperor Li and the demon world, said Gongsun Jing. Of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Emperor Li's realm and one of the demon worlds were adjacent to Emperor Xia's realm, so there was occasionally friction between them. Disputes are inevitable amongst the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. But things are much better than they were 300 years ago, said Old Man Xiao with a smile. 300 years ago had been the age of the twin great emperors' unification. The swordmaster of Lihin has been away for many years, traveling around the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and improving his swordsmanship. I have no idea how high he has cultivated now. Old Man Xiao looked towards the cultivators from Lihin Heaven. There was a saint among them. The swordmaster of Lihin's whereabouts are uncertain, so we from Lihin Heaven also do not know how high he has cultivated, answered the saint. Ah! Old Man Xiao nodded. I hope that all of us cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm can continue to get stronger. That is something for His Majesty to worry about. No need to trouble yourself over it, father, said Queen Xiao with a smile. Indeed, we are all old men here. We should be watching the next generation make names for themselves, said Old Man Xiao. Father, Qingyuan is very talented, even unparalleled in this world. Are you really so worried about the next generation? Said Xiao Qinhe with a smile. Indeed, the princess is talented without equal, and she has been personally trained by His Majesty. Plus she had trained very hard. In the future she will certainly become an assistant to His Majesty. Many people below them praised her one by one. Xia Qingyuan was already quite outstanding, and with her status as the princess, it was only natural that everyone would praise her so much. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be quite used to such occasions, and so she seemed very calm. She also did not seem too pleased with herself due to their praise. She accidentally glanced towards Yifutian once again. The people there probably did not know that among them was one who had defeated her. Even if that man was a scoundrel, Yifutian did not see her looking at him. He was casually chatting with Yao Shi. Since he had been invited, he could eat and drink in peace. As for him not bringing a gift, Old Man Xiao did not seem to notice. You are all flattering her too much, said Queen Xiao with a smile. Where is Xiao Shang? She looked into the crowd and saw a figure stand up and bow. Here I am. Queen Xiao looked at Xiao Shang, then at the beautiful woman beside him. She suddenly understood. Is this the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley? Greetings, my lady. I am Gongsun and I, said Gongsun and I. Excellent. You are truly worthy of being a junior of Divine Cloud Valley. Queen Xiao praised her. And you have grown up, Xiao Shang. I'm sure you will both soon enter the Saint Plane. You should consider cultivating together. The path of cultivation takes a long time, so I would not like him to put too much energy into his feelings for a girl. Moreover, he is going to serve His Majesty in the future, said Xiao Qinhe. That is no problem. If he finds a suitable partner to cultivate with, he can bring it up with me, and I will make a request to His Majesty to let them marry. Queen Xiao was very wise. Xiao Shang was moved by what she said. She understood what he wished for, and desired to help him, presenting her offer of help like a gift to his father. If I find a suitable partner, I will certainly tell you. Xiao Shang bowed to Queen Xiao. Everyone looked at him in awe. To have the queen arrange a marriage for you was a great honor. As a relative of Queen Xiao, Xiao Shang had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. the Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would probably form a marriage alliance. This would make the Xiao clan even more glorious. Moreover, according to Xiao Qianhe's words, it seemed that he was planning to have Xiao Sheng enter Emperor Xia's service. It seemed that the Xiao clan's prestige would become even higher. The people from Divine Cloud Valley also naturally understood what Queen Zhao's words meant, and had no objections. This would bring these two forces closer. This is also a generation of great talent for Divine Cloud Valley. Gongsun Zhong is but a half-step away from the Saint Plain, and in a few years he will have a chance to get there. Lihan Heaven has Wang Chuan, Shenyuan Palace has Shenyuan Ao, and even more powerful characters appear at Zhoutian Temple from time to time. Everyone is looking forward to this next generation of heroes. Old Man Xiao could naturally not only praise his own Xiao clan, he also had to praise the others. "You are still missing one person, Elder Xiao," said Feng Xiao with a bow. "Ah, who do you mean?" Old Man Xiao looked towards the people from Lihan Heaven. Not long ago, someone boasted that he was unparalleled below the saint level. By himself he was able to sweep away everyone from Lihan Heaven who was not a saint, said Feng Xiao coldly. Yi Futian, who was sitting there quietly, lifted his head and stared at Feng Xiao with cold eyes. The entire feast quieted down at Feng Xiao's words. Everyone looked over at her with great interest. A single person had swept away everyone under the saint level in Lihan Heaven? Old Man Xiao smiled and said, "I have heard that a junior of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, is said by the elders of Lihan Heaven to stand alone on his plane, who below the Saint Plane has as much ambition that they could sweep away all the cultivators of Lihan Heaven below the Saint Plane." Many people guessed what she was really talking about, and their gazes turned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had previously been named the princess's valet, leading to some turmoil. Some of the most powerful holy lands were paying close attention to this situation. Seeing many people look at Yi Futian, Old Man Xiao also turned towards him. He smiled and said, "Ah, so it is Qingyuan's valet who is so ambitious. Excellent." Xia Qingyuan looked over towards Yi Futian. That guy was never inconspicuous. But she did not think that he was all talk. Whatever he boasted of, he could do. Her father had praised him, saying he could command the 9 states all by himself. Even if he did not use all his techniques, Wang Chuan could probably still not defeat him. "So you are Yi Futian?" Queen Zhao's gaze fell upon him, and she smiled slightly. Although she was smiling, there was still an air of nobility about her that no one would dare to profane. Yi Futian rose and bowed to Queen Xiao. "I am Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. Greetings, my lady." Queen Xiao nodded at him. "You are truly a dragon among men. No wonder His Majesty thinks so highly of you. I wish you the best in your cultivation." "Thank you, my lady," said Yi Futian. He sat back down. Yi Futian was of the younger generation, so even if there was wild boasting about him, the saints would not say anything. Moreover, the hosts of today's feast were Old Man Xiao and Queen Xiao, and since they had not said too much, naturally no one else would dare to. However, these words had been a bit too flattering. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, Shenyuan Ao of Shenyuan Palace, Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Qin Bai of Qin Palace, and Yao Shi of Yaotai Divine Palace are all said to be nearly peerless below the saint level, said Xiao Qianhe from beside Old Man Xiao. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, and he said, "Of course, you and Yu Sheng once fought your way through Zhoutian Temple to the 9th layer of heaven, and not long ago Yu Sheng defeated Lu Cheng, so presumably the two of you are worthy of being on the same level as them. This is why His Majesty regards you so highly and has named you the princess's valet. But you are still young. Please do not forget how you got where you are and look down upon the great figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Cultivate your righteousness and guard against arrogance, and serve well at the princess's side. Give her your full dedication, and your future will be unlimited." Everyone nodded at his words. Xiao Qianhe was the princess's uncle, so he naturally had the right to remind Yi Futian of his place. There was nothing improper in what he had said. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Xiao Qianhe. She had not expected him to speak. He was her uncle, and there had been nothing wrong with his words, but she knew that Yi Futian was different than other people. He was a man who was prideful down to his very bones. Even when facing her, he had not lowered his head at all, and had even fought her at the imperial mausoleum. Moreover, her father had not named him her valet because he really wanted him to serve and protect her. It was to remind the people of his realm not to act against him casually. Yi Fuxian's current status was also very mysterious, and he must be very clear about why her father had helped him. After all, she knew that he had been depressed for a while, and as far as she knew, he did not know how her father had handled him during that time. Not knowing if he was going to live or die coupled with the loss of his wife had led to his depression. Later, her father had chosen to protect him. He did not ask why, but he must have speculated. So, this guy definitely did not fear her, and did not think of himself as her valet. Xianxia's words would have had no problems if they were directed at other valets. But Yi Fuxian would be unhappy with them. She looked at Yi Fuxian and saw him look up at Xianxia. There was no joy or anger in his deep eyes, but it was Yusheng behind him who looked unhappy. It seemed that he did not think it fell to Xianxia to give pointers to Yi Fuxian. Yi Fuxian smiled at Xianxia and nodded. I will of course remember my elder's words. Xianxia stared at him. Seeing his attitude, he was suddenly a bit unsatisfied. But, he started. But at that moment, Yi Fuxian continued. Although I have received His Majesty's favor and have been made the princess's valet, I have never felt self-satisfied due to this. As for looking down upon the great figures of the world, let me say this, when the sages of Lihan Heaven were defeated, their saint got involved. All of Emperor Xia's realm must know this, as many cultivators personally witnessed it. So when I say that there is no one worthy in Lihan Heaven below the saint level, none can find fault with those words. This was too much. It was fine if people wanted to say he was arrogant or didn't know his place. But a saint getting involved was a saint getting involved. They had surrounded Yi Wuxian, and the sword saint of Liang had wounded him. And then they had wanted to pretend like nothing had happened. That was impossible. What a stubborn fellow. Many people thought secretly as they looked at Yi Fuxian. He was like this even in front of the queen and her own brother. He was truly a crazy and arrogant junior. It was obvious that Yi Fuxian would not accept Xianxia's admonition. He persisted in his arrogance. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Yi Fuxian. Then he smiled and said, So there is some enmity between you and Lihan Heaven. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just a bit of disharmony on the path of cultivation. I hope that you can be so passionate in your service to the princess. Yi Fuxian looked back at Xianxia. Although Xianxia talked like there was no problem, he had a feeling that he was trying to sound him out. Moreover, who was it that had invited him to come today? Old man Xiao would not care about the affairs of his juniors. And Queen Xiao and Xiaqing Yuan were even less likely. As for Xiaoshang, it was probably not in his power. It seemed that the only possibility was Xianxia. What was he trying to find out? Why had he invited him and then tried to provoke him by his words? His Majesty and the princess know my disposition. They can understand me. Yi Fuxian was still exceedingly polite. No matter what he was thinking, he could not offend the queen's brother in front of her face. He would naturally be respectful enough to Xiaqing Yuan outside. Emperor Xia had deliberately protected him, both by sealing off news about the sacred war and by naming him the princess's valet. He was very clear on his place in this arrangement, and knew that the emperor and the princess supported him. If it had just been Lihan Heaven, he could have completely humiliated them. After all, they had acted first. If Emperor Xia was there, they would not dare do anything. But Xianxia was the emperor's uncle, and had a close relationship with Emperor Xia and Xiaqing Yuan. If it was possible to not offend him, he wouldn't. However, he would not let the fact that he did not want to offend Xianxia make his determination waver. Xianxia really places a lot of importance on you, Lord Yi, said Yao Shi with a quiet laugh right beside Yi Fuxian. Places importance on me? Responded Yi Fuxian. He seemed to disagree with these words. Why had she said that? You must not have heard that Xianxia previously told Queen Xiao that he wanted Xiaoshang to enter Emperor Xiao's palace, said Yao Shi with a smile. The Xiao clan is prosperous right now since the queen is from their family, but they obviously want to go a step further. Xiaoshang is an outstanding talent and is a relative of Queen Xiao and the princess. What a close relationship. Him entering the palace is obviously so that in the future he can help Xia Qingyuan. Yaoshi lowered her head and continued. You tell me, is this not placing importance on someone? Although she was speaking unclearly, Yi Futian understood what she meant. He was surprised. Did she really see things so clearly? He never would have thought of this. Among the emperor's children, his favorite was Xia Qingyuan, and he had even said that her talent exceeded his own. Many people predicted that the one who would rule Emperor Xia's realm was not the prince, but the princess. Xia Qingyuan was the queen's only daughter, and so the Xiao clan would naturally support her. Due to this, the relationship between Xia Qingyuan and Xiaoshang was much closer than that between other half-siblings. So if Xiaoshang became Xia Qingyuan's assistant, how high would his position be in a few years? And a marriage alliance between the Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would only help this along. Given this, Xiao Qinhe naturally would not want to see someone else besides Xia Qingyuan whom the emperor would value highly. Yi Futian had come from the lower realm and was in Emperor Xia's faction, and moreover had been made the princess's valet. Perhaps it was because of this that he had attracted Xiao Qinhe's attention. Yi Futian suddenly realized why he felt like Xiao Qinhe was sounding him out. He was indeed sounding him out, and not just that, he was probably sounding out the princess's intentions at the same time. In that case, obtaining the favor of Emperor Xia and the princess was equal to offending Xiao Qinhe. His opponent's position had been set from the start. This had nothing to do with Lihan Heaven, and his arrogance had even less to do with it. Thank you for the reminder, he said to Yaoshi. If not for her, he would not have seen things so clearly. The two of them were communicating through spiritual will, so it took only a short time. Xiao Qinhe was silent for a while, then smiled and said, Many people have said that you are unequaled in the 9 states and are highly favored by His Majesty. Since you persist in your self-confidence, perhaps you truly do have the qualifications necessary to have your name be heard throughout the world. So I will say no more. Do you have anything to add? Qingyuan. He turned and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian narrowed his gaze slightly. This Xiao Qinhe was shrewd. Today was Xia Qingyuan's grandfather's birthday. Him being at the feast was equivalent to defying Xiao Qinhe. And since Xiao Qinhe was Xia Qingyuan's uncle, him asking her if she had anything to add meant she had to declare her position. Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes as everyone's gaze fell upon her. It seemed that they all wanted to know how she felt towards Yi Futian. This fellow is arrogant and doesn't know his place. He does not understand the rules, she said. Xiao Qinhe smiled upon hearing this. But Xia Qingyuan continued. Yi Futian, you have boasted that there is no one of note under the sage level in Lihan Heaven. This has offended the people of Lihan Heaven. Let's take this opportunity to settle the matter. And if you lose, you must return to the lower realm. There was anger in her voice. Many went into deep thought after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words at the banquet. What does Xia Qingyuan mean by all that? While it seemed as if she was berating Yi Futian, she had nonetheless given him permission to engage the ones from Lihan Heaven. With Wang Chuan being absent, none of the students of Lihan Heaven present would have been able to take Yi Futian on. It was something that many present found amusing. Emperor Xia made Yi Futian the princess valet, which meant that Yi Futian served Xia Qingyuan. While her words seemed to be targeted at Yi Futian, many wondered if she was also voicing her displeasure at the ones from Lihan Heaven. Feng Xiao was the one who provoked with words earlier, spreading what Yi Futian said for all to hear. If that was the case, then they would have only needed to duke it out right there and then. There seemed to be no reason to refuse such a proposal. Xiao Qinhe took one look at Xia Qingyuan. It seems that the princess has made up her mind then. Well then, we shall see what Yi Futian is made of. If Yi Futian turned out to be just some crazy guy having a penchant to boast, then there would have been no need to worry. Both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have no longer had any need for Yi Futian. Yaoshi took one good look at Yi Futian by her side. She did not know if Xia Qingyuan was clear how capable Yi Futian really was, and she had no idea how powerful Yi Futian actually was. However, she would have been able to gauge more or less if he were to fight, and she would have been able to tell what kind of an attitude Xia Qingyuan had towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan with a rather surprised look. Others may have known little, but he knew well that no one present knew what he was capable of than Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had learned plenty from both the battle in the Imperial Mausoleum and the sacred battle fought at the Holy Ji Palace. The fog that clouded Yi Futian's mind dissipated within an instant. If Xia Qingyuan were to take his side, that meant that, to a certain extent, he had Emperor Xia's consent as well. As for the Shao clan, the family the queen hailed from, there would not have been any risk of getting him into trouble, so long as he did not offend them too harshly. Yi Futian was feeling rather grateful for she did for him. While he found Xia Qingyuan's personality irksome, but that hardly mattered there, as one's stance took priority over everything else. But then again, Xia Qingyuan probably meant every single word she berated him with. If the opportunity were to present itself, he would have had no doubt that Xia Qingyuan would have wanted to beat him up real good. Yes, princess. Yi Futian bowed and stood up, appearing very polite and respectful. He was Xia Qingyuan's subordinate after all, so he had to play the part with the right attitude. There was an empty space in the banquet. While the place was by no means small, but it was apparent that it was still inadequate for having pinnacle sages fight. However, Yi Futian did not mind at all. He walked to the middle and bowed to both Old Man Shao and Queen Shao on the pedestal, saying, "Today is the day where your birthday is celebrated, Senior Shao. As a junior who was invited to the event, I naturally do not see it fit to spoil the mood of the event by fighting here. As such, I'd like to play a song here instead. A way to celebrate your birthday, Senior Shao. I shall repel the sword wills of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, with the tune alone." Yi Futian finished his lines and turned his eyes at the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, saying, "Since you all, students of Lihan Heaven, claim that I was merely boasting, well then, all of you below St. Plain, feel free to come at me at once." He sat cross-legged as soon as he finished. The Guqin spirit appeared before him. He started plucking the strings without waiting for them to make a move. A tune was soon heard. The banquet turned unusually quiet after that, with only the sound of the tune in the air. Everyone turned their eyes at the silver-haired young man sitting alone, as if he was the only being worth paying attention to at the moment. There was a tinge of loneliness heard within his tune, as if he was isolated from the world. Vivid illustrations welled up in the minds of everyone within earshot. Despite being at the center of a lively crowd, he seemed isolated and completely alone. "Let's go," the leading sword saint of the Lihan Heaven students said. One figure after another appeared. Many swordsmen walked together and surrounded Yi Futian in the middle. Mo Li of Lihan Heaven sat cross-legged before Yi Futian and took out his Guqin as well. Feng Shao stood by his side while all the others stood, surrounding Yi Futian and emanating sword wills. "You could make your move," Yi Futian said. One of them, who stood before Yi Futian, shot with sword wills about him as soon as Yi Futian finished talking, without any reservations. Both parties were very near each other, and compressing sword will attacks in very small vicinities would have been something extremely dangerous, as the destructive capacities of such attacks would have been formidable. The sword will rang with a high-pitched noise as it launched at Yi Futian at blazing speeds. Yi Futian plucked the strings and sent a sliver of music into the air, which surprisingly was converted into terrifying power of rules, shattering the incoming sword will. Whoosh! Terrifying sword aura storms whipped up within an instant. All of the mighty ones from Lihan Heaven burst with frightening sword will. A stifling pressure washed all over the banquet, turning into frightening storms. Saints acted and laid down screens of light, isolating that battlefield from the outside world. The terrifying sword aura storms were tore through the space as boundless sword will, intending to cut Yi Futian down. Yi Futian did not move, and neither did the ones from Lihan Heaven. It was only the music and the sword wills that were clashing. That small space looked like doomsday within that mere moments. Yi Futian was at the very center of it all. However, it seemed as if he was unable to feel any of that and remained playing his tune quietly. His tune pierced through the sword aura storms and became heard outside. A frightening storm of rules manifested around that lonesome figure. As the tune continued playing, sound waves shot forth and the air seemed to have been cut open. It tore right through the storm of sword wills, and the scene looked harrowing. The tune that Mo was playing was heard as well, converted into extremely sharp sword wills. It seemed as if thousands of threads were flying about as every single tune he played felt like a sword, stabbing into Yi Futian's mind. Worse still, there were still boundless sword wills heading straight for Yi Futian, emanating from that storm that was cut open earlier. However, Yi Futian continued to look as if he had not felt any of it. He continued sitting where he was quietly, as if countless swords cut his body and stabbed into his spiritual will. Yi Futian, in the situation he was caught in, felt as if he would have been torn to shreds at any given moment. But then again, he remained playing his tune in silence. His tune was lonely and sad, yet it had extreme pride laced within, as if to announce to the world that even if he were to make enemies with the entire world, he would still remain as he was and his mind would remain unflinching. Yi Futian's hair billowed in the storm like swords, his clothes whooshed in the air. He emanated an aura of rules about him at that moment, that none of the sword wills were able to cut. An amalgamation of starry and space rules. The saints seemed to have been able to sense the power emanating from Yi Futian. He placed absolute defense around his body, while his power of rules continued to rage while being shrouded by his tune. The mighty ones from Lihan heaven frowned mildly and burst with even greater sword wills. Some even unleashed their life spirits. Mo plucked the strings in a frenzy, intending to penetrate his opponent's mind using his tune, in an attempt to affect Yi Futian. However, he soon found that Yi Futian looked as if he heard nothing. The storm brought forth by Yi Futian's tune grew increasingly intense, shrouding boundless spaces. The tight space was filled with devastating space-tearing powers, making many feel threatened. A swordsman finally made a move. His body burst straight like a sword, lashing out straight for Yi Futian. One strike would have been capable of taking life and splitting space. Yi Futian remained seated quietly still and did not even bother lifting his head. The swordsman simply felt devastating lightning flashed in his mind in that moment, making him shudder at his very soul. At the same time, his body seemed to have stopped altogether. Devastating storms shrouded him and he felt intense fear. What is with the power of rules and spiritual will attack of such magnitude? It seemed as if he was totally defenseless. The people of the world claim that I'm unbridled and arrogant. Yet why would I need to prove anything to the world? Yi Futian said calmly. He plucked at the strings as he finished talking. That swordsman grunted and spitted blood at that very moment, as he body dropped. He was not alone. Every single swordsman of Lihan heaven around him was being attacked by his tune at the same time. At that moment, his tune seemed to have been turned into true spiritual attacks, penetrating their will right there and then. They all suffered hallucinations right there and then, feeling as if they were being subjected to the might of the light of doomsday. That was not all. Their bodies seemed to have been frozen solid, making it almost impossible to move. I am who I am. Who below Saint Plain from Lihan heaven is qualified to fight me? His fingers plucked the strings again as he finished his words. The people around him all grunted and spitted blood from their mouths in that very instant. The strings on Mo Li's instrument snapped right there and then. His face was as white as paper. The entire space was filled only Yi Futian's music, and that stifling storm. It was as if everyone was being subjected to Yi Futian's control. Who below Saint Plain from Lihan heaven is qualified to fight me? None among the swordsmen of Lihan heaven dared move a muscle, and none had the strength to. Yi Futian was still playing nonchalantly. However, his frenzied tune was near its end, turning quiet yet lonesome. It was as if he needed understanding from nobody, and he had nothing to prove to the world. There were naturally many who doubted him, who came from the 9 states of the lower worlds. While many great figures deemed him too abrasive and unbridled, that he was not fit to stand abreast with the geniuses who stood at the pinnacle. But then, so what? Xia Qingyuan allowed him to fight. As such, he overpowered everyone from Lihan heaven who was not a saint, with just one song. His tune slowly came to a close as his hair billowed. He remained seated there quietly, as if he had never done anything. However, everyone present was immensely shocked. He dealt with the attacks of the swordsman with only his control of rules and his formidable constitution. Yet, at the very end when he finally attacked, lashing out with both his tune and rule attacks, no one was able to stand in his way. No one was capable of doing so. It did not matter that they were cultivators from Lihan heaven. The result remained the same. Everyone present had their eyes on him. That one song seemed to have made them realize just how much pride that silver-haired young man from the 9 states held. It seemed that Emperor Xia had indeed made him the princess valet, due to having known of his strength and came to appreciate him because of it. When that was said, Emperor Xia's appreciation of Yi Futian seemed to have exceeded the expectations of everyone present. The permission that Xia Qingyuan gave to Yi Futian to make a move became more intriguing than it had otherwise would have been. Is this her way of telling everyone that Yi Futian belongs to her? Xiao Qianhe cast his gaze at that figure. He sensed a sharp aura emanating from Yi Futian. Yi Futian put away his Guqin spirit and stood, bowing at the pedestal before saying, "I beg your forgiveness for having interrupted the mood of the event. I shall take my leave at once." "Go on then," Xia Qingyuan said before anyone commented anything. Yi Futian excused himself and left with the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Since Xiao Qianhe had his own agendas, then Yi Futian saw no need to give him face and stay behind in the party. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven retreated in shambles after Yi Futian left. All of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. It was especially so in Fengxiao's case, who looked extremely irritated. Yi Futian transformed his music into rules and manifested it as a large hand, pinning her on the ground right there and then, making her look really beaten up. The banquet turned eerily quiet. Everyone wore looks suggesting deep thought. Many had been able to guess that if Emperor Xia was willing to make Yi Futian a valet of Xia Qingyuan, his most doted daughter, then there must have been something about that direct subordinate from the 9 states that caught his attention. Furthermore, with the battle records of both Yi Futian and Yu Shang added to the list, he could have possibly been ranked alongside the most cutting-edge of geniuses. That battle that just happened moments ago verified their speculations. The mighty swordsmen of Lihan heaven had been vastly overpowered and none of them were worthy of fighting him. Their powers and his were of different orders of magnitude altogether. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was at the level of edge of pinnacle below St. Plain as well. It was entirely possible that he could have fought toe-to-toe with Wang Chuan of Lihan heaven after all. They were wondering if such massive loss of face in Lihan heaven's part would have been enough to prompt Wang Chuan to descend from the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven, visiting Yi Futian at his cottage personally. Shen Yuan Ao, Gong Sunzhong, Qin Bai and the others watched Yi Futian leave. All of them came to have some level of respect shown in their eyes. There were probably a handful of such opponents to be found in even all of the upper worlds, so much so that they probably existed only in single digits. Yaoxi's eyes glittered. That tune from the silver-haired young man had been stunning, as if to declare that even if he were to not budge for even an inch, he would have been able to tear through the swordsmen of Lihan heaven regardless. No one below St. Plain from Lihan heaven would have been qualified to fight him. The only who was deemed qualified was probably Wang Chuan. She turned her eyes and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Her smile was indeed alluring. From what was seen, while Xia Qingyuan behaved coldly towards Yi Futian, she was nonetheless helping him out actually. One who was valued by His Majesty has indeed been of exceptional talent, and one who has quite an attitude to boot as well. A voice was heard breaking the silence of the banquet. Xiao Qianhe smiled and said, "Qingyuan, your valet is really something indeed, but you'd still need to work on him more. He would have become something quite difficult to tame otherwise." Xia Qingyuan's eyelashes twitched. Tame? She never actually had any thoughts about taming Yi Futian. However, since Xiao Qianhe put it that way, she nonetheless nodded and said, "My father made him my valet precisely. He knew what Yi Futian is like. The first reason would be to nurture him and second, to shape him up for the future. He hailed from the 9 states and is a palace lord of a holy land. He is quite arrogant and unbridled, knowing not when to keep his ego in check even in such an event today. I'd have father berate him when the opportunity presents itself. Please forgive the offense caused, uncle." "Yeah." Xiao Qianhe nodded without minding at all. yet he felt coldness all over him nonetheless. It seemed that the princess had indeed grown up and had her own mind, not giving him any chance to meddle in her affairs. What Xia Qingyuan meant by letting her father berate her simply meant that Yi Futian served her and Emperor Xia. As such, the emperor would have kept him in check personally, and that uncle of hers had better not have any ideas. Small matter. That tune has spruced up the banquet quite a bit, I'd say. Queen Xiao smiled and added, Qingyuan, your father had planned out everything for you, making Yi Futian your valet and even letting you go on a pilgrimage with people from both the upper and lower worlds back then. You're near becoming a saint now, and you should indeed nurture your own force. When would you be summoning the heavenly chosen ones from the lower worlds? As the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan would have probably become the heir of his father's Renhuang throne. As such, she naturally needed to nurture her own force, and she needed the best of the best, as only those people would have been able to keep up with her and be useful to her. Emperor Xia would have chosen some candidates for her while she was free to choose to nurture people on her own. Yeah, their planes would have been near Archmage Plane by now. I'm already considering summoning them up to the upper worlds to train, and have them achieve sainthood in the upper worlds. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Not just the ones from the lower worlds. If there are any geniuses of the upper worlds that you came to value, you could inform your father as well. But then again, I'm sure you have your ideas, so I won't tell you how to go about it. Queen Xiao smiled and continued, but regarding your marriage in the future, I'd really like to do something for you, as your mother. What are you thinking, mother? Xia Qingyuan asked indifferently. She had yet to reach Saint Plain, and as such, she had no mind for love affairs. Well, you're right. Make sure you make the right decision in the future. I wonder who in Emperor Xia's realm would have made a good match for you. But then again, you'd venture out yourself one day to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There'd be many top-notch figures out there. Old man Xiao smiled and added. The few of them talked in discreet voices, as all of that were matters within the family after all. The others did not see their conversation as such, however. All of them listened intently, picking up the conversation despite the minuscule volume. Many came to have their own thoughts about things. The princess' future marriage would have definitely become more than an affair of their own family. It would have become something massive that would have affected all of Emperor Xia's realm after all. Many top-notch figures in the upper worlds harbored such thoughts, but they kept such thoughts to themselves. No one dared to let others know such thoughts out in the open. Xia Qingyuan's talents were known to be peerless in all of Emperor Xia's realm, and at the moment, few were capable of speculated who would have been worthy of becoming her future spouse. Gong Sun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley turned her eyes onto the proud and cold silhouette on the pedestal. As the most core students of Divine Cloud Valley, it would have definitely not been his first time meeting Xia Qingyuan. He met her many times before and he felt stunned in every single one of the meetings. He wondered himself as well, what kind of a man would have been deemed worthy of her hand in marriage. While he was of excellent talent himself and was the #1 figure below Saint Plain in Divine Cloud Valley, being rather renowned in Emperor Xia's realm as well, but he would have lost his shine before Xia Qingyuan nonetheless. However, he strived to work hard and keep up with her, as that was the only girl that piqued his interests in that kind of way. While Yaoshi of Yaotai Divine Palace was stunningly beautiful and had looks that would have made cities fall, he remained unmoved at all. The second master of Divine Cloud Valley, Gong Sun Jing, who stood by his side, took one look at Gong Sun Zhong and spoke to him telepathically. I'd have your grandfather make a request to Emperor Xia to let you train with the princess. It'd be up to you if you'd be able to seize the opportunity or not. Gong Sun Zhong took one look at his father and said nothing. The banquet continued and the ones from Lihan Heaven found some reasons to excuse themselves. Everyone knew what was going on and did not say much. Mo, one of Tianji Pavilion, stayed at his seat silently throughout the whole time, watching the attendees. He found it rather amusing that many of those who were present had their own thoughts, and most of the thoughts surrounded Xia Qingyuan, the most renowned genius of a woman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Things would have turned more interesting in the future in Emperor Xia's realm. However, none who were present had probably speculated that history would have moved in a totally different direction instead. And all of that had nothing to do with Yi Futian at the moment. he would have been able to train in peace after he returned. The battle at the Shao clan's banquet spread like wildfire. Many were impressed by Yi Futian's powers, so much so that he was actually able to make short work of all the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Just how powerful is he? Would Wang Chuan emerge? Many looked forward to it all, yet they found that Lihan Heaven was hardly doing anything at all, and Wang Chuan did not seem to have any intentions of emerging from his training. Some claimed that he was indifferent, while others speculated that he was simply making a breakthrough into Saint Plain. Regardless, no one knew what was actually going through Wang Chuan's mind. The number one figure of Lihan Heaven hardly emerged from the mountain for the past 2 years. He was already at the very pinnacle of Sage Plain 2 years ago. It was said that even more than 2 years ago, there had been hardly anyone among the top-notch swordsmen of Lihan Heaven capable of taking even one strike from Wang Chuan. Time passed and year 10020 of Divine Prefecture calendar was nearing its end. While it was said that as one's training reached higher heights, one would have came to have little thoughts about the concept of the end of the year. However, Emperor Xia's realm continued to be rather lively nonetheless. Countless forces busied themselves, and many were about to inspect the progress of their younger generations for the past year. Yi Futian did not enter the palace to serve the princess, and Wang Chuan did not emerge as well. Emperor Xia's palace remained standing at the top of Cloud Peak, symbolizing its power and prestige. Many mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace stepped out and stood high up in the air, casting their gaze far away, seemingly waiting for something. The clouds rolled several hundred miles away, and golden clouds were seen showering. A roar of the dragon was heard in the clouds. At that moment, countless looked up in the air, hearing the dragon's roar thundering in the air. Dazzling golden light rained down below. A huge figure appeared basking under the golden light. That huge figure was golden throughout, and its head looked overpowering and magnificent. 5 claws were seen at its abdomen, with lengths reaching over 1,000 meters. It was none other than the golden dragon. The hearts of many shuddered. One golden dragon after another emerged and filled with divine might. Those were saintly might, and they were sacred beasts capable of taking human form. Yet at that moment, there were actually 18 divine dragons pulling a carriage, blocking out the sky and looking magnificent. Who are they? The hearts of some raced. Which force in Emperor Xia's realm dared to emerge with such a magnificent entourage? Not even Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have put up such a massive display going out, no? Images of true dragons were carved on the huge golden carriage, looking extremely extravagant, and there was an enormous golden character on it saying, Li, Emperor Li's realm. The hearts of many continued to race. Such an entourage could have only been of the neighboring Emperor Li's realm, which was right next to Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of the lower and upper worlds of his. His power was magnificent, and he held stricter control over his realm, compared to Emperor Xia was his. What's with the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm doing with such a huge entourage, and heading straight for Emperor Xia's palace? Let's head to Emperor Xia's palace. The hearts of many remained racing as they followed the golden dragons, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The massive groups of mighty ones gathered as they headed for the palace, standing tall in the sky. Powerful saints stood guard outside the palace, blocking the golden dragon's way. Their extremely overpowering divine might shrouded the place. They were in Emperor Xia's realm after all. They needed to follow the rules and customs, even if the visitor was none other than Emperor Li himself. The golden carriage descended, and one figure after another emerged from within. The one taking the lead was a figure who was clad in golden, extravagant clothing and had mighty ones by his side. That young leader bowed in Emperor Xia's palace's direction shortly after. A voice was heard somewhere near him saying, Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, has come to pay a visit to Emperor Xia. The palace stayed silent for a brief moment before a voice was heard. Permitted to pass. The voice was heard everywhere. Li Yao and the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm stepped into Emperor Xia's palace shortly after. News quickly spread that Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, came to ask for the hand of the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. The news of the marriage proposal came as a great shock. The divine golden dragon pulled the carriage and entered Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was looking down from the ninth heaven palace. Yet the people from the Emperor Li's palace were unable to see him. "What is the matter?" someone asked with a brimming voice at said palace. "Li Yao, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, has reached the age of marriage. He has long heard the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan, who is of superb talents and unparalleled appearance. As such, in the name of Emperor Li, the prince would like to ask Emperor Xia, here at Emperor Xia's palace, for her hand in marriage." The powerful saint at his side replied to the voice in the palace, bowing courteously as he spoke. He was not worried about what Emperor Xia would have done to him. Emperor Xia was a Renhuang, emperor of the people, after all. When two realms fight, both parties shall not cut down the envoys. A Renhuang would have definitely not done anything that would have tarnished his status. Xia Qingyuan was at her residence and heard the voices coming from below. That person's voice resounded throughout the heavens, and everyone within the vicinity of Emperor Xia's palace heard the words spoken telepathically clearly. However, Xia Qingyuan's expression was a calm one, and he was unmoved at all. She knew what was going on, and the marriage proposal was but an excuse. Those people were there for something else. "Li Yao, has your father told you to look at the mirror before you departed?" A voice was heard from high above, plain and unfettered. Li Yao did not mind Emperor Xia's sarcastic remarks. He bowed and replied, "He did not, Emperor Xia. Get out of my sight at once and tell Emperor Li this. If he dares to bring a marriage proposal here again to insult Qingyan, I shall cut down his envoys." A solemn, majestic voice was heard from the palace above. Heavenly might spread all over the place all of the sudden, bearing onto the people from Emperor Li's palace. The 18 dragons howled and shuddered. They were almost about to lay prostrate. Emperor Xia's voice was an extremely overbearing one, and took Li Yao's marriage proposal to Xia Qingyuan as an insult to the princess herself. While the people from Emperor Li's realm were bearing the mighty pressure from Emperor Xia, their expression hardly looked any different, as if they have expected things to turn out as such. Figures like the Renhuang had zero tolerance for provocations. It was no secret that Emperor Xia doted on Xia Qingyuan, so much so that even Li Yao, the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm, did not seem to be a fitting match for his daughter in his eyes. Furthermore, both realms had never actually been on good terms and had scuffles with each other every now and then. The crown prince and the princess met several times before, and he had long admired her. As such, we were granted permission by Emperor Li to come all the way here. It is fine that you did not find the arrangement agreeable, but Emperor Xia, was it necessary to insult the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm? The saint beside him then continued. If you place the princess in such a high regard, then she would definitely be as superbly talented as told in rumors and unparalleled in all of Emperor Xia's realm. We have quite a number of superbly talented cultivators from Emperor Li's realm here today, and we would to request a sparring with the princess. How dare you? A cold, aloof, and very overbearing voice was heard. A proud silhouette was then seen standing tall in the air, appearing above those people. It was none other than the sacred general of Qian of the 8 sacred generals. He glanced at the people from Emperor Li's realm and said coldly, "The princess is of unparalleled and esteemed status. She is not someone you people could simply ask for sparring matches with. We would be fine with having someone capable of fighting in her stead and defeating our cultivators nonetheless." The people of Emperor Li's realm said again, as if they were actually there to fight. Emperor Xia remained seated calmly in his palace and said with a composed expression, "Get out." It was apparent that the emperor was chasing out the guests. The mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm looked above, and they were unable to see where Emperor Xia was. The saints dared not probe haphazardly with their spiritual powers. While they were indeed boastful, they nonetheless actually did know where they stood, the Emperor Xia's palace, which was the absolute center of Emperor Xia's realm. None of them dared to do anything that would have truly overstepping the border, as they were simply there to fulfill their tasks. If Emperor Xia do not like us here, then we shall wait outside Emperor Xia's palace for a battle. If there shall be no one emerging to fight us within 3 days, we shall leave at our own accord without needing further orders from you, Emperor Xia. A mighty one from Emperor Li's realm said with a brimming voice. They then retreated shortly after, leaving the palace. As they stated earlier, despite stepping outside the palace, they did not leave the realm. They really set up camp outside Emperor Xia's palace, and that action alone was one of blatant provocation. Even though the guests from Emperor Li's realm set up camp outside despite being ordered to leave the palace, Emperor Xia still could not have simply ordered for their execution. A huge crowd was drawn outside of the palace due to the golden dragon carriage being around. No one was able to tell how many people actually gathered around there. They all heard the conversation within Emperor Xia's palace earlier. There was simply no way a marriage proposal from the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm to Xia Qingyuan could have not attracted any attention. However, Emperor Xia had been incredibly overbearing, stating that if the other party were to bring the matter up again and insult the princess, he would have cut them down all the same, despite them being envoys. It was apparent that Emperor Xia had taken Liao of Emperor Li's realm seriously, and furthermore, he had taken such an action to be an insult to his most beloved daughter, Xia Qingyuan. The way he saw it, Liao was beneath Xia Qingyuan. That is our Emperor Xia indeed. Many were wondering deep down that, just how important the princess was to Emperor Xia, that he had to treat even a crown prince of Emperor Li's realm in such a manner. Who would actually be qualified in Emperor Xia's eyes then? What happened at the palace quickly spread everywhere else. Mighty ones stepped out from Emperor Xia's palace soon enough, led by the sacred general of Qian, heading towards the people from Emperor Li's realm. A group of exceptional youths were around the general. Battles broke out soon as witnessed by countless there. The ones who came from Emperor Li's realm were all pinnacle figures below the Saint Plane, while the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace were too, extremely formidable, but they nonetheless lost more matches than won. In short, they were completely overpowered. What was even more astounding was that every single figure from Emperor Li's realm seemed to have been able to step into the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. All of them were unervingly powerful, and saintly powers were actually emanating from them. Emperor Li's realm had actually deployed such a lineup to come provoke them. There were also people who doubted if Emperor Li's realm had indeed been so terrifying, that they seemed to be able to easily overpower all of the genius who emerged from Emperor Xia's palace. They heard that Emperor Li had established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of Emperor Li's realm. All under the realm, whether they be from imperial lands or not, were subjected to absolute rule. As such, it would have definitely been far easier for Emperor Li's realm to mobilize capable men for specific tasks than Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia sat quietly at his ninth heaven palace above. His eyes pierced through the layers beneath and watched the battlefield. A cloaked figure stood quietly by Emperor Xia's side and gazed at the battlefield below as well. So the period of 10 years is finally up then? Emperor Xia, who had been sitting regally, asked. The cloaked figure by his side nodded and said, Your Majesty, it would be after the end of this year. The armies of Tian and Dou had began to mobilize. Right? Emperor Xia nodded slightly. So they are here to probe us then. It is no wonder that they are able to overpower our men. They came prepared after all. Those people have been subjected to forced transformation of their foundations using saintly powers. Most of them would never be able to go any further, and they are little more than pawns of Emperor Li. The cloaked figure commented. He was naturally able to tell that the group of people from Emperor Li's realm out to provoke them were extremely powerful. They did not get to where they were from their own superb talents. They, who were all pinnacle sages, had also been subjected to inhumane means of infusing semi-saint-like powers. However, doing so would have been the same as shattering their future. But then again, it was entirely possible that those people did not have what it would have taken to make it as saints, so they were selected to become machines of war instead. How about we mobilize Tianji? The cloaked figure asked. If Tianji and Xia Qingyuan were to be there to fight them, there would not have been much of a problem. Only people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane level people, the semi-saints, would have been able to overpower those forcefully created mighty ones. No need to hurry. Have Tianji mobilize his men, but no need to act for now. Let the others feel what those people are capable of first. We might be meeting them in the battlefield soon enough. As for Qing'e, tell her to stand down. Emperor Xia gave his orders. Acknowledged. The cloaked figure nodded and his silhouette turned ethereal, before disappearing altogether. The news of the battles spread at blitzing speeds, kicking up quite a ruckus. It was especially so with the top-notch forces, as they were the first to catch wind of the news. Many mighty ones made their move, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The battles outside Emperor Xia's palace continued for days. The cultivators from Emperor Li's realm continued to have the absolute edge and overpowered the sages from Emperor Xia's realm by a considerable margin. Countless were stunned at the strength of the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm. But then again, the saints were somehow able to tell that something was off. Many younger generations of many top-notch forces gathered outside Emperor Xia's palace. People from the Divine Cloud Palace, the Qin Palace, the Shao Clan, the Juqian Temple, and many others were seen there, including some who were ranked on the Juqian ranking. Some among them even made their move, yet things remained unchanged. Most from Emperor Xia's realm continued to be overpowered, and only a handful had been able to win. Those top-notch figures kept their hands to themselves. The princess and the few of the most powerful figures of Emperor Xia's realm had yet to make a move as well. Xia Qingyuan was nowhere to be seen even then, as if none of that had anything to do with her. Countless from the upper worlds discussed about that matter, and Yi Futian naturally caught wind of it. He then arrived outside Emperor Xia's palace. He was there for one reason only, Liao. Many noticed Yi Futian's presence and discussed about him. He was then considered a renowned figure after all. Yi Futian took a look at Liao, who was sitting on the carriage as soon as he came. Liao was inexcusable for making that battle several years ago back in the Holy Ji Palace being so brutal. Saint Ji and the 9 mighty ones acted as they did because of Liao. If Saint Ji had not made a move against him, Jiu would not have died. As such, it was within reason to hold Liao responsible for Jiu's passing, and Yi Futian was compelled to show up. He was not the only one there. Gong Sunzhong, Qin Bai and others were there as well. At that moment, high above the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven, a figure was sitting there quietly. Sword will of the great path flowed and circled around him. Several people stood behind him and they were saying something, seemingly informing him of the happenings of Emperor Xia's realm as of late. The ones from Emperor Li's realm are very strong then? The young man asked. There were seniors claiming that the people of Emperor Li's realm had been thrust into semi-saint level through forced means using saintly powers. Unless people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane were to act, the chances of defeating them would be incredibly small. The ones behind answered. Semi-saint, eh? The young man mumbled to himself in a calm manner. He took one look and the sky and sword will gushed about, seemingly coalescing from the heavens. Sword, the young man said with a brimming voice, penetrating the heavens. Thousands of swords seemed to have flown and arrived before the young man in mere moments. He stepped forward and traveled using the swords. Sword aura burst as he made his move, tearing the space before him at breakneck speeds. Many at Lihan Heaven turned his heads above to catch a glimpse of the mighty scene. Their minds were shuddering. Looks like our big brother is only one step away from becoming a saint then? Wang Chuan, the number 1 figure below Saint Plane at Lihan Heaven, finally descended from the 33rd layer of heaven on that day. Things were at all-time high and mighty ones flocked outside Emperor Xia's palace. People were seen everywhere at a corner of the vast space. 2 people were seen fighting at the center of the crowd. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm threw a punch and terrifyingly devastating lightning was seen coiled around his fist, as if concealing the power of the great path with. That punch struck its target, making the person on the receiving feel as if their body was tearing apart from within. Every single one of his internal organs seemed to have been ruptured as he was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Many continued to be shocked by that scene. The side of Emperor Xia's realm suffered yet another defeat, as the one who was defeated was a mighty one from Emperor Xia's palace, and he too was overpowered. The power of his opponent's fist had concealed might of the saints, and furthermore, its force was compressed as much as it had been able to. As such, there were hardly any terrifying aura being sensed by the onlookers. Yet the attack burst with extremely devastating force nonetheless. People of such levels would have been able to have fine control of their power at will. Their control was unervingly terrifying. If they were able to make it as saints, such qualities would have been even more pronounced. At that moment, the crowd split without anyone telling them to. Cheers were heard and countless eyes turned around, looking at Emperor Xia's direction. A figure descended from the palace above and stepped into the crowd. The princess is finally here. The eyes of many sparkled, not knowing if the princess would have fought personally. Princess! The people from Emperor Xia's palace all bowed. Tianji brought his men and appeared behind Xia Qingyuan. Gong Sunzhong, Shenyuan Ao and many others were there as well. The moment they saw Xia Qingyuan, they knew that the time for the ones from Emperor Li's realm to go home was near. If those people still insisted of staying around, they would have acted then. Princess Qingyan, we meet again. Li Yao turned his eyes at Xia Qingyuan and smiled. Xia Qingyuan is indeed stunningly perfect. What a waste for her to be dressed in men's clothing indeed. If she were to be clad in phoenix robes, her stunning looks would have enabled her to charm kingdoms. That, coupled with her cold yet elegant bearing as the princess, would have made her unmistakably charming. It was quite a pity he would never have had any chances to get near such a woman. Emperor Xia would have definitely killed him if he dared. The upcoming battle shall be one fought to the death. Do you intend to continue, or get lost? Xia Qingyuan eyed Li Yao and asked. We have yet to see what Princess Qingyuan is capable of, so we shall naturally continue. Li Yao replied calmly. Tianji, Xia Qingyuan called. Yes, princess. A towering figure was seen stepping out from her side. He seemed to have been able to shake the ground with every step he took. Yi Futian took a look at that figure whom he recognized. It was the man who stopped him when he was at Emperor Xia's palace, requesting to see Xia Qingyuan. Tianji. Many around them looked on with anticipation. He was Tianji, the son of the leader and the #1 figure of the 8 sacred generals. He had superb talents, and acknowledging the merits and efforts of his father, Emperor Xia allowed him to train in Emperor Xia's palace. Despite being little more than a guard, but that was only because of the limit of his plane. Tianji was destined to walk the same path as his father, becoming a sacred general serving Emperor Xia directly. As to whether he could have succeeded his father to become the next sacred general of Tian, that would have up to the extent of his powers and how far he would have been able to go in the future. Boom! Tianji walked. Unmatched pressure swept all over the place as he stomped the ground. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm who fought before walked as well. Flashes of lightning clad around him and coursed about his body, bursting with devastating might of rules. Tianji raised his fists and within an instant, golden images appeared on each of them and materialized as blinding halos. Terrifying power of tearing rule burst from them. Furthermore, halos appeared on his body as well, emanating formidable pressure as if they were divine light. Halos of great path glittered and pressured his opponent. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm frowned a bit and seemed to have sensed threatening force. However, there was no way he could have backed away then. He stepped forward as well. His fists struck the air with shattering crack of lightning, seemed to be out to swallow the heavens. Both came to clash with each other up close and personal within seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Wrecking explosions were heard, and within an extremely short span of time, both sides brought countless punches to bear. A shriek was then heard. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm had his arms turned bloody and gory, before his internal organs exploded from the relentless attacks. He was quickly thrown back to the dragon carriage and slumped to the floor, totally and undoubtedly dead. The hearts of countless spectators raced. They looked at the glittering Tianji, finding that the son of the sacred general of Tian had indeed lived up to his father's mighty name. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Tianji was the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain himself. He was nearly invincible at Sage Plain. Even if his opponent happened to possess powers enhanced through external means, said opponent was nonetheless quickly killed. Li Yao did not show much of any emotions from seeing his men killed. Those people had been trained to become suicide fighters and martyrs to begin with after all. All of them should have been prepared to die in battle. Tianji, son of the sacred general of Tian, was indeed formidable. There was little idea how many people of such levels were there in Emperor Xia's realm. Who else? Tianji turned his eyes at Liao. Liao looked at someone at his side and said in a low voice, "Get up there." There was a mighty one at each of his side, respectively, who had never participated in the battles. It was apparent that those two differed from the others. One of them walked out and stood before Tianji. That supreme bearing emanating from him seemed like a natural one instead of achieved using external powers. Xia Qingyuan stared at the battlefield. That person would have probably been very powerful. As expected, the resulting fight between those two men was indeed spectacular. Tianji and that mighty one from Emperor Li's realm fought, and the fight ended up in a tie. Even someone as powerful as Tianji had been incapable of taking down his opponent. "That will do," Xia Qingyuan then spoke. Both Tianji and his opponent stepped down simultaneously. The aura of both men still felt agitated. Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes at Tianji's opponent. Other than the ones who have had their powers forcefully amplified, Liao had also indeed brought two true edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane fighters with him indeed. The sacred general of Tian had been known for his almighty prowess, and the son was equally as extraordinary. "Are there any others from Emperor Xia's realm like him?" Liao asked. Gong Sunzhong, Qin Bai and some others were eager to try their hand, so they were about to walk out. However, Yi Futian stepped out before everyone else. His expression was extremely cold as he gazed at Liao. Liao looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was not at that sacred battle back in the day, and his people who had been watching the battle back then were killed as well. As such, he decided to bail right away and left Emperor Xia's realm. He only knew later that the Holy Ji Palace emerged victorious in the sacred war. That good-for-nothing Saint Ji acted and still failed. He seemed to have sensed vengeance from Yi Futian's gaze and asked, "Are you going to fight? I challenge you." Yi Futian looked at Liao and said, "You?" Liao smirked when he heard what Yi Futian said. "You want to challenge me?" There was no way he would have taken the challenge. "Who else?" Liao did not bother with Yi Futian, and had instead asked his people at his side. Someone else stepped out, spreading his aura at Yi Futian. The surrounding spectators from Emperor Xia's realm felt rather hopeful about that battle. They thought the likes of Gong Sunzhong would have made a move, and never expected Yi Futian to have acted first. Furthermore, Yi Futian intended to challenge Liao. However, given that they were at Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Liao would have simply agreed to fight. But then again, the people of Emperor Xia's realm were actually very curious as to how capable Yi Futian would have been. That battle would have allowed them to witness for themselves. "Liao isn't going to fight. Stay out of this battle." Xia Qingyuan spoke to Yi Futian telepathically. "If vengeance is what you're after, you'll get plenty of opportunities in the future." Yi Futian remained standing where he was even after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words. He gazed at Liao and asked, "So you took Saint Ji's son away then?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Liao naturally would not have admitted. While Emperor Xia would have definitely found out that he was present when the sacred war of the Nine State took place, but he never participated directly. There was no way he would have been stupid enough to just own up to the accusation of him inciting a lord of Emperor Xia's holy lands to revolt, when he was right in front of Emperor Xia's palace. "You would be in their place soon enough." Yi Futian turned around and left after leaving a line behind. There would have definitely been reasons for Xia Qingyuan to tell him to stay out of that battle. Many were feeling puzzled as to what Yi Futian meant with that line. "So that's it?" Gong Sunzhong then walked out next, fighting the one who emerged from the other side. Like how it was with Tianji, he too killed his opponent. Qin Bai, Shenyuan Ao and a few others killed one of the other side each, letting everyone witness what did it mean to be called edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. Other than the two sages right beside Liao, the number of other mighty ones continued to dwindle. "So you really are not going to spar then, Princess Qingyuan?" Liao continued to ask, seemingly still wanted to have Xia Qingyuan fight. Xia Qingyuan did not answer. Liao then smiled and said, "Well, if that is the case, we shall take our leave." He was able to more or less tell what the top-notch figures from Emperor Xia's realm were like in terms of powers. So they're finally leaving then? Many asked themselves deep down. While the supposed enemy had been sent home, but the battles actually ended with Emperor Xia's realm being on the losing side as a whole nonetheless. However, sword will whipped about in the air at that moment, seemingly announcing the arrival of someone. Countless looked up and found out to their shock that swords rained down straight from the air ceaselessly. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, here to spar with the people of Emperor Xia's realm. Voice of the great path seemed to be heard from above. Sword aura blocked out the sky and countless witnessed a figure arrived, riding on thousands of swords. Wang Chuan, an edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. Such unparalleled bearing. Many felt their minds shuddering in awe. It only merely an instant for the swords to arrive, and one mighty one after another before Liao stepped out, taking on the opponent who showed from the other side with sheer numbers. Wang Chuan, however, commanded the swords to coalesce into one entity. He himself seemed like the master of the swords. Celestial sword techniques seemed to brought forth as he launched himself at all others before him. One mighty one after another roared as their bodies burst with power. Their aura was cranked to the maximum, intending to take that one sword entity head-on. That sword, however, pierced through the air and straight into their minds. One strike was all it took to tear them apart. PFFTT. With only a light tearing sound, one of the incoming mighty one was unable to hold on and spitted blood. He dropped to the ground right away as his spiritual will was cut down right there and then. One sword to cut it all. Wang Chuan's sword will pierced the bodies of all before him. All of them dropped while spitting blood, their auras dropping at alarming rates. Heretical tricks unworthy of the higher circles. Wang Chuan commented plainly. His finger pointed downward as soon as he was done talking. All before him were penetrated by his swords in that one instant, ended up dead right there and then. Liao's eyes were frozen in place and the other two by his sides looked troubled. The hearts of those from Emperor Xia's realm raced. Yifutian provoked Lihan Heaven back then and Wang Chuan never bothered looking for him. However, he was absolutely stunning as he descended from the 33rd layer of heaven and cut down the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm. Wang Chuan was truly the number one figure below Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm. Countless people were fascinated as they watched this heroic figure with the impressive sword. Someone had come from Emperor Li's realm to provoke them by giving a command to their princess. In Emperor Xia's realm, many people looked at Princess Xia Qingyuan as a goddess that should not be profaned. However, in the provoking battle with Emperor Li's realm, the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm were suppressed. Tianji and Gongsun had gotten involved, and thus they were able to defeat their opponents. But their foes had been so many that it seemed the only way they were able to win was due to the intervention of these two great figures. One of the two people beside Liao had even managed to fight Tianji to a standstill. Because of this, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven had flown over on a sword. He was such a powerful figure that as his sword struck the ground, all the cultivators besides the two people beside Liao who had a bit of divine path power were killed. Moreover, his sword had clearly already reached the extremes of the sage plane. It had elements of the divine path. It seemed that Wang Chuan was much more than halfway on his path to sainthood. One more step and he would be there. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had reached the peak of her powers, even she would have had difficulty beating Wang Chuan, who was at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. It was highly likely that Wang Chuan, who had come from the 33rd heaven, could inherit the ceremonial robes of the leader of Lihan Heaven. At Old Man Zhao's feast, Yifutian had suppressed the cultivators of Lihan Heaven and had boasted that there was no one there of note below the saint level. Was that really true? It was just that Wang Chuan had not wanted to come down for a single battle. At that moment he stood there majestically and independently in a white robe with sword wills flowing around his body as he stared at Liao. Liao stared back at him, then smiled and said, "Marvelous! I am grateful for this opportunity to see you in action. If we have a chance, we should do it again." He waved his hand and suddenly 18 sacred golden dragons streaked through the air, pulling the carriage into the sky. And so he left. Xia Qingyuan did not order for him to be stopped. Although he had provoked her, she still followed the rules. Emperor Xia was the host here, and could not detain his opponent. "Princess Xianxia, I'll see you on the battlefield," came a voice from the sky along with the dragon's roaring. Xianxia knew what he meant by this. Liao sat upon the dragon with eyes flashing. Today he had tested the combat prowess of the cultivators below the saint level of Emperor Xia's realm. It seemed that more preparations needed to be made. Even though those dead soldiers had been strong enough, they still could not resist someone of Wang Chuan's level. And they would be even more useless against actual saints. Yifutian looked up at Liao riding away on the dragons. His white hair flew in the wind, but his heart was cold. His enemy was right before him, but he didn't have the power to kill him. He could not get revenge for Jiu. Moreover, Liao had never looked at him seriously. He probably had never cared about what he had done at Jisheng Cliffs. Who had died there had nothing to do with him. All that he cared about was whether or not Saint Ji had completed his service. As for everything else, it meant nothing to Emperor Li's son. And as a mere sage, why would Liao ever care about him? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian. Besides the people from the palace, she was probably the only one who knew the hatred that he felt for Liao. As for the others, they were all looking at Wang Chuan. The figure who had come down from the 33rd heaven turned slowly and nodded slightly to Xia Qingyuan. He was elegant beyond compare. He turned to look at Yifutian. This was his first time seeing him. They had not known each other before, but upon seeing him he instantly knew who he was. Yifutian felt him looking at him, and he turned away from the fleeing Liao, looking back at Wang Chuan. In that moment their gazes crossed over each other. Everything was silent across that vast space. It all seemed a little bizarre. This silence was all because the two of them were looking at each other. One was Yifutian, who had swept away the swordsman of Lihan Heaven and said there was no one there of note below the saint level. The other was the best cultivator of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, who had come down from the 33rd heaven and killed the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. The two of them finally stood face to face. So, would they have a real exchange today to solve the enmity that had grown between them? Everyone was trembling on the inside as they watched with great expectation. Could Wang Chuan defeat Yifutian in a single sword stroke as he had done to the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm? The sword way of Lihan Heaven has 33 levels, and countless cultivators follow it. I don't even know how many powerful cultivators there are below the saint level. Many of the swordsmen have never revealed their true strength, and have not come down off the mountain. This does not mean that there is no one of note, said Wang Chuan, seemingly in response to Yifutian. If there are people of note, then why did a saint have to get involved? Asked Yifutian. Uncle Master Liang made a mistake, but if it had been me I would have done the same. After all, I could not watch the cultivators of Lihan Heaven being killed, and I'm sure you would have done the same as well. They had really done wrong in Pei Qianying's battle, but it was still unfair. Lu Chang had gone to fight for Pei Qianying, but was still defeated. Wang Chuan's voice was calm as his sword was wrapped around him. To put it bluntly, Liang had done something wrong. Many people sighed inwardly. It was probably only someone as heroic as Wang Chuan who could call out their elder like that. But he had said he would have done the same in that situation. Indeed, there were some things that from a certain standpoint should be done even if they were wrong. Could he have really watched his disciples die? In the end, he was his own person, and nobody could shield him from his own faults. Even so, I have not heard a single apology, nor will I acknowledge your so-called standpoint. In the end, our strengths were not equal, said Yifutian. If their strengths had been equal, the outcome would have been very different. Is the world of cultivation not always like this? Wang Chuan looked at Yifutian. Yifutian did not dispute this, but nodded seriously. You're right. Such is the world of cultivation. Whether it was Lihan Heaven or Liao, it was all the same. Would Liao not think the same way? He only pursued his own goals. Why would he care about the deaths of others? I heard that the enmity between you and Pei Qianying stemmed from Yi Wuchen, and that was why you fought your way up the sky stairwell and to the 9th layer of heaven. If you cannot calm yourself today, then come up to the 33rd layer of heaven. I will wait for you there. If you can fight your way through 33 layers of heaven, that will prove that you are right. When Wang Chuan was finished speaking, the sword will float around him, and he turned into a brilliant light sword and sped away. But the words he left behind made everyone's hearts beat faster. He had not fought Yi Futian, but would wait for him on the 33rd layer of heaven. Yi Futian had said there was no one of note below the saint level in Lihan heaven. If he could fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven, that would prove his words. But that was Lihan heaven, not Jutian temple. Would Yi Futian dare to go? Yi Futian looked up into that figure that had turned into a sword and said, "In 7 days it will be the new year. I will see you then, Lihan heaven." Now, the 10,020th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. In 7 days it would be the first day of the 10,021st year, and on that day he would go to Lihan heaven. He had agreed to do so, so he would go. "I will wait for you," came Wang Chuan's voice from the sky, making everyone's hearts beat wildly. Yi Futian really wanted to go to Lihan heaven. He was truly insane. Gu Mu was also there that day watching Yi Futian. In the past, Yi Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, and he had personally witnessed him crush Pei Qianying. But no matter how powerful those at Jutian Temple had been, the people on the 33 layers of Lihan heaven were stronger. Many of the top figures from Jutian Temple were there. As for Wang Chuan, he was at the limits of what could be achieved below the saint level. He did not need to go to Jutian Temple to prove his power. It would be nearly impossible for Yi Futian to fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven. And even if he could, judging by Wang Chuan's performance with his sword here today, he was only a half step away from sainthood. Could Yi Futian really defeat him? Everyone had a feeling of great anticipation. Emperor Xia's realm had proposed a marriage alliance with the princess. Wang Chuan had killed his foes with a single sword stroke, and Yi Futian had declared his intention to go to Lihan heaven. The end of that year could truly be called shocking. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian as well. His answer had been firm. He really was going to Lihan heaven. She swept her gaze over everyone and said, "In 7 days, I will go as a witness." On saying this, she turned and left, returning to Emperor Xia's palace. But her words left everybody stunned. This Xia Qingyuan would personally go to witness the battle. Was this also for the purpose of protecting Yi Futian? After all, they were going to Lihan heaven. If Xia Qingyuan was there, no one would dare do anything underhanded. Of course, since Wang Chuan had made a promise and invited Yi Futian to Lihan heaven, it was not likely that anyone would try anything underhanded. Phew! Many people sighed. On the first day of the next year, there would be a great performance by some magnificent actors. The crowd dispersed, including Yi Futian. The news spread with frightening speed. After all, the people from Emperor Li's realm coming had already caused a huge sensation, and so many people were gathered together. That had been followed by the agreement between Yi Futian and Wang Chuan. How could this not ignite everyone's emotions instantly? This was the first time that a great stir had been caused in Emperor Xia's realm by 2 juniors. There had never been so many people paying so much attention to 2 junior sages before. And moreover, Xia Qingyuan was going to watch. This was destined to be a year of unsettlement. Everyone felt that the 7 days passed very slowly, and they could not wait for them to pass by. But the more they wished for this, the slower they seemed to go. Finally, under great anticipation from everyone in Emperor Xia's realm, the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar came. Many people gathered together under Lihan heaven, coming from all directions. On that day, Yi Futian came riding on a sword. He stood beneath Lihan heaven, preparing to ascend the 33 layers. Countless cultivators were gathered together below Lihan heaven. Many people from the top forces had come as well. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. Yi Futian and those with him descended from the sword and looked up, then started forward. Everyone looked on in amazement. There were 5 people coming forward. Besides Yi Futian, there was Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Xue Ke, and Zue Qianqiu. Yi Wuchen and the other 3 must be the ones that Lihan heaven had surrounded and tried to kill, said someone in the crowd. Ah, that must be it. After Yushang arrived, the sword saint of Liang struck out, and after but a single sword stroke Yushang was covered in blood. Once someone had brought up the reason that this bitterness had started, many people suddenly understood. Yi Futian was bringing them up to Lihan heaven to rid them of their enmity. Up in the air there was a blue phoenix riding the wind with a stunning figure standing atop it. It was Princess Xianxia, who had come to witness the battle. Having here there would ensure that no saints interfered as Yi Futian ascended the 33 levels of heaven. Yi Futian and the others stepped forward onto the staircase and entered Lihan heaven. The village saint and the others waited below. With Xianxia there, they did not need to worry about Yi Futian's safety, so it was best that they wait for his return there. Each of the 33 levels of Lihan heaven had many cultivators, richly decorated jade palaces. It was towering and majestic. Step by step, Yi Futian and the others ascended to the first level of Lihan heaven under everyone's gaze. A group of cultivators appeared before them, all of them on the sage plane. There were only 5 people in front of them, but their eyes were still serious. It was said that Yi Futian had wounded many cultivators at Old Man Zhao's feast with a single pluck of his guqin, including Fengxiao and Emoli. They were not equal to this kind of power. But since he had come, they could not just huddle up in the corner. They stood there gripping their swords, with sword wills flowing around them. But at that moment, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu stepped forward as fast as lightning. Yu Sheng followed behind them, and Yi Futian came last. Lihan heaven was the primary holy land for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. Where else could be a better place for training with their swords? In the past, Lu Chun of Lihan heaven and his men had cornered Yi Wuchen and the others. After they had been defeated by Yu Sheng, their saint had gotten involved. Today, they were going to give the cultivators of Lihan heaven a taste of their own medicine. The life spirit in Yi Wuchen's brow spat out brilliant golden light as radiant golden sword wills wrapped around him, and his whole body became exceedingly sharp. Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu both had divine implements, and they struck forward. Although they were only mid-level sages, and many of the cultivators from Lihan heaven were at the top of the sage level, their divine implements made up the difference. Even if their opponents had had divine implements, using them would still have been more advantageous to Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu than if both sides had not had them. Of course, the strongest among them was still Yi Wuchen, who had Renhuang's sword will. Yi Wuchen flashed over in an instant. He opened his eyes that were as sharp as swords, and light swords shot out, piercing everyone's minds. An illusion appeared before the cultivators of Lihan heaven. It seemed that the sky was full of swords. A sword struck, and they all felt a clear sense of danger, but they did not know where it came from. This was the illusory sword technique. However, they were well trained for this. Some of the best among them closed their eyes and struck out, and in an instant there were swords everywhere. Yi Futian stood behind them calmly. He had heard that in the first 11 levels of Lihan heaven the cultivators were all those who had not yet officially joined Lihan heaven or whose talent was not enough and thus had not yet advanced to the core. The people on the middle 11 levels were the true core disciples. As for the top 10 levels, those were reserved for those whose talent was enough to certify their genius. Starting at the middle 11 levels, each level had someone at the saint level to train them. It was easy to see how powerful Lihan heaven was. The teachers on the middle 11 levels were of the first tier of the saint ranking. They were disciples on the divine path. The top 10 levels were the true foundation of Lihan heaven, and the teachers were of the elder generation. As for the 33rd level, it was called the heaven beyond heaven. Only top talents like Wang Chuan had a chance to go there and be taught by the sword master of Lihan. Could be said that the division of ranks in Lihan heaven was very strict. The sword saint of Liang was in the top 11 levels of Lihan heaven. Lu Cheng, who had gotten involved previously, Chu Qingyang, Wang Mang, Li Qiushui, and Mo Li were all there cultivating. Of course, anyone who could get into Lihan heaven was an outstanding cultivator. Those whose talent was referred to as not enough were only not good enough when compared with the people of Lihan heaven. But Yi Wuchen and the others were enough to handle them. After all, by using Renhuang's sword will and their divine implements, they could bring to bear a combat prowess equal to one at the top of the sage level, especially Yi Wuchen. In the previous battle he had wounded Chu Qingyang, overbearing sword, and Wang Mang. Yi Wuchen launched the main attack, and sword illusions wrapped around his opponents. Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu accompanied him. They both sped up and launched surprise attacks. They were invisible and left no trace. With their help, the attacks became even more amazing. Cracking sounds rang out as the cultivators in front of them found their clothes stained with blood. They had all suffered wounds of various degrees. The sword's wills still flowed all around them as Yi Wuchen and the others continued forward. Yu Shang and Yi Futian followed close behind. Along the way, countless cultivators attacked them, but all of them were defeated by Yi Wuchen and the other two. Yu Shang did not even have to lift a finger. They quickly passed through the lower 11 levels and reached the middle 11. By that time Yi Wuchen and the others were short of breath. Even though it had only been the lower 11 levels, everyone there had been extraordinary. They looked up into the sky and saw that their path was filled with swordsmen, but Yi Wuchen still looked very calm. A brilliant light shone from the life spirit sword. He reached out with his single arm and suddenly thousands of swords gathered together into an unbreakable sword that seemed able to sweep away anything. "Lend me your swords," he said. Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu nodded. As they stood behind him, their sword wills flowed wildly into his. "Let's go," said Yi Wuchen, and suddenly the three of them turned into a single light sword. They tore through the air as they shot into the sky as fast as a bolt of lightning. An incomparable sword will emanated from them as they tried to break through the 33 layers of heaven. Boom! There was a loud sound as Yu Shang stepped forward quickly. That sturdy figure followed close behind Yi Wuchen, causing the earth to tremble and countless buildings to waver. Ahead of them, a figure stood watching them with sharp eyes. Countless sword wills flowed around him, and eventually formed together into a terrible sword diagram. He reached out with both hands and pressed them down, and suddenly the sword diagram sliced through the air towards the light sword that was shooting up towards him. A line of sword will tore through the sword diagram, slicing it apart. The sword will in front of the cultivator collapsed wildly. He turned pale and turned to retreat, dodging out of the way of the sword. He saw it pass in front of him, and he was instantly covered in cold sweat and his face was as pale as ash. He had to retreat, and this retreat would damage his swordsmanship. Up ahead, another cultivator was coming after them. A terrible storm appeared in front of him, and it turned into a storm of swords that covered the sky. The sky darkened as the swords fell, as if the end of days had come. Yi Wuchen and the other two shot up into the sky like swords, cutting through the air. They pierced through the storm and cut it open. The storm of swords turned into an endlessly destructive light that could annihilate anything. Yet Yi Wuchen seemed not to notice it as he continued forward. The sword will of the great path followed him, and the sword will present in the storm was also integrated into his sword. The swordsman paled as the sword sliced through the air. He flew away covered in blood, feeling like all the sword will within him had been destroyed. If Yi Wuchen had let his sword will explode, he would have been a dead man. The group continued forward. They wanted to pierce through the 33 layers of heaven. Swordsman after swordsman was wounded or retreated. Many people watched them from below. From down there they could faintly feel the invincible sword will. And of course there was an incomparably powerful figure following behind them. At that moment there was no sword will on the 33rd layer of heaven. It seemed as if there was only one person in the entire world. He sat there with his single eye closed, as if he had entered into a state of emptiness. This was Wang Chuan. A figure appeared in a palace across from him and stood at the edge of it. He stood there casually. He gave off no aura, but he wielded a sword that could pierce the heavens and the earth. The foremost swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihan, had returned from his cultivation. "Why did you ask him to come here to fight?" he asked. The 33rd layer of Lihan heaven is also known as the heaven beyond heaven. You once said that there are men beyond men, and heavens beyond heavens. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven say that I am unequaled, but my swordsmanship is impure. I need someone to break me out of my habits, said Wang Chuan. Do you seek victory or defeat? Asked the swordmaster of Lihan. Neither. I only wish that my swordsmanship can be without fault, answered Wang Chuan. You lack a single step on the path of swordsmanship? Asked the swordmaster of Lihan. Yes. Wang Chuan nodded. You have invited someone to Lihan Heaven to fight before the eyes of all the world to prove your determination, and seek defeat to prove your lack of flaws. If you can break through your limitations and achieve success through defeat, then you will surely be the foremost swordsman of Lihan Heaven. The swordmaster of Lihan spoke calmly and without surprise as he quietly watched his disciple kneeling before him. At the 11th heaven of Lihan Heaven, Yi Wuchen moved forward with great momentum. The swordsmen of Lihan Heaven who were in front of him were all wounded and retreated. At this time, some of the sacred elders of Lihan Heaven stood next to the battlefield and observed what was happening inside, and their hearts were slightly disturbed. They did not think that Yi Futian's group of 5 came to challenge Lihan Heaven. So far, only Yi Wuchen was making the moves. The 2 strongest people, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, had not yet fought, and Yu Shang followed Yi Wuchen closely. As for Yi Futian, he walked alone in the back as if taking a leisurely walk outside, relaxing, as if the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven meant no threat to him at all. They are about to break the 11th heaven. Looking at the radiant sword opened a path that would go straight to the 33rd layer of heaven. Even just Yi Wuchen alone had a sword way superior to countless swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Soon, Yi Wuchen set foot onto the 11th heaven, and it was also the place where the real geniuses of Lihan Heaven gathered. In this 11th heaven, there were elite cultivators of sword way from Lihan Heaven. Since Yi Futian's group of 5 set foot on to Lihan Heaven, until now not much time had passed before they had crossed the 11th heaven, and Yi Wuchen only had 1 sword. At this point, the sword stopped. The forward-moving sword will finally dissipated, and Yi Wuchen's group of 3 stood there, still surrounded by infinite sword will. They looked up and forward, then continued moving forward. It seemed that they intended to take the momentum and get to the highest layer of heaven. Yu Shang still followed closely behind, with Yi Futian taking up the rear. Until now, Yi Futian and Yu Shang still had not made a move. There were even fewer people who were on the 11th heaven. When they looked up, they saw a line of figures that lined up straight from bottom to top. In each heaven there were just a few people, but everyone was of the existence at the peak of the sage plane. At this time, there was a swordsman standing in front of Yi Wuchen and the others, standing in the void above them, surrounded by sword will, his life spirit blooming, and above his head there was now a sword diagram shining downward. The light fell on Yi Wuchen and the others. From there, an astonishing atmosphere of sword way atmosphere faintly permeated the outside. At this moment, the sword chi vaporized into rain. The sword diagram was growing bigger and bigger, covering the void. Endless sword will was falling down from the sword diagram, with extremely fast speed, without any rules or restraints. These sword will were dropping with craze, completely drowning the area beneath the sky. Yi Wuchen and the others stood below, like standing in the rain, only that this was a rain of swords. Pest! Around the eyebrow chakra of the sword spirit rushed out, and an even more dazzling sword will shrouded his body, as if once again entering into the state of the last battle when he was assassinated. He stood there, as if he had transformed into sword way, completely in charge of the great path of the sword. Infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together, centering on Yi Wuchen body. In the void, as the sword rain fell, Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu were resisting and dodging, but Yi Wuchen still did not move. The sword rain fell on him, but did not harm him at all, even melting into the sword will that surrounded his body. An even more beautiful sword light swept out from his body, as if he reigned supreme in the sword way. Wuchen's comprehension of the Renhuang sword will is even deeper, Yi Futian thought to himself. It had been some time since the last battle, so it was normal that Wuchen's power had increased and improved. But the power he now comprehended was the Renhuang sword will. Just a shred of improvement translated into considerable increase in combative power. Above the sky, the swordsman of Lihan Heaven frowned, and felt a sense of danger. Then he saw that Yi Wuchen moved. His whole person seemed to be turning into sword way and integrated with it in one. Not at all within the possibility of someone in the sage plane, but the one-armed figure that bathed in radiant glory, at this time gave that feeling to the swordsman of Lihan Heaven. The white garment was bright as snow, and he moved directly toward the sword diagram, and the one arm lifted, pointing to the void. Buzz. At this moment, brilliant light poured over the sword diagram above, but Yi Wuchen seemed to be unaware of it. Just like the last time, his one finger pointed to the sky, and suddenly there was a sword light between heaven and earth, directly tearing and opening, smashing toward the sword. The sword diagram spun wildly and became more violent and dangerous. The sword will that erupted from it seemed to be all-powerful, but it was broken by Yi Wuchen's sword. There was a gap in the sky, and Yi Wuchen carried the shredding rules of sword way toward it. The sword diagram oscillated, and cracks seemed to appear faintly upon it. The cultivator made a snorting sound and the sword diagram disappeared instantly. It was formed with his own life spirit, so naturally he would not have allowed Yi Wuchen to destroy it. A sword crossed from his side, and Yi Wuchen did not even give it a glance, but simply continued going up. The swordsman from Lihan Heaven had a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, looking pale. Only one move of the sword. He had guarded here and had thought that today he would fight with Yi Futian or Yushang, but he would never had thought that he just saw these two people instead without even making an exchange with either, and he was defeated by one move from Yi Wuchen's sword. This guy. Su Ke and Zuoqianqiu saw Yi Wuchen breaking the sky with his sword, and could not help but try to catch up with him quickly. Did he want to try to get to the 33rd layer of heaven by himself? At this time, Yi Wuchen was urging the Renhuang sword will with his spiritual power, and his strength was exerted to the limit. Such possibility was not entirely without merit. Maybe he could really make it. In those previous battles, Yi Wuchen did not really exercise all his power, but was reserving it, waiting to explode for the 11th heaven to reveal his true strength. Yi Futian showed a flash in his eyes, and he and Yushang continued to keep up. Today, Wang Chuan invited him to come to challenge the 33rd layer of heaven, but it had always been Wuchen and the others fighting, because he also wanted to see if Wuchen could get to the 9th heaven. The five of them kept moving forward and the opponents were stronger and stronger, but the advancement of Yi Wuchen's kept pace without stopping. All the way upward, all the cultivators seemed to only have one sword, as if Yi Wuchen had only one sword and was only good with one sword. At this time, above the sky up front, a suffocating pressure dropped down, and the loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The heaven and earth made a sharp whistling sound, and a boundless and beautiful sword mark blossomed upon the sky, as if to sever the sky and cut directly toward Yi Wuchen's body. 3,000-mile sword, a sword that cut through 3,000 miles, slashed toward Yi Wuchen in the air. The last time Yi Wuchen was defeated by this sword. At this time he was still simply raising his hand, pointed in the void, and a sword opened up the sky, colliding with the thick sword mark that came chopping down from the sky. For a moment the world seemed to be collapsing, and the storm that could tear and destroyed everything swept out. The sword mark was torn, and Yi Wuchen rushed forward. However, there was another sword that greeted him, and seemed to be even more fierce and violent. The figure that stood in front of Yi Wuchen was the enchanted genius of Lihan Heaven, Lu Cheng. After Lu Cheng lost to Yu Shang that day, he had gone to the outer layer of heaven to seek higher cultivation. Although it was impossible to metamorphose his strength, it must have been much stronger than it was before. Could it change the outcome of this battle? Yu Shang was still behind Yi Wuchen. Originally, he was the target of Lu Cheng, but at the moment only it seemed that he had to first defeat Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen blocked a sword move again, but then he saw endless sword marks came down from the sky that seemed to chop through the sky. This time Lu Cheng asked for Wang Chuan's help to understand a truth. Swordsmanship often did not need to be too rigid in its practice. Sometimes the most simple and direct sword moves could often exert the strongest strength, so that sword and heart became one, sword and will became one. Lu Cheng at this time had comprehended this point. Every time he pulled out the sword, it was the same. He was at the peak of his spirits, and many sword marks had broken the sky, that seemed to be dividing the sky. But more than that, horrific sword marks melded into the sword will, intending to destroy Yi Wuchen's spiritual will. Lu Cheng understood that although Yi Wuchen had not been instructed, he also understood. In the midst of the storm, he broke a lot of swords, but the sword marks of the great path became stronger and more aggressive. Upon his body, an extremely strong sword will seem to appear. The radiance of two different swords will shine at the same time. At this moment, the endless sword will above the sky flowed toward Yi Wuchen's body and blended into him. Back then, when he went through the trials at the ruin, he had received 3 Renhuang sword wills. 1 sword to open the sky and 1 sword to return the truth. Yi Wuchen's body moved, as if entering a state of selflessness, like a sword, but with actual physical existence. His body skyrocketed, without unsheathing the sword, not attacking nor dodging. Lu Cheng's expression was cold. If Yi Wuchen was looking to die, then even Xia Qingyuan would probably have nothing to say. Many cultivators witnessed Yi Wuchen meld into the sword marks, slamming into them with his own body. When Yushang tried to block him, Yi Futian used voice transmission to stop him. He knew a little of Yi Wuchen's style. He was extremely decisive, and usually cared nothing about himself. His person melded into the sword marks, seemed to trample and collapse, and the sword will drop down madly. Many watched the scene in the void with great shock. Then they saw the sword marks explode and smash, and Yi Wuchen figure rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of loud booms came out. Yi Wuchen actually passed through folds of heavy attacks, and his whole person became illusory and appeared directly not far in front of Lu Cheng. He did not stop, but continued forward, and in an instant landing in front of Lu Cheng's eyes. As his one finger fell, there were stone-breaking shocks. Lu Cheng let out a scream, gathered all his entire life's cultivation of sword wei, and unleashed the most powerful strike with his sword. The fingers of Yi Wuchen's illusory and immaterial body had already pressed down on the sword. In this moment, Lu Cheng only felt that his body seemed to be penetrated by thousands of swords. He watched the body that was getting closer and closer. The sword he had unleashed was slowly broken bit by bit. An unparalleled sword light exploded forth, stung everyone's eyes. The next moment, countless people were shocked to see that Yi Wuchen was still standing there. But the sword will from his body had weakened much. As for Lu Cheng, he was covered in blood, falling to the ground, letting out a moan, and coughing up bright red blood. Yi Wuchen looked at him calmly without too much emotions, and continued to move forward. Yushang took a big step forward, and also glanced at Lu Cheng coldly, directly passing over him and continued going upward. Another swordsman made a strike, and Yi Wuchen did not move again. Behind him, Yushang rushed out and threw a punch that pierced through the void between heaven and earth, just as tyrannical as that day when he battled Lu Cheng. Just one punch was enough to shatter the sword of the other, and shocked another swordsman to fly out, breaking many of his ribs. Back then, Lu Cheng couldn't take the blow, and today it was the same with the other swordsmen, unless they were like Wang Chuan, who was no longer at this level. A group of 5, rolling forward over everything that was in their path, and no one was able to resist. With an absolutely strong posture, they had now gone to the highest place of Lihan Heaven, the 33rd layer of heaven. Looking up, one could see the figure sitting in front of the ancient palace, and several swordsmen beneath him,